Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly request you to please kindly take a seat. For the President of the Republic of Indonesia will shortly arrive at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, ingin kami informasikan bahwa sesaat lagi Presiden Republik Indonesia akan tiba di Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Kami mohon Bapak dan Ibu untuk dapat segera menempati tempat duduk masing-masing. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly request you to please take a seat, for the President of the Republic of Indonesia will soon arrive at ISF 2024. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, kami mohon untuk dapat segera menempati tempat duduk karena sesaat lagi Presiden Republik Indonesia akan hadir di ISF 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to welcome you to the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And for those of you who have just arrived at the Jakarta Convention Center's plenary hall, we kindly request you to please once again take a seat, for the President of the Republic of Indonesia will shortly arrive at ISF 2024. We'd like to also remind you to please kindly switch your phone's mode to the silent mode, and that our program will be conducted in 2 languages, in English and also Bahasa Indonesia. And there is an interpretation device which you can collect near the entrance desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request you to rise. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, has arrived at the plenary hall. You may now be seated. As a warm welcome to the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, please welcome the Jakarta Ceria Dance. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Jakarta Ceria Dance, performed by Akusara Dance Art, which illustrates the diversity of Jakarta, which brings keceriaan, or joyfulness, to promote an inclusive, sustainable growth. Once again, please give a round of applause for Akusara Dance Art. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan, may peace be upon us. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation of Malaysia, Honorable Dato Sri Haji Fadila bin Haji Yusof, Ministers of Friendly Countries, Ambassadors of Friendly Countries, Ministers from Indonesia, Acting Governor of Jakarta, Chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Jakarta Convention Center, Jakarta, Indonesia, to the opening ceremony of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, ISF 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, ISF 2024, is proudly hosted by the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investments of the Republic of Indonesia, in collaboration with Indonesia's Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Arkadin. Over the next 2 days, we will have an exciting program lined up, featuring thought-provoking keynote speeches, dynamic panel discussions, and a series of high-level dialogues which will address some of the most urgent sustainability challenges of our time. And to begin, ladies and gentlemen, is a welcoming remark which will be delivered by the Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investments of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Indonesian President Joko Widodo, President of Indonesia, Your Excellency Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia, Datuk Sri Haji Fadila bin Haji Yusof, Your Excellency Senior Minister of Singapore, and the Coordinating Minister for Security, Teo Chen Hian, and Your Excellency Minister for Manpower of Singapore, Pak Tan Sien Lang, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor to be with you for the second Indonesian International Sustainability Forum, or the ISF. The idea of ISF first took shape during our trip to Davos last year. So I've been thinking this and I've been discussing it with our team, what kind of forum that we should make in this area, because this area is so rich with so many things. And then we came up with the Sustainability Forum, which is, I think, very relevant to what happened today globally. As I walked through the cold winter, it struck me that a developing economy must begin with crafting our own narratives. Indeed, the developing world, such as Indonesia, has unique stories to share and critical roles in supporting global climate action. Given that many ask how much contribute, it makes better sense to bring the conversation closer to home, hosting these dialogues in Indonesia. We are fortunate to have a warm tropical climate that welcomes our esteemed dignitaries and guests like you. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the ISF 2024 is not just about discussing the challenges of the climate crisis. ISF is a platform for innovation, collaboration, and hope. Indonesia has exemplified how a developing nation can lead a sustainable development, from reforestation efforts to a significant investment in renewable energy. I just want to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, President soon could announce also our RUPTL, the 62 gigawatt of renewable energy till 2040. This is, I think, double of the existing electricity that we have in this country. This initiative not only protect our environment, but also empower our communities, and most of all, maintain our right to grow and prosper. This is very important also. We have right to do this. However, we must recognize that each nation has a different starting point, with different capacity and capabilities, with certain limitation to decarbonize. Therefore, this forum reminds us that collaboration, let me repeat, collaboration is essential to our sustainability agenda. Your Excellency, Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo, allow me to share key highlights of the ISEF 2024. More than 11,000 people from 53 countries have registered for this very inclusive summit. A summit open to the public who want to learn more about sustainability agenda. We have ministers from neighboring countries such as Singapore and Malaysia, as well as some of the top CEOs and philanthropics. And we have a roundtable discussion yesterday with like 20 philanthropic around the globe. Decision makers in the world will have 10 plenary sessions, thematic sessions, and high-level dialogue sessions, all of which deal with the energy transition, green inclusivity, biodiversity, nature conservation, sustainable living, and blue economy. ISEF is also about impact, and therefore we expect many landmark MOUs to be signed in the next 2 days. On that note, I'd like to express our gratitude to the Indonesian Chambers of Commerce, Kadin, for the strong support of ISEF. Their effort ensure that the private sector becomes an integral part of sustainability agenda. In a moment, we'll watch video that captures the message of collaboration and the potential we have when we unite our strength. Before I conclude my remark, Bapak Presiden, we plan to do next year in Bali. We're going to make it bigger in Bali, and agenda we're going to include also ocean expedition, because we discover a lot of good things on our ocean. Pak Presiden, thank you for all your support and also being here. And let us now turn our attention to the welcome video. Thank you.
Today, we would like to tell you a story about two best friends, but in a way, also about us. On the beautiful southern coast of Sulawesi, Indonesia, Susi and Nabil spend their day playing by the beach. Suddenly, they discover a wooden plank and a length of rope. It reminds them of something that they have been dreaming about for a long time. They start putting together these two items to build something new. They could almost see their dreams coming true. But it's not quite as they imagined just yet. They both scramble to get more materials. Nabil has a lot of materials to choose from in his home. These colorful decorations from his mother would look wonderful on their project. Meanwhile, Susie gets creative, getting supplies from her father, a local fisherman, and recycling hidden gems in her home. Even when bringing different things to the table, Nabil with all his things and Susie with her creations, they know that every single thing they gathered will complement each other and help make their dreams come true. And there it is, a beautiful swing overlooking the ocean. They ride the swing with a lot of fun. It proves that working together ultimately leads to a result that can be enjoyed together as well. Susie and Nabil also know that the swing exists because of some contributions from others. They invite these people to join them and enjoy the swing, proving that every contribution will eventually bear fruit. This is how the story is also about us, a story of people collaborating together for a greater good. And the collaboration can start here in Indonesia, as we are blessed with the rich resources to boost global collaboration in sustainability. Many of our islands are rich in energy transition materials, the core of cleaner industries. Our strategic position in both the Ring of Fire and the Equator allows us to harness the power of nature for renewable energy production. Indonesia is also home to millions of young minds ready to drive innovation towards a greener future. Rich natural resources, consistent renewable energy, and reliable human capital are key elements that can come together, weaved into an entire ecosystem of sustainable industries. Indonesia is determined to be one of the pioneering countries in the global effort to create a sustainable future. An effort that not only impacts many, but stands the test of time. Just as the swing began for one or two people and evolved to become a playground for the community. As a nation, we believe that their story represents the impact each of us can have on the world. We are inviting you to build a sustainable future with us, to leave a legacy and enjoy the home that we care for together.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the video of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, where this platform was first established in 2023 to foster collaboration and also best practices, sharing across stakeholders in decarbonization actions, and ultimately advancing the global concerted effort in pursuing a sustainable growth. And now, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next will be the opening remarks by the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency, Mr. Joko Widodo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Wakil Perdana Menteri dan Menteri Transisi Energi dan Transformasi Air Malaysia, His Excellency Bapak Datuk Seri Haji Fadilah, yang saya hormati Menteri Senior dan Menteri Koordinator Bidang Keamanan Nasional Singapura, His Excellency Bapak Teo Chi Hien, yang saya hormati Menteri Tenaga Kerja Singapura, His Excellency Bapak Tan Siling, para Menteri Kabinet Indonesia Maju yang saya hormati, para Duta Besar Negara Sahabat yang saya muliakan, Bapak Ibu hadirin dan undangan yang saya muliakan. Saya rasa saya tidak perlu lagi menyampaikan soal betapa berbahayanya perubahan iklim. soal betapa mendesaknya transisi energi, soal betapa pentingnya keberlanjutan. Bapak Ibu yang hadir di sini pasti sudah jauh lebih tahu. Yang justru ingin saya tekankan adalah permasalahan perubahan iklim ini tidak akan pernah bisa terselesaikan selama dunia menggunakan pendekatan ekonomi. Selama dunia hanya menghitung keuntungannya sendiri. Dan selama dunia hanya mementingkan egosentrisnya sendiri-sendiri. Karena untuk menyelesaikannya butuh pendekatan yang kolaboratif, butuh pendekatan yang berperi kemanusiaan. Dan kolaborasi antara negara maju dan negara berkembang. Dan juga kemanusiaan agar prosesnya tidak mengorbankan kepentingan rakyat kecil. Karena ekonomi hijau bukan hanya tentang perlindungan lingkungan, bukan hanya itu, tapi juga tentang bagaimana menciptakan kesejahteraan bagi rakyat, kesejahteraan yang berkelanjutan bagi rakyat. Dan jangan meragukan komitmen Indonesia dalam mencapai net zero emission dan berkontribusi bagi dunia yang lebih jauh. Indonesia memiliki potensi energi hijau yang melimpah, mencapai lebih dari 3.600 gigawatt. Kami juga memiliki PLTS Apung, pembangkit listrik tenaga surya apung di Waduk Cirata dengan kapasitas 192 megawatt peak, terbesar di Asia Tenggara dan terbesar ketiga di dunia. Indonesia juga memiliki potensi besar dalam penyerapan karbon. Hutan mangrove kami, hutan mangrove Indonesia itu terbesar di dunia, seluas 3,3 juta hektar, yang mampu menyerap karbon 8 sampai 12 kali lebih baik dibandingkan hutan hujan tropis. Ini yang banyak orang tidak tahu. Indonesia memiliki kawasan industri hijau seluas 13.000 hektar. Ini juga salah satu yang terbesar di dunia. Tapi semua itu tidak akan memberi dampak signifikan bagi percepatan penanganan dampak perubahan iklim selama negara maju tidak berani berinvestasi, selama riset dan teknologi tidak dibuka secara luas, dan selama pendanaan tidak diberikan dalam skema yang meringankan negara berkembang. Tiga hal itu penting untuk menjadi catatan kita semuanya. Dan Indonesia sangat terbuka bermitra dengan siapapun untuk memaksimalkan potensi bagi dunia yang lebih hijau, untuk memberikan akses energi hijau yang berkeadilan, untuk mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Saya harap forum ISF ini dapat menjadi tempat bertemunya pengetahuan, tempat bertemunya pengalaman, tempat bertemunya sumber daya yang dapat menjadi modal bersama dalam berkolaborasi menghadapi tantangan iklim yang ada. Karena kolaborasi bukan pilihan, kemanusiaan bukan opsi, melainkan sebuah keharusan dan kewajiban. Dan dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024 secara resmi saya nyatakan dibuka. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency President Joko Widodo, for your remarks and for opening the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, ISF 2024, has now concluded. And now, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, may leave the room. Please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you to the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, ISF 2024. In a moment, we will begin our first session, our first keynote speech for the first day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. We kindly request for you to remain inside the plenary hall, for once again, we will shortly begin our first keynote speech on the first day of ISF 2024. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, ISF 2024 has now entered its second year in 2024. As mentioned before, in the opening and also welcoming remarks, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum was first established in 2023. And from the dialogues and discussion, we hope that, of course, we can foster collaboration between nations for the future and also for a more prosperous, greener energy. And also, as mentioned before, we all believe and we all know that the world has faced and continue to face unprecedented risk and threat of irreversible damages due to the soaring levels of greenhouse gas emissions. And as a nation, Indonesia, our home country, has the potential to champion the global climate efforts. And through ISF 2024, we hope that together we can establish dialogues, cooperations, and also collaborations. Among them, from the dialogues and also discussions, which will be held throughout the panel sessions and also keynote speeches, from the two-day forum of the ISF 2024, we hope that we can also come together and also find a way for countries to accelerate decarbonization by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and of course, to reach net zero pathways. And of course, we can also wish to hope and also find out a way to collaborate together to protect and restore the ecosystems and also the resources that we all have to ensure a livable planet, not only for our generation, but also for the future generations to come. And of course, as mentioned, how can we together accelerate and also provide the financing, technological, and also human capital so that countries can have the opportunities to decarbonize and, of course, to achieve a more prosperous future for our nations. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, ISF 2024, is once again hosted by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investments of the Republic of Indonesia, together with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Indonesia. ISF will be held on 2 days, today on the 5th of September 2024 and also the 6th of September 2024. And of course, if we look back in 2023, or the first Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, ISF 2023 has emerged as a notable success, drawing a substantial turnout of over 2,000 participants last year from more than 40 countries, which of course the number has grew by this year. And the last year, the forum, spanning 2 days as well as part of a pre-event of the ASEAN Summit 2023, featured 24 plenary and thematic sessions, which supported 12 domestic and international sponsors and 13 knowledge partners. And the impactful event last year in 2023, or the first ISF 2023, has resulted in the signing of 18 Memorandum of Understandings, or MOUs, and marked the inauguration of Indonesia's inaugural state-owned enterprise Sustainability Academy. And among the distinguished attendees last year were heads of states, ministers, and leaders of international institutions, including last year the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, the Managing Director of IMF, and the President of the World Bank. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we proudly and gladly announce that over the next 2 days, we will have insightful discussion, thought-provoking keynote speeches, and of course, hopefully collaborations, which will be delivered through the ISF 2024. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we are now pleased to welcome the Honorable Dato Sri Haji Fadila bin Haji Yusuf, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Energy Transition and Water Transformation of Malaysia, to deliver the keynote speech on advancing low-carbon energy sources.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and very good morning to all. His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjatian, Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Teo Chee Hean, Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for National Security, Republic of Singapore, His Excellency Dr. Tan Sri Leng, Minister of Manpower and Second Minister for Trade and Industry, Republic of Singapore, His Excellencies ministers, ambassadors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, on behalf of the Government of Malaysia, we would like to express our humble appreciation to the Government of Indonesia for inviting us to this important International Sustainable Forum, or ISF, on advancing low-carbon energy sources. The discussion and organization of the ISF is indeed timely, as countries within the Southeast Asia region, including Malaysia and Indonesia, is pivoting towards a net zero and low-carbon future. I trust the sharing of thoughts and our respective experiences in the development and implementation of low-carbon energy solutions will enable us to gain invaluable insights in accelerating our country's energy transition efforts while exploring areas of mutual cooperation and collaboration with other ASEAN member states. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is an undeniable reality that transcends borders, where its impacts are felt across our region. From rising sea levels threatening our coastal communities to extreme weather events disrupting our social economies, we must quickly mitigate this phenomena by transitioning to low-carbon energy sources. Make no mistake, as this is not just an environmental imperative, but an economic and social disruption that degrades our quality of life. Within the context of our shared geography and interconnected economies, it is vital for us to be mindful that every action by our respective country can significantly impact us as neighbors. Hence, the need for regional cooperations, especially in the area of energy transition, to effectively mitigate and adapt to the impact of climate change in a more inclusive and just manner becomes crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, under the auspices of the ASEAN Minister of Energy meeting, Malaysia is happy to see countries within our region embarking on the right path on regional cooperation. One such initiative is ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, better known as APEA, which is region's guiding framework for energy collaboration and cooperation. This comprehensive plan, which emphasizes enhancing energy security, accessibility, affordability, and sustainability, also includes initiative that leverages the collective strengths of member states. By sharing best practices and pooling our resources, APEA can play a crucial role in driving and accelerating the region's transition to a low-carbon energy system. Building on decreasing demand for renewable energy within the region, Malaysia recognizes that initiatives aimed at integrating our energy systems and advancing the use of renewable and low-carbon energy sources, such as the ASEAN Power Grid and Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline, will be prominent drivers for a collective energy future. These initiatives not only facilitate the seamless exchange of energy across borders, but also enhance regional energy security and resilience. By prioritizing these collaborative efforts, we can significantly accelerate the adoption of clean energy. Therefore, Malaysia firmly believes the ASEAN family as a strong economic bloc must not only sustain, but significantly strengthen our regional cooperation in operationalizing APEA from 2026 to 2030. As the incoming chair of ASEAN in 2025, Malaysia is committed to prioritizing the acceleration of clean energy transition. We will focus on deepening regional cooperation, enhancing collaboration, and fostering greater connectivity across our energy systems. By doing so, we can collectively drive meaningful progress towards a sustainable and resilient energy future for all ASEAN member states. So, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is fully committed to a collaborative approach in addressing the challenges of climate change and energy transition. We are committed to reduce our carbon footprint, enhancing energy efficiency, and promoting renewable energy to build a cleaner and greener industry. These efforts align with the broader regional aspiration of advancing a sustainable energy transition across Southeast Asia. To this end, we have set ambitious targets to achieve a renewable energy capacity mix of at least 70% in our power generation system, a significant leap from the current 27%. This commitment aligns with the 2050 outlooks of both the International Energy Agency, or IEA, and the International Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, which emphasize that electrification is key to decarbonizing economies. As sectors such as transportation, industry, and manufacturing increasingly rely on electric power, the need for clean energy becomes more critical than ever before. So, ladies and gentlemen, to realize our energy transition ambitions, Malaysia will continue to enhance the deployment of renewable energy, leveraging our natural resources, strategic location, and technological advancements. This commitment is not only crucial for our national goals, but also in supporting the broader energy transition efforts in the Southeast Asia region. Key areas of focus include solar energy as a cornerstone of our renewable energy strategy due to our higher irradiance, government initiatives such as the Large-Scale Solar Program, or LSS, Net Energy Metering Scheme, NEM, Corporate Green Power Program, and Corporate Renewable Energy Supply Scheme are driving the adoption of solar technology from large-scale solar farms to rooftop installations. Hydropower remains a pivotal component of our renewable energy mix, especially in East Malaysia. While in West Malaysia, many hydro projects are being developed in rural areas, harnessing local resources to provide clean electricity and stimulate local economies. Biogas and biomass, as one of the world's largest palm oil producers, Malaysia generates substantial biomass that can be converted into energy. Investing in biomass and biogas technologies will help reduce waste, lower emissions, and contribute to a circular economy, thereby diversifying our renewable energy portfolio beyond solar. So, ladies and gentlemen, the urgency of the climate crisis demands a united global and regional response. The evidence is indisputable, and we must accelerate our transition to clean energy, which Malaysia is fully committed in playing its part in this critical endeavor. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that achieving net zero is not a mission, and one nation can accomplish alone, but one that requires our collective efforts from all nations, sharing best practices, harnessing innovative technologies, and ensuring a just transition that benefits everyone at all levels. By working together, we can build a future powered by clean energy, securing a sustainable and prosperous future for generations to come. So let me end by extending my heartfelt gratitude to our host for the warm hospitality and organizing this crucial event. Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful words, Honorable Dato Sri Haji Fadila. Once again, please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And next, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned before, we need a united response, especially when it comes to the commitment to transitioning to green and clean energy. Of course, as mentioned by the Honorable Dato Sri Haji Fadila bin Haji Yusuf, it needs a collective effort to, of course, share the best practices, to have a collaboration, also the dialogues, which will benefit everyone, and of course, to secure a sustainable future for our generations and also generations to come. And today, we will begin the wonderful, insightful discussion for our first panel session this morning, which will focus on advancing energy transition in emerging economies. Now, we'd like to invite the moderator for the session, Jeremy Oppenheim. Jeremy was a senior partner at McKinsey until April 2016. He is the founder and managing partner of Systemic, a blended advisory and investment firm whose purpose is to create good disruptions in the world's critical economic systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Jeremy Oppenheim.
Great. Good morning, everybody. It's a tremendous honor to be here at the opening plenary of the Indonesian International Sustainability Forum, and I can only echo the words of the President, the Minister, in expressing just how significant this forum is, not just for Indonesia, but for the world internationally, and for the opportunity to accelerate not just an energy transition from a climate point of view, but from a growth, opportunity, and prosperity angle as well. So it's an enormous honor for me to be here moderating the first plenary and to be joining in with all of you in creating a forum which I hope will be a real tipping point for this agenda, not just in Southeast Asia, but internationally. Now let me invite the other members of the panel to come up and join us. And it's an extraordinary, wonderful panel that we have here today. Minister Pak Luhut, please come and join us. Tan Si Lang, please come and join us. Selwyn Hart, it's wonderful to have you with us here as well. And Ki Widyawati, the CEO of Pertamina, and Helen Mountford, the CEO of Climate Works. We have a wonderful, broad, and diverse panel. So please all come together and join me for the opening plenary panel. So let me just kick this panel off with a couple of observations about what's going on in the global energy transition. And then I'm going to take as little time as possible to do that, because I think you'll be much more interested to hear the views of everybody else on the panel. What's going on? So I want to just start with the recognition that we are on the cusp of an extraordinary transformation of the energy systems across the world. When the major, if you will, kind of both climate and energy forecasting units describe the change that we need to see, what they point to is the following picture. They point to a world in which essentially, and the Minister of Energy described this earlier, we shift towards electrifying the majority of the energy system in the world. So we go from a world where we have roughly, and I will bore everyone with statistics just for a moment, but we go from a world with 28,000 terawatt hours of electricity production every year to one which is 4 times that over the next 30 years. We move into a world where essentially we electrify transport. we electrify much of heating, both industrial and residential. We shift to a world where we go from roughly 10 million tons a year of hydrogen, most of which is produced with fossil fuel, to up to 100 million tons a year. So we are talking about the biggest industrial transformation of the system that we have seen in 100 years. It's an extraordinary, profound change that won't just affect the supply of energy, but will affect every economic activity that depends on energy across the entire system. So that's everything: industry, transport, agriculture, the data centers that we will all become increasingly reliant on. It's the entire economy. So that is why we're here to talk about the energy transition. And we are seeing real change happening. We're seeing last year was the first year in which there was more investment in clean energy systems than in our traditional fossil and hydrocarbon systems. So that's a real tipping point. In much of the world, not everywhere, but in 90% of the world, the cheapest source of new electrons will come from, and is already coming from, renewable energy, and in particular solar, but also wind. So that is now the cheapest source of new electrons in most of the world, and that is changing everything in terms of not just the supply of energy, but the way in which our economy is beginning to function. So we're at the cusp of this extraordinary change, with more money going into clean energy than, if you will, traditional forms of energy, and with the technological acceleration happening across renewables, across batteries, and batteries are so important here, and of course across many different applications, including ones that previously were seen as incredibly difficult, from aviation fuel through to industrial heat. So it's a revolution. And the next 5 to 10 years are going to be the years in which those countries that are going to become the leaders in this change and that will benefit the most from it will, in a sense, really, really get their act together. Last thing from me before I turn over to the panel is, this is not an easy transition. Anyone who pretends that this is just straightforward and, you know, these long-term projections turn into easy short-term actions is telling you too easy a story. It's a hard challenge because shifting massive, if you will, capital flows, shifting, if you will, industrial systems that are built up over 100 years is a true act of leadership. And it's leadership from the political world, it's leadership from the business world, it's leadership from finance and technology. This is a leadership moment. Let us be absolutely clear. It is not just going to happen because people write nice reports. It's going to happen because people have courage and leadership and wisdom and act in line with that. So I have a perfect panel to help us with the question of how, in fact, the transition can play out, and how, since we're here in Indonesia, and this is truly one of the countries that matters so much. We talk about critical minerals, there are also critical countries. And Indonesia is a critical country in the overall energy transition. So, Pak Luhut, tell us how it's going here. How is the energy transition going in Indonesia? And let's have as an open as conversation as possible, because there's progress, but it's challenging as well. Let's be honest about that. So let's open it up, if you wouldn't mind, with your observations on how's it going here.
Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy is my old friend. He's the one introduced me about global blended finance, you know, which is I don't understand before, totally. Now, Jeremy, about the just energy transition, government Indonesia commitment is very, very clear on this. So we set up our own task force in order to meet our target 2060 zero emission but we are trying to make earlier than 2060s. We have already 400 projects in place right now. I can give you one example, like Suralaya power plant 2 gigawatt, 2.2 gigawatt. We're going to shut down this. And we have a Cirebon. So we are talking about the concrete project that we are already in pipeline, you know. But the problem, we keep discussing about the financing, you know. While our contribution to carbon emission per capita, I think Indonesia is still much lower compared to developed country. And I explained this to Yellen, Professor Yellen, during the G20. I said Indonesia only 2.5 ton per capita, while US already 14 to 15 ton per capita. And the baseline of this is like 4.5 ton per capita. So we have to be fair to look at this. Mm-hmm. Cannot be like this. Have to be, maybe Indonesia slightly can be like this. Why? Because we have to maintain our economic growth. Our economic growth, last year we grew like 5.something%, and we are planning that we have to grow like around above 6% for the next 10 years in order to go to high-income country. We can do that, achievable, because we are, like I mentioned earlier, we have already 400 projects already in place. We just need some of the financing and also about support about the legal issue. So Jeremy, like electricity, like green electricity that we already negotiating with Singapore, for instance. We're going to export to Singapore, the green energy. It's like 2 gigawatt, we can go maybe to 3 gigawatt because a lot of potential here. And we build our own solar panel industry. And this is, I think, our discussion with Singapore. And we are willing to do so. But at the same time, we have also our largest green industrial area in North Kalimantan with hydropower. We are going to, under construction right now, like 9 gigawatt of hydropower. We mix with the solar panel. This one also become a game changer for Indonesia. So our commitment to the zero emission is there, no question about that. But then how do we do it? We have to maintain also our economic growth because the base load have to be there. Without the base load, that could jeopardize our economic growth. That's, I think, my preliminary statement to begin with this discussion, Jeremy.
Fantastic. So I'm going to move through the panel and then come back again, if that's all right.
Yes,
please. Minister Tan Sri Lang, and it's very interesting. I mean, your background is a doctor, right? A medical background, and
healthcare consumes a disproportionate amount of energy.
Well, indeed, right? But you also you've now sort of taken on the role of Minister of Manpower, Minister of Trade and Industry, and Infrastructure. Singapore is going to play such a key role in this region, right, in the energy transition, right? And we've already heard Minister Luhut describe, if you will, the potential for Singapore to be a demand driver for clean energy that then will feed all the way into the potential supply of PV solar from this country, not just the electrons, but the manufacturing as well. So describe to us a little bit your thinking about the role that Singapore can play in driving, if you will, the energy transition, not just in Singapore, but in the region as a whole.
Thank you, Jeremy. These are very thought-provoking questions. I must say that I in this particular panel and attending this forum, we are really amongst giants in terms of not literally just the size, the economy, the geography itself, but the fact that many of the thought processes, the thinking, in terms of that alignment towards international cooperation is crucial. And the key to a successful transition particularly here in ASEAN, where we can actually move it forward quite quickly. The key to it is cooperation. And today, if you look at like what Bapak Luhut just shared, we will be making some announcements later on in the afternoon about upping the ambition. But what we have actually been able to learn from our neighbors, from the countries that surround us, is that every country, regardless of the size, regardless of the different levels of endowments in terms of natural resources, geography, and also financial resources, will have the ability to come together. And the key thing in making this transition a success is interconnectivity. The more highly networked, the more connected we are, the more governments can come together, establish a very clear, very predictable, transparent framework, both in terms of standards as well as regulation. Then you allow private investors, you allow even financial institutions to come together in a very clear, transparent framework to be able to start funding it. And with that, you find that there's massive positive spillover effects that translate into the local domestic economy. Because once there is that predictability, the bankability of every single project then goes up correspondingly. So that's the first crucial part, that is cooperation. Of course, once that framework has been established, I think we can move a lot faster in terms of investments. If you look at how do we accelerate financing many of these platforms itself, based on the most recent IEA annual report, Southeast Asia only accounts for about 2% of global spending on energy, particularly in terms of renewable energy. And I think we can do a lot more. So with the establishment of the framework, we hope that through many, many Pathfinder projects, we can then provide that stable environment, that stable ecosystem for people to start coming in to accelerate the investments in this area. And of course, last but not least, equally important is that we also have to have this very clear pragmatism about the transition. And that while we pivot towards renewable energy, while we pivot towards green electrons, there is a continued role for us to continue investing in transition technologies, particularly transition natural gas, in terms of making sure that every country who is involved in this pivot will also be able to have secure and resilient supply chains. I think with all of that three parameters in place and working together with the whole of ASEAN as one bloc, I think we will be able to achieve our dreams and our ambitions.
Amazing. So 4 key principles. Regional cooperation to create scale.
Yes.
Right. Real financeable projects, right, that actually add up to, if you will, the investment flows that are needed. The creation of local spillover effects, right, so that we create multipliers in each and every one of the geographies.
That is the only sustainable way moving forward.
Sustainable way. And then pragmatism on the transition, so that we pivot in a way, as Minister Luhut said, so that we continue to grow. Right? We have to meet people's aspirations for prosperity and jobs and growth as we pivot. Selwyn, you are the Special Advisor and Assistant to the Secretary General of the United Nations. You travel the world. You come from a region, the Caribbean, which of course has its own very specific challenges, with each island having to deal with not just the transition from, if you will, an energy system point of view, but these deep resilience challenges, given, if you will, the change in the, if you will, the weather patterns. Share with us, if you would, some of the lessons that you've seen about what's critical, right, to enable this transition, right, to work for, in particular, if you will, the emerging markets.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, and it's a pleasure to be here. And Minister Lahoud, I want to thank you and congratulate you for convening such an impressive and diverse group of stakeholders. And as you and other ministers have said, we're at an all-in, all-hands-on-deck moment where we all need to work together and we all need to collaborate to accelerate the pace of the transition, but also to ensure that this transition is fair, it's just, and it's equitable. And Jeremy, I share your initial optimism, or the optimism that you expressed at the beginning on, I would say, the inevitability of the transition. When one looks at where we were, I would say a mere 8 years ago, say 1 year after the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2016, we were celebrating a record installation of renewables, 180 gigawatts of renewables. That year in 2016, we also celebrated a record sale of electric vehicles, 700,000. Now, those numbers look paltry when compared to where we are 8 years later. Last year, 510 gigawatts of renewables were installed globally, and close to 14 million electric vehicles were sold globally. So the pace of this transition is accelerated, and I dare say it is inevitable. You also pointed to the record investments in clean energy last year. But behind those numbers is an uncomfortable truth. 85% of the clean energy investments last year were in China and the advanced economies. Countries representing 2/3 of the global population attracted a mere 15% of clean energy investments. The reality is that the rest of the world, as this transition is accelerating, the rest of the world is being left behind. And I think, and this is one of the areas of focus of the Secretary General and the United Nations system. One, to ensure that as the pace of the transition accelerates, we don't leave the rest of the world behind. And countries in different geographies and different regions will need different levels of support. But underlying all of this, as the minister said, is a new spirit and a new ethos in international cooperation. The geopolitical division should not be, that we're currently experiencing, should not be an obstacle to what needs to be done on the transition. And we need to work with developing and emerging economies. They will have different circumstances, different situations. Regions will have different specific needs, but we need to ensure that we address the challenges and barriers that these countries face. And these challenges and barriers are well known. We know that public money will not be the solution or the panacea. They need to mobilize massive amounts of private finance. And we need to find ways of addressing the real barriers that different countries and different regions face in mobilizing the private finance that they desperately need to accelerate the pace of the transition. It's the cost of capital. For some, it's debt. For some, it's policy and regulatory reform. And all of these barriers and challenges, none of them are insurmountable. So I know you wanted me to share the experience of the Caribbean, but we're optimistic of where we are. We just need more and strengthened international cooperation and collaboration to help the emerging and developing countries address these real but not insurmountable challenges in accelerating this transition.
So, and I'll come back to you in a minute on, if you will, those how we overcome the barriers, and it brings us all the way back to, if you will, the money and the finance, and if you will, ways to de-risk, right, the investment flows. Of course, one of the sources of finance that is potentially available for the transition actually sits within the hydrocarbon sector, Right? Let's be clear. I mean, the biggest balance sheets in the world in the energy system are with the big oil and gas companies, both the national oil companies and the international oil companies. So you guys are sitting there with the, if you will, biggest cash flows in the energy system by a country mile. Nikki, if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to hear your perspective on the role that Pertamina can play, right? I realize, in fact, this is a transition. It's not as if you are going to overnight shift all capital deployment from hydrocarbons to green, but there is a transition, right? And it would be, and your role here in Indonesia and beyond is going to be absolutely critical to that transition. So share with us your thinking about how, in fact, you're beginning to, if you will, engage with the energy transition and where you see the real opportunity for a major player such as Pertamina to make the biggest difference.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. It is a privilege for me to be here amongst the honorable and prominent speakers.
I think you need to...
Okay, thank you, Jeremy.
Even better.
Good. It is a privilege for me to be here amongst the honorable and prominent speakers. So I will explain a bit.
Perhaps bring it a little bit closer to you.
Okay.
Dekatin dikit ya.
Thank you. So I will explain a bit about the background on how we develop our energy transition pathway in our strategic planning. There is three main considerations that we think is very relevant. First, in energy transition that should be support the economical growth of Indonesia. You know that the government set the ambitious target to transform Indonesia from upper middle income to high income country by 2045. And it will drive to very ambitious economic growth from 5% to 7 up to 8% per year up to 2045.
Still, it would be great. You still need to speak a little bit closer to
No,
it.
okay. So, the energy transition pathway that Pertamina have to contribute, it should support that energy growth. So that's why three parameters. First, the energy transition that can increase the GDP per capita from currently 4.9 thousand to become 20,000 US dollar. And also increasing the poverty and strengthening the human capital index of Indonesia. That's the first consideration. The second main consideration, how the energy transition pathway of Pertamina can strengthening the national capability of Indonesia on managing energy trilemma. Currently, in global energy trilemma index, Indonesia in 53rd rank. There is three parameters. For energy security, our position is higher than compared to the average, the global average. On sustainability, environment sustainability, Indonesia position is less behind compared to global average. But there is the one aspect that's still the huge gap, the lag behind, is energy equity, which cover energy affordability and energy accessibility. So there's a big homework for us. How our strategic planning on energy transition can strengthening the affordability and accessibility of energy in Indonesia. And the third consideration, we also have to support the government target on achieving net zero emission by 2060. So from that background, we developed the pathway, we call it the dual growth strategy of Pertamina. The first growth strategy is decarbonizing our oil and gas business. Why? We have to keep maintaining energy security. So to achieve the 7 up to 8% of economic growth, we needed energy as a catalyst. So we have to be able to provide the reliable energy and also the affordable energy that could be accessed by all people in this country. We have several initiatives to reduce the carbon emission, to increase the energy efficiency from all our operation. And we successfully reduced the carbon emission from our operation all the way from upstream to downstream. Up to last year is 35% of carbon emission reduction. And from that achievement, now Pertamina has become the first position in ESG performance amongst the integrated oil and gas company in the world. There is still continue program. Thank you. And the second of our existing business is developing the energy infrastructure, especially for gas. Indonesia has abundant reserve and resource of gas. But the most challenging part now is infrastructure, especially for the eastern part of Indonesia. So we have to build the LNG terminal, regasification, pipeline, virtual pipeline, so that the first strategy on our growth long-term planning. And the second is develop the low-carbon product, low-carbon business. Start with the energy source that Indonesia have. So the tagline is unleashing our domestic energy resources, starting with geothermal. Indonesia is the second biggest resource geothermal in the world, and Pertamina has the expertise on that area. So now, from the total 28 gigawatt resources or opportunity, Indonesia now is less than 10%. The geothermal potential is to be operated. So we still a lot of room to increase the capacity of our geothermal. And as Pak Luhut mentioned before, that we need a reliability, we need a base load in order to increase the penetration of renewable energy that have intermittency in our system. The geothermal is the best option for Indonesia. The second, we have also abundant biodiversity. So Pertamina also developed the biofuel. The government already put a regulatory to mandatory blending of biodiesel. Now B35 means 35% coming from bioenergy and mixing and blending with our diesel. From that achievement, we successfully reduced 22.7 million ton CO2 last year per year. So we will add the blending to B40 and B50. In our national energy policy, it should achieve up to B60. And then we will replicate to our gasoline and sustainable aviation fuel. We had a lot of resources to implement that area. And third, we understand that there is still fossil energy in our energy mix, even though by 2060. So to meet net zero emission, we need carbon offsetting, which is carbon capture, utilization storage, carbon capture and storage, and nature-based solution. So those are two dual growth strategy of Pertamina in order to achieve net zero emission Indonesia Emas 2045 and increase the energy trilemma index of Indonesia?
Thank you. We could actually probably spend the day actually on the kind of the hydrocarbon sector because it's so important. And as you described, there's a decarbonisation and a driving efficiency in existing operations, and then there's this whole development of infrastructure, whether it's geothermal or elements of gas. There is the bio, if you will, energy story, and then there's carbon capture. So there's a massive agenda that you are integral to and central to the broader transition of the system. Helen, we've known each other for a number of years, which is an enormous pleasure, and find ourselves on platforms across the world. You observed this energy transition, right, over the last decade or more, with ups and downs, right, and with a real sense, I think now, that countries get it, the principle of it, the reasons why, but they're also finding it hard, right? So what are the things that you see that can make the biggest difference, right? In particular, I guess, for the middle-income countries that are going to be so key, both, if you will, in the regions, but also globally. What are the things that can make the biggest difference in your experience to the quality of this energy transition, balancing all the factors that you've heard? That's the easy question.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. That's definitely not the easy question, but an important one, and it's absolutely critical to all that we've been discussing here this morning and through the conference. We do see there's an inevitability to the energy transition, and we've reached a point, and I think, Jeremy, you expressed it so well, we've reached a point where in a number of areas we're seeing exponential growth of clean energy, of electric vehicles, of battery technologies, and they're increasingly cost competitive with the alternatives. It's actually cheaper to build a new renewable energy, a wind or a solar plant, than it is to build a new coal or gas plant. So the way of the future, the way of now, is really moving towards these. But as you said, it's challenging. And one of the things, I'm coming from philanthropy. Climate Works Foundation helps all of philanthropy support governments and countries, including a number of emerging and developing countries, in their own country-driven transitions, energy transitions, and moving forward. So we're here to help support countries as they look to identify approaches and transitions forward. And one of the things we've seen is just the evidence that for many emerging economies, certainly here in Southeast Asia, there's an incredible blessing and incredible wealth of renewable energy resources, the solar, the wind, critical minerals. There's also incredible manufacturing capacity. So there's a real opportunity now to do the energy transition in a way that does lead to more competitive economies, helps boost key sectors, jobs, income, health benefits from reduced air pollution, so much in terms of achieving those development objectives that we discussed first and foremost, and also doing the energy transition we need. And so what we're really focused on is how do we help governments realize that? We have, as you said, the analyses, the evidence, the reports, and here in Indonesia, the Ministry of Planning, Bappenas, 2 years ago, released an excellent report showing the economic and social benefits of the net zero target, achieving that by 2060 or before, as Minister Pak Luhut mentioned, and actually showed that going earlier, 2050, 2045, could deliver even more benefits. But the challenge is, how do you do this, and how do you do it well? And there's 3 areas that we're really helping support countries from a philanthropic perspective, 3 areas that are very much interlinked that I'd like to mention. One is just how do you help support countries on transitioning the power supply system? So ramping up renewable energy, ramping up grid infrastructure to be able to cope with that, to accelerate that, and also accelerating the phase out of coal. Essential to all of this is ensuring the finance is actually delivered. So how do we do that? And we're doing that together with Bloomberg Philanthropy and multiple partners on the ground in 34 countries, including here in Indonesia and a number of other countries in the region. A couple of examples. One is just here in Indonesia, helping the National Development Bank, PTSMI, to actually set up a platform whereby they can actually make the connections, bring in the finance that's needed for renewable energy, so that that can actually be channeled to where it needs to go. We know it's a challenge, so how do you actually bring that in, make that bankable projects, and deliver that finance? Another example is in the Philippines, right? One of the challenges we know on siting renewable energy or getting infrastructure for grids built is that there's often challenges between some of the developers and some of the local communities. And you want to resolve this in a way that actually ensures communities are brought along and are benefiting, not just pushed along. And this has delayed the development of renewable energy in many, many countries. So in the Philippines, we've got local partners who are working together with the developers of renewable energy, the financiers, the governments, the local communities, the indigenous peoples, to find approaches that actually can accelerate deployment of renewable energy and do so in a way that's environmentally and socially responsible. So multiple ways we're helping to sort of shift with philanthropy, helping to support countries as they shift their power sector. But that's not enough. A second area is really helping to reduce the demand for fossil fuels in key sectors. And one of the exciting opportunities here and in many other countries is electrification of transport. We've seen exponential growth of electric vehicles in many countries and regions, and this is an opportunity for Indonesia, for other countries to get onto this exponential growth curve and really benefit domestically from it. And in Indonesia, the finance ministry put in place a regulation where they were able to reduce, put in place special tax breaks for electric vehicles, for buses, two-wheelers, for cars. Use this to actually drive demand. The 5 to 10% reduction in price actually led to something like a 30% increase in electric cars year on year. And they graduated this in a way which actually supported local development, local manufacturing of the electric vehicles. So you have the benefits of the local jobs, the industry that can grow here and really support the economy, as well as the benefits of much cleaner air and electric vehicles that are affordable to people. We know that smog, the air pollution here in many, many cities, is killing millions of people each year. So being able to tackle both the air pollution challenge and build local communities is important. Similarly, we're doing work with clean cooling, with the extreme heat waves we're seeing around the world now. We know we need more cooling, and we want that, but it's actually going to lead to more electricity demand. So we've worked with manufacturers and others to prototype 5 times more efficient air conditioners that are affordable, and now working with the community to bring those to market and to scale quickly. So how do you leapfrog over the existing technology to something much more efficient? Then there's many other areas. But the final area that I'd like to highlight in terms of some of the support we and others are providing to governments to really tackle these challenges is really on the just transition. We know this cannot happen without finding ways to transition the communities, the workers, to benefit local communities as we go through this. And we're working with the IKEA Foundation and a number of partners here in Indonesia and South Africa, in Vietnam, to look at how to actually do this transition from a fossil fuel economy, from coal, from oil and gas, to something which will be much more sustainable, a more diverse economy, a much more rich economy as we go forward. And that includes a strong focus on how do you do this as well with critical minerals. We want and we need a sustainable supply of critical minerals to help the transition, and it must be done in a way that is environmentally and socially sustainable. So working again to support countries to actually deliver that.
Helen, thank you. So I've been a very generous, maybe too generous a moderator in giving people a chance to sort of put their perspective, and these are complex, if you will, if you will, dimensional views of how we unlock a transition. I'm going to be a bit tougher, okay, because I want to do another round with everybody, but I'm going to be asking people to really hold themselves to a couple of minutes each. And I've got one simple question, which is, we're at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, and it's 5 years from now. And we've made real progress. So all these complicated barriers, they're all true, right? Every single one of them, right? But we've made real progress, and we've surprised ourselves with how much progress. And that's an Indonesia story. We keep on making more progress than maybe people thought was possible 5 years ago. Look at the change. So we're 5 years from now. Where have we made the biggest progress, right? And what was the game changer that helped make that happen? Right. So if you wouldn't mind, kick us off, give us some energy, ambition, and a sense of, yes, we can do this, right? And there's no one better to do that than yourself, Pat Lahut. So kick us off. You've got 2 minutes to set the tone for this round of the panel.
Thank you, Jeremy. I think I mentioned earlier that we're going to announce soon about around 62 gigawatt renewable energy pipeline now. So that's one. Number two, if you look at now number EV in this country, last year only 12,000 production. With the new incentive that we provide, I think the BYD can go for the production up to 300,000 within this coming year. So then we have like 132 million of motorbike. We're going also to speed up to convert this to the EV. And this is, I think, the big program. And we going to have our own solar panel industry. So then no issue anymore about local content. So that's the reason also that our negotiation with Singapore moving very well. So then we can export now the energy, green energy to Singapore. But at the same time, we also look at our own interests.
Yep.
See, like I mentioned to you, within 8 years' time, you can see green EV production from Indonesia.
Yeah.
Because our hydropower construction going to be in place by 8 years from now. So in North Kalimantan, you can see maybe the aluminum green production, EV production, even to the petrochemical green production, because we're going to use the green energy. So that's, I think, the dreams. Then whether this is achievable or not, of course achievable. Because I believe we can establish collaboration, nothing we cannot do. We can do everything. So I'm pretty confident, like I mentioned to you before, when we promote the e-catalog about the digitalization in this country, anything we can do. So we can reduce low sulfur energy in this country, starting any times in this coming month. So this also can save energy a lot and save also the subsidy without disturbing the small, medium enterprises like a motorbike. So that's, I think, we should see the equilibrium of this. We are carefully to watch or to issue any policy could hurt the small, medium enterprises or the ordinary people. So that's, I think, about energy. But at the same time, Jeremy, we are lucky that we have 600 gigaton of carbon capture storage. You cannot go to zero emission without injecting the CO2 to this carbon capture storage area. And we have it in Indonesia a lot.
Yep.
That's the reason I said the green production in North Kalimantan, because the CO2 we can inject in that area. So yeah, Indonesia blessed by God. So we can do everything if you manage this well. And I believe the next government, the new administration, understand this fully. And we just keep going. I don't see any problem in this. Problem can be faced by the government of Indonesia. I'm pretty confident in this.
Amazing. Thank you for setting the tone. Whoa. That is the ambition, right, that we need to see. And if we saw that across the world, right, we would be not only tackling the climate challenge, but we'd be unlocking prosperity and the, if you will, the just transition that Helen was describing. Minister Lang, right, so you've got to actually now, this is not competitive, but it's a little bit competitive, right? Build on what Pak Luhut has offered us and share, for 5 years from now, some of the things that you've been hoping for are happening. Paint the picture.
I think that we're very excited and think in 5 years you can actually develop lots. And the key to making sure that we get the traction and also maintain the cadence and the momentum is through multiple Pathfinder projects. And whatever Pak Luhut talked about, I mean, he's going to develop, in fact, just now in the presentation up there, the video, they're going to produce something like 3,000 over gigawatts of clean energy. On top of that, there's geothermal. So with the multiple Pathfinder projects that we can work collectively together between Singapore, Indonesia, between the multiple countries within ASEAN itself, I think we have a very, very good pathway, very clear pathway towards achieving those goals in 5 years. So my vision in 5 years, we would have a very integrated, well-connected ASEAN power grid where the intermittence for solar renewable energy, wind renewable energy can be supplemented, complemented by a very advanced geothermal network, which Pak Luhut was talking about. Also, with base load supplied by the hydroelectric power from Sarawak, from North Borneo. And then you see that in times when there is no sunlight, when there's no wind, in other parts of Southeast Asia where you have abundant sunlight, wind, hydroelectric power, that can be complementary and supplementary. Then I think we would have arrived. It would be a very nice, clean, green, renewed ASEAN. Thank you.
Amazing. That's a brilliant vision. And it's a vision not just about the technicalities of an electricity grid. It's a vision about the cooperation between nations, right? And how we together can solve problems and open up opportunities. So thank you for that. So I want to stay in the optimism. We're 5 years from now, we're actually cracking this because we are building off these exponential changes. We are delivering our 62 gigawatts. We are cooperating because we can and we need to. Paint the picture 5 years from now from your point of view, where we're winning.
5 years from now, we'll be 1 year away from 2030, and we would be on track to meet the goals, the global goals that were agreed on last year in Dubai at COP28 to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency globally. This means that the 2/3 of the global population that's currently attracting a mere 15% of clean energy investments, that increases exponentially. And that we have all countries and all regions being part of the clean energy revolution. And this also means ensuring that persons, the 800 million persons globally who still lack access to electricity, have access to electricity. 5 years from now, I'm hoping that Minister Luhut realizes his vision and that Indonesia really fulfills its potential as a global and regional clean energy powerhouse, that it capitalizes on its strategic location, its rich endowment in clean energy, its highly skilled workforce, and its reputation for policy certainty. So my vision is twofold: a global vision where we are on target and countries catch up, but also for countries like Indonesia really to be powering not only their economies and regional economies, but also providing the clean energy technologies that are absolutely needed to power a new global economy as well.
So, and thank you. And I think that's more than just a vision, right? And we all have visions, right? But when we have visions with real plans, then we can actually deliver real change, right? And I actually think that we do have the plans. There are, in truth, some real challenges in getting those plans to happen. Ibu Nike, we're 5 years from now. Pertamina is a transformed company under your leadership, right? Describe in your own words what that company is doing for Indonesia and how it's at the heart of the transition. Close to the mic.
Yeah, thank you. Our vision for the next 5 years, Indonesia achieve the energy security and independency. So now we still import the fossil energy. So the next 5 years, we will able to shift the imported fossil energy to domestic green energy resources that also create the industrialization upstream and downstream that could increase the energy per capita of Indonesia. And as a form of commitment, Pertamina allocated the capex for the next 5 years is 15% for low carbon business and then another 15% for sustainable budget tagging as well as asset integrity to reduce the losses, the energy losses. So that's our vision as a state-owned enterprise. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And Helen, right, you have almost the final word in terms of it's 5 years from now.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Where have we won?
Thank you, Jeremy. And I can be brief because all of what others said, we want to see that the economies have made the transition or are making the transition, they're prospering from it, it's benefiting people, it's leading to jobs, industry, energy security, all of that. And I guess 3 things I'd add briefly to it. One, the finance sector is really coming behind and helping support that transition. We're not quite there yet. Still too much finance going to the old, to coal, to fossil fuels, not enough yet to renewables and clean. So one is the finance sector. 2 is the partnerships. And I think the partnerships with industry, with state level or provincial level governments, others, is going to be so essential. And we're seeing that happen. Kadin, the Chamber of Commerce here, is working with the really leading industries on moving forward to net zero. And then the third area is, again, that just transition, making sure we do this in a way that brings people, that brings communities along so they benefit from the transition is going to be essential. So that's the 3 pieces I'd add to the rest of the vision. Thank you.
Helen, thank you. So let me just summarize by saying it is very easy in this territory of climate and energy to get stuck with all the things that aren't quite right. Let's be very frank with ourselves. And the Secretary General, has been out in the Pacific and has been very clear about the fact that we are playing with fire, literally playing with fire, in the sense that we are so close to, if you will, crossing some key tipping points when it comes to our planetary operating system. Right, and we're not moving fast enough on the transition, even though the technology is there and in theory the finance is there. So we have a real challenge on our hands. But if I know one thing from the, 25 years that I've been working in this space, is that if we place in front of ourselves this sense of the opportunity that could be available and is available, right, not to just have visions, but to have concrete actions and plans. And I guess, Pak Luhut, you do exemplify for me someone who is always about projects, plans, delivery, implementation, enough words, more action. If we can actually embrace that spirit, all the things that have been described on the panel, right? The transformation of the energy system, the development of new industrial opportunities, embracing SMEs, right? Really embracing that SME sector, bringing on board, if you will, the 900 million people who don't have access to energy. And Indonesia is a very fortunate country in the sense that you do have 100% electrification, more or less. So if we can embrace the spirit of opportunity and practical, deliverable action on this panel, then there is a whole world of opportunity in front of us. And this energy transition can, I think, be an extraordinary extraordinary 5 years for the development of this country, the region, and a positive change in the world that benefits everybody. So thank you to the panel. Let me ask you to put your hands together to show your appreciation. And I hope we take that spirit of opportunity into the rest of the next 2 days. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And once again, please give a round of applause for our moderator and also panelists for our first panel session. I would like to invite to all the panelists, speakers, and also the moderator from our first panel discussion to please take a position on stage for a photo session. And to all the documentation team, we kindly request for you to please take a picture of this momentous occasion. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have just joined in a discussion for our first panel discussion with the topic of advancing energy transition in emerging economies. And I will help with the countdown. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to all panelists and also our moderator from our first session, and you may now return to your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024 still have a number of dialogues, panel discussions, and also keynote speeches lined up. We have just joined in and just concluded our first panel discussion regarding advancing energy transition in emerging economies, where it was mentioned that Indonesia is a critical country, especially in the effort of energy transition. But of course, it is also needed and also crucial for cooperation and also collaboration between nations. And of course, it was also shared and hopefully it was also transferred the optimism and also energy of the ambition of a cleaner and greener energy 5 years from now. And hopefully with this ISF 2024 and from the dialogues and also discussions and from the speeches as well, we can embrace the spirit, especially to fulfill our potential regarding the resources we have, whether it's the natural resources and also the manpower, to be able to commit to transition to clean and greener technology. And this is all done, of course, in ensuring that everyone still has the access to energy. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that was just the first dialogue session, our discussion session from our first panel discussion this morning on the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Please do stay with us at the plenary hall because we still have other plenary sessions and discussion sessions awaits. And in just a moment, we will also continue with our second panel session this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we request for you to please kindly take a seat as we will soon resume our program at the ISF 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now resume our program for the first day of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Therefore, once again, we kindly request for you to take a seat once again as we will continue with our second panel discussion this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin our second panel discussion on unlocking energy storage solutions. Therefore, once again, we kindly request for you to take a seat, for we will resume our first day program of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter our second panel discussion regarding unlocking energy storage solutions, the vital role of critical minerals. Therefore, let's welcome our moderator, Daniel Packthid, a senior partner with more than 25 years at McKinsey & Company. Daniel is a member of McKinsey's board and leads sustainability. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Daniel Packthid.
Good morning. I'm wondering if we should wait a little bit, if we should get started with the panel. But I'm gonna start by calling my panelists who are going to join us on this amazing panel, and we'll do a few more introductions afterwards. So I'm going to ask Jörg Teichmann, Bernardus Irmanto, Oscar Luo, Daniele Martin, and Jane Cohen to please join me on stage. Well, my dear panelists, thank you for being here. As per the introduction, I just want to say a few words before we get started. And as McKinsey & Company, it's a real privilege to be here and to be the exclusive knowledge partner for the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. And as we heard earlier today also from the President, we as a firm are extremely excited about the role of Indonesia and the role of Indonesia in the energy transition. And as we were preparing for this panel, we all realized that getting to the destination is going to require real navigation, and there are choppy waters and there are headwinds, there are tailwinds. But there was a real level of excitement about the role that Indonesia will play and can play. The topic for this panel is really all around unlocking, if you want, the full potential of energy storage and on batteries through critical minerals in Indonesia and the role that Indonesia can play. So let me quickly introduce my fellow panelists here. So we're gonna go this way. So Oscar Luo is basically deputy head of CATL, which is one of the leading energy storage and battery company. Oscar is based in China. He's overseeing a lot of the investments outside of China and has basically 25 years of experience in this field. So Oscar, thank you for being with us. I would then go to Bernardus Irmanto, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Vale Indonesia. Vale has been present in Indonesia, I think, for more than 50 years. You also have played different roles in the organization and play a very active role in also shaping the role that Vale plays for the energy transition in Indonesia. I will then go to Danielle Martin, who is the co-CEO and director of the International Council on Mining and Metals. And to some extent, I think more than 30, company members, but also playing a really active role in across the mining players, the mining industry, on ensuring that the ESG standards are being followed, and then that there's really a kind of a sustainability and inclusive transition. I'm then going to Jane Cohen. Jane is a senior program manager at the International Energy Agency, and has spent a lot of her career also on looking at the role that the mining industry and the mining value chain plays on the energy transition. And then finally here at the end, Jörg Teichmann. Jörg is the Chief Purchasing Officer at PowerCo. PowerCo is a battery company under the Volkswagen umbrella. And Jörg also has 20 plus years of experience in this end-to-end EV value chain. And so very thrilled to have a lot of experiences here across this panel. I would love to start, Pa Anto, with a bit Indonesia. And we heard from the president this morning about the ambition for Indonesia in this energy transition. Tell us a bit more about the role that critical mining elements will play in this transition.
So thank you, Daniel. I'm happy to be here in front of all of you. I think Indonesia has been recognized as home of, large deposit of critical minerals. I think we are home of largest nickel deposit. I think third largest cobalt, second largest tin, seventh largest copper, sixth largest bauxite. So we have significant resources of critical minerals that can play significant role as well in energy transition. President Jokowi this morning mentioned about, in anticipating or responding to energy transition and considering the position of Indonesia as large, like a home of significant resources of critical mineral, I think we also need to pay attention to the economic growth as well, right? So it is an interesting opportunity. It's an interesting time for Indonesia as well. However, one thing that I want to emphasize as well is that, having the large resources of critical mineral is a blessing for Indonesia.
Yeah.
However, how we can develop the critical mineral is important.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if we're not really developing that properly, it can be a curse.
Yeah.
And so we have to basically balance between the opportunity as well and also the risk of developing it. But overall, it is a very interesting moment for us, and Indonesia can really play an important role in energy transition.
Wonderful. Thank you. Oscar, perhaps to come back to you here on, what trends do you see in energy storage demand for both power and transport decarbonization?
Okay. So first of all, I would say it's also my privilege to join this call, and thank you, Daniel, for the question. I think I'm coming from battery industry, and I think battery will play a critical role in this energy transformation. So what happened in past decades, the technology improvements, a lot of innovation in this industry has accelerated this transformation. So I want to encouraging people looking back the history. So if we compare with what we are experiencing now with the first two energy revolution, which is the first one is triggered by the steam engine and coal starting in UK around 200 years ago. The second is triggered by the combustion engine and oil industry. So those technologies still underpin the world economic we are having today. I think for battery industry, together with the renewable, we are playing a similar role as the oil coal versus together with the combustion engine. So the renewable energy, taking solar and wind as example, is featuring with some of the misalignment of in timing and the location between the demand and the resources. So I think the battery industry will play a critical role here to accelerate the transformation by providing not just storage, energy storage, but also providing something like frequency modification. And so I think this is the battery. So what we experienced in the past decades, the battery industry developed a lot in terms of the cost, safety, energy density. So I think those features have been play a critical role here. Not just in energy storage, but also in the EV business. So CATL contribute a lot in the battery innovation. So if you look at 10 years ago, a EV can only have a driving range of 100 kilometers. So there's a new word created like it's called range anxiety, right? So 10 years later, by today, like CATL just launched a new battery called Qilin battery that is have a 1,000 kilometers driving range and achieve 5C super fast charging. With those improvement that we provide the customer a pleasure of driving electrified vehicles. So this is how we see the battery can play in this energy transformation.
Thank you, Oscar. Jörg, perhaps stay a little bit on the technology. What should we expect in the next 10 years in terms of, technology innovations on energy storage?
Thank you for the question. What we see is we have a lot of companies, they have different technologies. And when you scale up an industry, when you will scale up a business, then you need speed, and then you need volume, you need the right demand, and then you need reduce the complexity. It means we will see a lot of technologies, but not all the technology will win this race. That means some technologies are over-engineered, some technologies are never fits the customer issues and so on. And then we find out we have the best technology, we can use it in all. Let me make an example. When you can use a cell site and a module in a car, why you cannot use it in energy storage? That's bring you scale, that's reduce the complexity, that's save your investment. You can use it dual or 3 times. And this is one of the key issues in the technology, to find the right way. When we was in the beginning of the car industry, we see a lot of technology and so on. When you see in the end, we have some standards. Standardization is one key. Complexity is waste of money, waste of time, waste of resources. So, and also the whole loop, a closed loop with recycling, and is driven by responsibility for our planet, for our ESG compliance, is also one key driver of this. And I think 20 years before in the past, we develop a product, and then we see the market like it or not. Now the challenge is bigger than this. To develop a product is one. To see it in a complex infrastructure is the next one. Dual use and so on. And this will drive the technology. It's an open field, and we're sitting on the breakfast on this technology, and we will see what comes on next.
We'll talk more about this during our discussion here, that, this is really the collaboration across the whole value chain has to work, and I think it changes what each step of the value chain does. Danielle, perhaps going to you, key challenges in driving sustainability in kind of critical mining, critical mining elements,
Yeah, thank you. And hi, everyone. Also really pleased to be here in Indonesia from the International Council on Mining Metals. Just wanted to say a quick word about us before I go into the question, because it helps to set the context as I zoom out a little bit more on this issue of key challenges driving sustainability. ICMM was established about more than 20 years ago for the sole purpose of thinking about sustainable development challenges regarding mining. It's an organisation that is led by the CEOs of the companies that are members of ours, of which several are here in Indonesia, and so we absolutely recognise the critical role of Indonesia with regards to critical minerals and the energy transition. But it also represents mining across more than 50 countries and about 650 mine sites. So I just wanted to provide that background to then zoom out a little bit more on this issue of key challenges driving sustainability in mining and the supply chain from our perspective. And certainly there's no doubt that the fundamentals of ESG and being able to apply consistent performance against better practice across the mining sector, that is the small, the medium and the large companies, and in different geographies, different operating contexts, remains a real challenge. So the fundamentals remain a challenge for the sector. That is ensuring people go home safely at the end of their shift every day, eradicating bullying, harassment and discrimination from within workplaces, obviously protecting nature, and I'm just delighted to be sitting amongst the nature here in this room, but also acknowledging our legacy issues and remedying our past harms to people and the planet, which of course leads into the need to respect the rights of local communities and Indigenous peoples, and certainly seeking their meaningful participation in the development of mining projects and supply chain activities, particularly those that affect them. And then, of course, there's the importance of companies disclosing contracts with governments and the taxes and the royalties that they pay to governments, of course, bringing in that transparency and accountability for activities and for performance. So these are, in my opinion, the key challenges still driving sustainability in mining and the mining supply chain. Now, that talks about responsibilities for companies, and there is no doubt that there is a role for governments, of course. They need sensible and effective and accountable ways of being able to judge the merits of mining projects and weighing up competing views. For companies to have the skills and the capabilities and the rigorous processes by which to understand the technical and the intangible impacts of their activities. And then, of course, for stakeholders, rights holders and others to contribute to really good decision-making about if and how mineral resources should be developed. Good performance, high standards, transparency, all essential, but also so is trust. So trust that society has in the mining sector all the way along, to be able to mine responsibly. And unfortunately, I know only too well, working for the International Council on Mining and Metals, society's trust in mining worldwide is very low, and something we really need to work hard to improve if we're going to be able to fulfil the role that society needs us to fulfil in the energy transition. Just wanted to then fast forward, to not talk for too long, on one initiative that I think is worth talking about here in this forum, that I think will go a long way to addressing the inconsistent performance issues we have in the sector and some of the trust deficits that we have. And that is around consolidating essentially what is a plethora of performance standards around ES&G in the sector. And so I'm sure you all out there as stakeholders have come across the different standards, and it makes it very difficult to understand how companies are performing against the standards. You know, which one is the best one, which one is leading practice, which one is the real indicator of good company performance. So one of the efforts that's underway right at the moment is one between ICMM, my organisation, the Copper Mark, the World Gold Council and the Mining Association of Canada to bring at least 4 of those international responsible mining standards together into one. It'll be the one standard and it'll have a multi-stakeholder oversight system. Now, I think this has the potential to really significantly improve performance, ESG performance, and contribute to trust. And the reason that being is that what it will do is enable the thousands of mining companies globally who currently don't follow any voluntary code of good practice to do so, and thus minimising the risk of harm to people and the planet from those irresponsible practices. So I'll stop there, but just to say, you know, there's a whole lot of innovation we need to do in kind of the technical and in the environmental. There's a lot of innovation we need to do in society, and I think something like this consolidated global standard could go a long way to really optimising what we want and expect out of the energy transition.
Thank you. Thank you. Jane, I want to go to you, and I know you spend a lot of time thinking about policymakers, and perhaps a two-part question. We talked, as we prepared for this, we talked a lot about the word affordability, and how do policymakers, you know, think about that, and how to make this transition kind of affordable when it comes to mining, and then how to also think about the social impact of mining, again, from a policymaker perspective, and also from the work you did at the IEA. Yeah.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Is this on? Can you hear me?
It is
okay,
on.
Great.
It is on.
Thank you for the question, Daniel. And let me just give my thanks also to the coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment for hosting us all here and for putting together this very important program. As we all know, critical minerals really underlie, quite literally, the clean energy transition. And my agency, the International Energy Agency, estimates that in order to reach our clean energy goals, critical mineral demand will triple by 2030 and quadruple by 2040. And today, it's already an almost $400 billion industry. So as we can see, there is a lot of potential in critical mineral mining to bring people out of poverty, to enhance social and economic development. There is really an opportunity here that we need to capitalize on. However, as many of us know, mining is often associated with human rights abuses, with environmental degradation. As Daniel mentioned, I've spent a lot of time working on mining. I've spent a lot of time in mining sites, and it can be very, very distressing. A lot of issues that we all have talked about, but it's one thing to talk about it in a big conference room. It's another thing to be, standing in a mining site next to children who are dropping down into mines. It is really something that, as our global community, we need to take very seriously. And there's no reason for us to think that just because critical mineral mining is going towards a clean energy transition, that it will inherently be a more socially just and a more responsible sector. That is something that we need to do collectively in order to see that through. And so the very first thing that I want to mention is really collaboration and engagement with stakeholders who are impacted. So stakeholders who are living on land where critical minerals are, who are working in mine sites to mine critical minerals, communities that are basing their economies around critical mineral mining. Having those communities, those workers, those community leaders at the table for any policy discussion is really, really essential. And one of the reasons for that is this is actually a very complex problem. The answer is not just change your practices and the problem is solved. Because there's deep economic reasons, there's cultural reasons, there's societal reasons that we have these kinds of mining practices. So it really is going to take deep engagement in a lot of different a lot of different ways to come about to a much stronger, and more just way to move forward in critical mineral mining. So we need to have a real policy framework on the international level, on the national level, and really on the local level in order to see the kinds of changes that are necessary for critical mineral mining to be done in a way that we as policymakers and people who care about our clean energy transition, that we can feel not only good about but proud of, that critical mineral mining is actually enhancing people's lives and it's doing it in a way that doesn't put their health and their safety at risk.
Thank you, Jane. I want to take us almost back to Indonesia for a moment, and you know, one of the reasons I think we as a firm are very excited about the role that Indonesia plays in the transition is, of course, it's the role of mining and this end-to-end value chain around critical mining and batteries. It's nature-based solution, of course. It's also the progress that's being made on green energy. But if we go back to the potential on critical mining, I mean, what really is required for Indonesia to capture the full potential on mining? Pak Anto, I mean, tell us a little bit your views on what are a bit the unlocks that we need to go after here.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. As I mentioned before, that Indonesia is home of significant resources of critical mineral, right? There's no doubt about that. I think the question is, as you mentioned, is how to unlock the potential, how to develop them. And in the morning, we also heard from the presidents, from Pak Luhut as well. There are a couple of things that we need to consider when we are talking about developing critical mineral, right? So in Indonesia, for example, just taking nickel as an example, the Spiti Valley, Indonesia is nickel mining company. You know, we do need partner, right? So we can mine. We understand how to mine sustainably. When it comes to technology, that we need to have technology partner. Like it or not, we have to admit that Indonesia, for example, at this point of time, we depend on Chinese technology for processing, right? That's one thing. We also need to secure the demand, right? So in evaluating a project, for example, developing a critical mineral nickel as an example, and then we have to understand as well the market dynamics and you know, to extent possible, we need to secure the demand. So we need to talk to potentially the end users. Right? So in one of our projects in Pomala, we actually secured a partnership with Ford, for example. So that's an important thing. I think, you know, we also need to have social license, as we discussed, right? So it is impossible for us to develop a project without the blessing from the community. And we need to have the blessing from the government as well. And as all of us know that in order to develop critical mineral project, it is high capital intensity project. So we need to have access to funding. So we need to talk to the bank. So one common theme when we talk to different stakeholders is sustainability, right? So it is a common theme. You know, whenever we talk to the partner, one of the partners, Ford, you know, we talk about like how sustainable your mining is. Can you bring sustainable ore to the operation?
Yeah.
And they require us, Spiti Valley, for example, can you actually be IRMA certified, right? At least to start the assessment 6 months after the mining operation commences. Right? So that discussion is happening. When we talk about to the bank, for example, the same discussion happening again, right? So especially when you're aiming for the project financing. So they are talking about, well, you know, I want to do environmental and social due diligence so that I'm confident enough that this project is going to be sustainable, right? Talking to the community, I mean, you know, working in a mining industry for 20 years plus, I've been witnessing myself, you know, the ups and downs in our relationship with the community. If we cannot secure the social license, forget about development. And we need to prepare for that well ahead of the development itself. If not, then you're going to experience, you know, blockage, protests at front of your gate, and that would potentially add 20-30% of your cost easily, right? So the sustainability can be limiting factors,
Yeah.
but at the same time can be opportunity as well. And for PD Valley and valleys as a whole, I think it's an opportunity for us. I'm not saying that we're perfect, but at least from what I've been experiencing so far, talking to the partners, they're coming to us confidence enough to engage us in a partnership to develop the critical mineral, particularly nickel, because of our practices. Right? So ESG for us is a differentiator. Definitely, it's not a jargon, it's not like a buzzword, but it's something that's becoming part of our DNA. Again, I'm not saying that we are perfect, but we are really committed to improve ourselves. I understand as well that, like at this point of time, there are a lot of discussion about the quality of nickel. I mean, I'm trying to avoid talking about dirty nickel, but okay, there's a criticism about nickel coming out from Indonesia. And we have to acknowledge that as a country, not all of the industry players are perfect.
Yeah.
But nickel industry is wide spectrum, right? So you can find a good one, you can find not so good one. But we, PD Valley, try to position ourselves, to be the leaders in this landscape. And that alone, I believe, will open up business opportunity to develop the critical mineral. I think from the country point of view, we have been seeing that Indonesia has been building high value industrial base by implementing a downstreaming policy. We have been seeing significant progress made by the country, right? So if you look at the economic indicators, the investment flow to the country, nickel production in the last couple of years, the increase of the export, the impact of that into the regional economy, I think we can see significant improvement.
Yeah.
But several things that I think is important to note, right? One is that I think we need to understand really the value-added chains of critical minerals and the economic feasibility of it before we're talking about developing it, right? Or before we actually implementing, value-enhancing policy. I think different critical mineral will have different value chains, and different stages of development will have different economic values. So, solid understanding of it is critical. I think second thing is, Indonesia has been showing as well that the blend of fiscal, non-fiscal incentive to develop the critical mineral, combined with, harmonization or synchronization of the policy and regulation is also helping. And third one is really, how the country, Indonesia, or the company operating in Indonesia can work together, establish partnership with, companies in other country to actually secure the supply. Because what supply and demand, because what we do want to have as well as a company, for example, we're building something not knowing, the demand risk, and then, at the end, it's not going to be a good development project. But just to emphasize that when we actually try to reach out to potential partner, different country, as we know, then the discussion of sustainability coming back again.
Yeah.
Right? So it is something that we cannot avoid. And for PD Valley, I think there are a couple of issues that has been mentioned before. One is deforestation, biodiversity, decarbonization, social, water quality. So those are, several things that always on the table when we talk about that.
Yeah.
When we talk about potential partnership, when we talk about, to the community and other things. So I think the commitment and the intention from the industry players required.
Yeah.
Just to probably just provide quick example for PD Valley, for example, deforestation, like it or not, we have to admit that the mining company will cut trees. It is unavoidable. However, how we can actually do the progressive reclamation, try to minimize the open area, exposed area, the footprint, I think it's important. PD Valley so far has been reclaimed 67% of what we open for mining activities. However, we also talk about doing rehabilitation outside of the concession area. So far PD Valley has rehabilitated almost 3 times what we have open. So when we talk about positive impact, net positive impact, it is possible.
Yeah.
So we open so far, this much, but we actually rehabilitating 3 times of we have open.
Yeah.
I think biodiversity is not a complex issue that we have to address as well.
Yeah.
So, when we are doing mine planning, for example, I think the effort to identify specific species from the area that we are going to mine and try to basically grow the seeds of that particular species to be used for the rehabilitation program,
Yeah.
I think it's important. We spend significant amount of time and effort for that. And also, when we talk about, like water quality, this is something that if you read or watch publication probably last year, recent years, about the, we call it Laut Merah in Indonesia, is when you see Red Sea in Sulawesi, because, unresponsible mining practices. I think it's important to note that as well that, significant amount of time that we are spending before doing mining is really identifying the potential waterways from the mining,
Yeah.
and how to treat that before releasing to the water body.
Yeah.
I think it's important. So in one of our operation, we are operating close to the Matano Lake. It's one of the ancient lake, one of the deepest lake, actually one of the deepest lake in the world. So one of the testimonies, like operating 50 plus years in that area, and the water quality of Matano Lake, which is better in terms of TSS, total suspended solid, compared to the water drinking bottle. I think it's a testament of how committed we are to that.
Yeah.
I think, decarbonization, for sure, it is a complex issue. We are operating now 3 hydro plants in our operation, 365 megawatt. 4 our furnaces actually fueled 100% by hydro plant. That's one thing. And social, I think human rights issue is something that's critical for us. So I think, those are the things that need to be really carefully watched out from the industry point of view, as well as from the country point of view.
Yeah. Thank you, Banto. Thank you. I want to go back to the unlock point that you made a bit earlier on technology. And Jörg, perhaps starting with you, and then Oscar will come to you. What is a bit your view on the technology unlocks that are going to be required here, both on the mining side, on that value chain, to really deliver against the opportunity and the potential in Indonesia?
Yeah, let me say the technology must be fits in the whole supply chain. No? You cannot have one leader in the supply chain and he have the best technology, and the rest of the supply chain can't move with this technology. And I think we must have the supply chain like a concert in one tact. No? We will see that they work together, and we find a lot of challenges about this. No? I don't talk about geopolitics at the moment. There was one challenge you must handle this. No? One is also very clear is we see the growth. I am very optimistic to see a growth, but the growth will go up and down, but in the end we have a growth. But this is the next challenge. What I see is to finance all this. No? When you have ups and downs, all the investors, the private investors and the institutional investors all need trust to give the money in this business, to spend money in this business, and so on. No? And then the next one, what I see is the technology must help the solution.
Yeah.
Not all the small companies must help the whole solution, must help the industry, must help the whole transformation. No? And the transformation must be in the whole supply chain. So we believe as PowerCo, we produce cells, but it's not the key. The key is produce cells. You can make it in a plant overall in the world, but you must understand the whole supply chain. How does it fit? What's the connecting point to each other? What's the partners for the future? And what means long-term partnership over all these points what I add. Nah? The mindset from the customer to the energy grid, to the car, to the ESS storage, the mindset of the battery maker, the mindset of the conversion maker, chemistry industry, and then we end in the mining industry. Nah? And we hear perfect examples that the mindset is there, and Indonesia will go in a leading position to this, We see it, Sustainability Forum 2, and in this size, I think this is unbelievable to see this. No? So, and then we come also to my key points. The fundament of all what we do is sustainability. No? We see it in all the ESG points we expected, and we say it can be the diversification, yes, but I think it's a must, and it's a fundament of all what we do. No? Finance investors like a fundament, trust, and they like be sustainability, transparent, human rights, and save the environmental. No? Technology can follow us, and all our customers will love it. They like it, and they will also be inspired, and they will be also motivated to have products to help all chains in the supply. No?
Yeah.
So make all successful from the customer to the beginning to the end of the mine. Our children will help, and our children will say, thank you for that. We make now the decisions, and that's the motivation for me.
Thank you, Jörg.
Yeah.
Oscar, going to you a little bit with your experience with your CATL hat on. How do you meet that total demand that is pretty sizable, and you have presence in a lot of different countries? But then also, how do you address these unlocks that we just talked about, right, across the value chain?
Okay. Yes, let me answer this question from a battery manufacturer perspective. So, yes, the demand is growing very fast. As with what we are doing today, it is organized by government. This is sustainability forum. We can see the government all over the world made commitments on carbon neutrality, on sustainability, and also with the fast growing of technologies in renewable energy. All those factors driven a huge demand growth in like ESS, battery energy storage demand. So that demand is growing very fast. So we get a research that in the first half of 2024, the ESS shipment reached to 130 gigawatt. That is translate to 35% of year-on-year growth. So this is a huge growth. So what we can do is we try to satisfy customer demand by partnership, by innovation of the products, by improve the safety standard. So even though CATL started the international business quite recently, we already built a lot of strategic partnership with companies and government all over the world, in US, in UK, in Australia, definitely in the future with this region. This is what we commit to do. We want to cooperate with our partners in 4 directions. So these 4 directions are, first is the storage of renewable energy because of the misalignment of energy, the demand and source of new renewable energy. Second is grid enhancing service. So we try to solve this problem. Third is we want to invest in the energy storage for intelligent charging station. Then we'll also look at other innovative electrification scenarios. So by the innovation of the products, early this year we launched a system called Tianheng. This is a ESS storage. That storage featuring by say 5 years, 5 years zero attenuation, and life cycle about 15,000 charging, and also the energy density increased by 30%, and reduce the station space by 20%. So this is what we want to solve the problem by innovation in the products. Lastly, I think we want to increase the safety standard of this industry. So in CATL, we build a simulation, a safety simulation platform to simulate the safety environment of what the power grid will use. A different scenario, the power grid will use those batteries to. So we also develop some intelligent detection systems so that CATL can monitoring the battery all the time. Also on the product quality, we kind of reduce our defect rates from ppm level to ppb level.
Yeah.
So to summarize, we try to do our best to meet the market demand by partnership, by innovation, and by high safety standard. So our efforts have been recognized by our customers. So I think in 2023 we get something like 40% of the market share in the ESS. This is the third consecutive years, and we will continue to do that to provide the best service to our customer. Yeah.
Very good, thank you. Jane, perhaps going to you on this topic of collaboration, and I think we'll have with Danielle at the end, but your reflections. I mean, like we've heard a bit the unlocks required for Indonesia, the technology providers, what they could do. If you take a bit the policymaker view and also the long-term view, what are your reflections?
Well, I think there's a lot of good news here in that with critical mineral mining, again, we see a huge industry that's mostly concentrated. The critical minerals themselves are mostly concentrated in emerging and developing economies, which means that as we're transitioning into clean energy, there's a real opportunity to develop industries in these economies that can really help sort of develop and ensure that emerging and developing economies are really getting the benefits of the transition to clean energy. But to your point, Daniel, it really will take a lot of collaboration. And again, it's collaboration at the international level. I mean, this is what Danielle has been referring to with, I think, the standardization of standards, let's say, to put it unelegantly, and also the expectations. I think it's really important that we sort of move those expectations, and that has to be done kind of collaboratively. Then at the national level, there has to be training. We really need to see, the formalization of a lot of these mines, and for that, there has to be training. There has to be coordination with many different sectors, from education to health. We really have to see a concerted effort to put the pieces in place that could formalize the sector and can also address some of the economic issues that lead to a lot of this when it is illegal mining. And there has to be a lot of collaboration with industry itself that really wants to see the change. I think it's really important that industry, of course, working with government and other partners, really drives this change. And if we can get there, we will have unlocked, I think, huge opportunity for our communities and our countries that really need it the most.
Fantastic. Danielle, I want to perhaps end with you on also a bit this question of the unlock, and again, if you take what needs to happen across the critical mining kind of value chain. Yeah,
thanks, Daniel. Many of the things that I would suggest have been mentioned, but I would like to just, I guess, touch on this point about collaboration. We've said it a lot already, and it's obviously collaboration at all of the different levels. I mentioned earlier about the consolidated standard that's been worked on. One of the key features of it is that it is multi-stakeholder in its development, in its governance, and in the oversight, the assurance process. And I feel like we need to replicate that across everything, understanding how critical critical minerals are for the energy transition and the impact on all of us, then this multi-stakeholder collaboration on solutions is obviously critical. But I did also then just want to hone very much in on one area where I do think it's not the natural area that comes into your mind when you think about innovations in mining. But I think we do need to innovate in how we enable more equitable participation of affected and host communities in mining projects and activities that affect them. If we think about the fact that I think it's true to say that more than 50% of the world's supply of critical minerals are located on or near Indigenous peoples' lands. So it's incredibly important for us to face up to and address some of the complexities around how we manage impacts on Indigenous peoples and local communities, and weigh that up against the need to extract these critical minerals. And in some cases, maybe we will decide that the risks to people or planet are too great, and therefore that the mining shouldn't happen. Because certainly we know that mining, even of critical minerals for the energy transition, it should not happen at any cost. So how we dial down collaboratively the negative implications, and how we then enable what the vast possibilities are out of this. And not only just the energy transition, clearly that's a vast opportunity in itself, but also the opportunity for better collaboration, better multi-stakeholder input into activities like mining, particularly mining of critical minerals that are so fundamentally important to society.
Thank you. In the preparation, we were talking about our level of optimism on this transition, and I just thought the conversation was very energizing. The time I spent across industry sectors with leadership teams and boards, the question is really, how do you navigate the choppy waters of the transition? How do you win the transition? And also, one of the things we talked about is, let's perhaps spend less time debating if it's 2050 or 2060. Let's actually see what kind of rate of change progress we can make. And frankly, this conversation and also the role that Indonesia can play, I think lots of good ideas here. But please join me in welcoming in thanking our fantastic panel for this great conversation. So thank you very much.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our moderator and also our panelists. And we kindly invite you to please kindly take a position up on stage, to all panelists and also moderator, for we will first continue with a photo session of our second panel discussion on the first day of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And to the documentation team, please prepare yourself as I will begin the countdown for the first picture. In 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and you may now return to your seats. Please give another round of applause for our moderator and also our panelists, speakers for our second plenary discussion session regarding unlocking energy storage solutions, the vital role of critical minerals. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will listen to a keynote speech which will be delivered by His Excellency Mr. Rosan Ruslani, the Minister of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, on the importance of collaborative partnership in fighting climate change. Once again, please give a round of applause in welcoming Bapak Rosan Ruslani to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and definitely privilege to address in this esteemed forum. Maximizing renewable energy opportunity for the developing nation is very timely. I argue that Indonesia and indeed all the developing nation has the vast ability to use renewable energy to promote sustainable growth. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, global addition to renewable energy capacity increased an estimated 36% to reach 536 gigawatts. Global investment in renewable power and fuel reached a new record high of $623 billion or 8.1% increase year on year. Regional development in renewable remain highly unequal. Technological advances and investment occurred mainly in China, the EU, and the United States. China kept leading renewable energy investment inflow, accounting for 44% of the total, followed by Europe 21% and the United States 15%. Latin America, Africa, and Asia, excluding China, represented only 18% of total addition despite representing over 2/3 of the global population. Developing nations such as Indonesia frequently encounter distinct challenges when shifting towards renewable energy. Common obstacles include inadequate infrastructure, substantial initial investment requirement, and barriers to obtain financing. In 2022, the cost of capital for onshore, what in low-income countries, was 6.5% higher than in the high-income countries. Cost of capital tends to be higher in developing countries because of concern about the rule of law, currency of fluctuation, and convertibility. Ladies and gentlemen, despite these challenges, renewable energy offers much bigger opportunities. Developing nations possess vast untapped renewable resources. For example, Indonesia is home to various renewable resources with a potential capacity of 3,700 gigawatts, but only less than 1% has been harnessed so far. The International Energy Agency estimates by 2040, the share of renewable energy in power generation in Southeast Asia has almost tripled from today's level, reaching 70%, driven largely by the solar and wind energy. Indonesia roadmap to net zero emission 2060 envision no new coal power plant project after those currently under construction, and the phase out of unabated coal-fired power plant by 2050. Even though currently we have 2 or 3 on the pipeline to be terminated very soon. As of 2023, we have reached 13% of renewable in energy mix due to several major projects supported by both national and international investors. For instance, this 330 megawatt Sarola geothermal power plant in North Sumatra, one of the largest in the world, built in a cooperation with the US and Japan. Last month, we have inaugurated the 100 megawatts Tata Jabar Sejahtera solar power plant in West Java, the largest ground-mounted solar plant in this country, in partnership with China. Indonesian government continue to improve legal certainty, to lower cost of investment, and to increase competitiveness. We implemented a new tariff structure of renewable energy negotiated between the IPPs and our state-owned companies PLN based on more competitive selling price formula. The tariff varies according to renewable technology and location. Honorable guests, global community share common challenges such as climate change, poverty, and inequality. Developing nations are striving to higher economic growth, compelling to attract foreign direct investment while decarbonizing the economy. Green policy, like the EU carbon pricing and the US Inflation Reduction Act, carry multiple opportunities such as boosting sustainable investment, innovation and technology, and global trading. However, this policy also carry multiple potential risks, including deglobalization. To fellow developing nations, it is imperative that we build a resilient energy system that can support our economic growth while safeguarding our environment. By sharing best practice and fostering regional cooperation, we can accelerate our collective progress. Government and industry also need to be more agile and adaptive to dynamic geoeconomic situation. To our global partners, developed nation, financial institutions, and investors, it takes collective commitment and effort to tackle common challenges, support developing countries with green investment and funding, trade and market access, supply chain integration, technology transfer, also research and development, to unlock the full potential of renewable energy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to reiterate Indonesia's commitment to leading by examples in renewable energy sectors. We believe that by collaborative efforts across borders and sectors, we can turn challenges into opportunities. We are ready to work together in maximizing renewable energy opportunities. I thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Rosan Ruslani, for the insightful keynote speech for us today, this afternoon at ISF 2024. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Bapak Rosan Ruslani. And now, next, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. And I'd like to inform you that we will continue and reconvene at 12:30 p.m. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, next we will take a break for lunch this afternoon, and we will reconvene and also continue our program for the first day of the ISF 2024 at 12:30 p.m. And we'd like to also inform you that for the coffee break is served in the Cendrawasih pre-function room, and for the coffee break and lunch is also served at the mezzanine floor. And for the lower level, the lunch is served at Warung Nusantara, and for the coffee break and lunch is served at the pre-function area, and you can also help yourself for a coffee break at the Summit Lounge. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our program at 12:30 p.m. here at the plenary hall. Therefore, we kindly request your presence at 12:30 p.m. and we wish you a wonderful and enjoyable lunch. Thank you.
PD Valley, Indonesia, with the best local talents. Learn together, transform together, contributing to nickel downstreaming in Indonesia, and actively contributing towards global energy transition. There's no future without mining, and there will be no mining without thinking about the future.
Di Desa Energi Berdikari, kekuatan energi angin, surya, dan mikrohidro dapat mengalirkan energi baru terbarukan.
Sekarang luar dan lingkungan terus.
Limbah ternak dan sampah organik bisa diolah untuk kesejahteraan warga. Kini puluhan desa telah tumbuh berdikari, ribuan keluarga terbantu secara ekonomi, bersama berkontribusi menekan emisi. Pertamina, energizing you.
We create renewable and sustainable solutions to tackle some of the greatest challenges facing our planet. Our bio-based products replace plastics. Our alternative sources of energy reduce carbon emissions. And our eco-friendly materials enable our customers to manufacture sustainable, recyclable, and biodegradable products used by billions of people every day. Because we believe that while we produce, we can also protect. We're committed to conserving 1 hectare of natural forest for every hectare of plantation we manage, and serving as a steward to rehabilitate the world's most precious natural ecosystems. The bioeconomy starts here. RGE.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Together, we need to diversify our energy mix for energy that is ever more affordable, cleaner, more reliable, and accessible to as many people as possible.
In Bank Mandiri, we are already one step forward, pioneering Indonesia's transition to low-carbon economy by pursuing net zero emissions on operational by 2030. Let's put our hands together to create a brighter future.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to please re-enter the plenary hall, for we will continue the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum this afternoon. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, we will continue our program for the first day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. We invite you to please re-enter the plenary hall and kindly take a seat. Thank you.
PD Valley, Indonesia, with the best local talents. Learn together, transform together, contributing to nickel downstreaming in Indonesia, and actively contributing towards global energy transition. There's no future without mining, and there will be no mining without thinking about the future.
Di Desa Energi Berdikari, kekuatan energi angin, surya, dan mikrohidro dapat mengalirkan energi baru terbarukan.
Sekarang rumah dan lingkungan terang.
Limbah ternak dan sampah organik bisa diolah untuk kesejahteraan warga. Kini puluhan desa telah tumbuh berdikari, ribuan keluarga terbantu secara ekonomi, bersama berkontribusi menekan emisi. Pertamina, energizing you.
We create renewable and sustainable solutions to tackle some of the greatest challenges facing our planet. Our bio-based products replace plastics. Our alternative sources of energy reduce carbon emissions. And our eco-friendly materials enable our customers to manufacture sustainable, recyclable, and biodegradable products used by billions of people every day. Because we believe that while we produce, we can also protect. We're committed to conserving 1 hectare of natural forest for every hectare of plantation we manage, and serving as a steward to rehabilitate the world's most precious natural ecosystems. The bioeconomy starts here. RGE.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage.
We'll do it because we owe it to the ones who come next. And to achieve this, we cannot do this alone. We'll collaborate with partners from beyond the energy sector. Together, we will enable transformation towards a better society.
Together, we need to diversify our energy mix for energy that is ever more affordable, cleaner, more reliable, and accessible to as many people as possible.
In Bank Mandiri, we are already 1 step forward, pioneering Indonesia's transition to low-carbon economy by pursuing net zero emissions on operational by 2030. Let's put our hands together to create a brighter future.
Zaman sekarang tuh ya, kalau keluar rumah pasti disapa polusi. Udah gitu, cuaca yang dulu sejuk, sekarang panas banget. Pengennya sih bisa segera ambil aksi, tapi seringkali kita bingung harus mulai dari mana. Jadi, apa sih yang bisa kita lakukan? Cari tahu aksi mereka lebih lengkap.
I'm Jacob Duer, President and CEO of the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. We are a non-profit organization that convenes more than 70 companies from across the value chain who share the same goal, to end plastic waste leakage into the environment and achieve a circular economy for plastic. In 2023, I participated in the Indonesia Sustainability Forum to exchange ideas on the development of sustainable economic models for plastic waste. And I'm very pleased that the Alliance to End Plastic Waste will also participate in the forum this year. Plastic serves a purpose in many industries that touch our everyday lives. But what is needed is to address the plastic waste generated and to make it circular. A circular economy for plastic means that plastic is valorized through recycling and reuse systems, keeping the material in circulation and use for as long as possible. Collaboration is integral to develop and implement solutions, and doing so in partnerships between governments, businesses, civil society, and many others. Indonesia was the first country in the world to establish a national plastic action partnership to achieve near zero plastic leakage by 2040. And together we are working with the government towards achieving this aspiration. Our Bersih Indonesia initiative is being pioneered in the Malang Regency in East Java. Under this project, we support the development of an economically sustainable waste management system that unlocks the value of recyclable materials found in household waste. Solving the planet's hardest problems takes a joint effort. Therefore, we deeply applaud the work that Kemenkomarves and Kadin are doing to catalyze discussion and encourage collaboration. At this year's forum, the Alliance looks forward to exchanging new ideas that will facilitate the creation of a circular economy for plastic with business models that turns plastic into a sustainable material.
Good morning, esteemed guests at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. I am Well Fizon Yuza, President Director of Transjakarta. Today, I am honored to present how Transjakarta is contributing to this vision through our sustainability framework, Bersih, Berdaya, and Bestari. Bersih meaning clean, reflect our commitment to environmental responsibility. This initiative aligns with the global focus on combating climate change, a key topic at this forum. Berdaya, or empower, stand for our dedication to empowering the people of Jakarta. This empowerment is essential for building resilient urban communities, another focus of this forum. And Bestari, which means inclusive, underscores our commitment to ensuring the public transportation is accessible and welcoming to everyone. This inclusivity is at the heart of sustainable urban development, which we are here to discuss today. At this forum, we shape a common goal to create sustainable, livable cities for the future. Through Bersih, Berdaya, and Bestari, Transjakarta is not just participating in this dialogue, but actively leading by example. Let's continue to work together toward a sustainable future for our city and beyond. Thank you.
Sustainability is a key priority for the OECD, reflecting its importance and impact on virtually every area of public policy making. We have been developing evidence-based policy advice on enhancing energy affordability, security and sustainability through renewable energy technologies, incentivizing responsible business conduct to improve supply chain sustainability, addressing environmentally harmful subsidies, protecting biodiversity, and developing effective climate change mitigation policies. We work closely with Indonesia on all these topics. Currently, we are developing policy advice on enabling the sustainable transformation of the Indonesian steel and textile sectors through our Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization Program. Indonesia also actively participates in the OECD's Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches, or IFCMA, our flagship initiative designed to help optimize the global impact of emissions reduction efforts around the world through better data and information sharing, evidence-based mutual learning, and inclusive multilateral dialogue. Looking ahead, the OECD accession process will deliver tangible benefits for Indonesia's citizens, civil society, and businesses by driving reforms towards enhanced sustainability through adherence to OECD standards and best practices. Of course, the benefits of Indonesia's accession are reciprocal. The OECD will also benefit from your unique policy experience and perspectives, recognizing Indonesia's incredibly important role in promoting effective solutions to shared global challenges. Putting sustainability at the heart of economic growth offers a path towards a resilient and prosperous future. Be sure to follow the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum to drive concrete global action. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. We kindly once again invite you to re-enter the plenary hall and kindly take a seat, for in just a moment we will continue our program for the first day of ISF 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, we also request you to please fill in the seats in the front row first. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please do kindly fill in the seats in the front row first as we prepare to continue our day on the ISF 2024 program. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone have enjoyed your lunch, and welcome once again to the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Can I have a big round of applause as we continue our program for our first day of ISF? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue today's agenda with our third panel discussion session, where our next panel discussion will focus on driving the future of emission-free transport. And we are thrilled to have an impressive line of speakers this afternoon. Therefore, I would like to invite the moderator for the session, Hemant Ahlawat. Hemant Ahlawat is a senior partner and the global co-leader of McKinsey's sustainability practice. He focuses on helping industries reach net zero and has extensive experience in advising clients on sustainable development. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming onto the stage our moderator, Hemant Ahlawat, senior partner at McKinsey & Company. Please give a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much, and wonderful to get this panel started just after lunch here. We have a very impressive list of speakers on this panel, so I would invite them on the stage. Without any further ado, I will introduce them and then we'll get into a discussion. So with me, there are 5 speakers on this panel. Pa Henry Tornado, Anand Stanley, Bu Jesslyn Vijaya, Tony Fernandez, and Drew Kojak. Can I ask you to please come on the stage? Wonderful. I'll start with a quick introduction to the panelists. We have a very esteemed group here, and then we'll get into the discussion. So on my right, Drew Kojak, he's the Executive Director at the International Council on Clean Transport, a leading figure in the field of environmental policy. He has dedicated his career to advancing cleaner, sustainable transport solutions, has been one of the leading thinkers on vehicle emission standards, advocating for the adoption of e-vehicles, and very recently, last year, spent time at the White House thinking through climate policy, especially on the light and heavy-duty fleet. So wonderful to have you here, Drew. To the right of Drew, Bu Jesslyn, who's Executive Director at Kemenkomarves, focusing on the agribusiness, has done quite a bit of thinking on sustainability, plays a crucial role in overseeing different parts of the Kemenkomarves business, especially around strategy, and oversees the sustainability work and the overall thinking on sustainability at Kemenkomarves. On the right, Tony Fernandez, CEO at AirAsia, needs little introduction, a very renowned entrepreneur and business leader, both from the airline but also many other areas, and then has done a lot of thinking on revolutionizing air transport, and we'll have a good discussion on the future of sustainability in air travel. On Tony's right is Pa Henry Tornado, who's director at Toyota Astra Motor, and has been working in automotives and has been instrumental in thinking through both the marketing, customer engagement initiatives, and the sustainability ideas linked to Toyota Astra. And then finally, we have Anand Stanley from Airbus Asia Pacific, leading the business and president of Airbus Asia Pacific here. 2 decades of experience in the aviation and defense sector across different markets, and we'll have a good discussion both on the current status of thinking on aviation decarbonization, but also going ahead, what are some of the things which we can do. So with that, I'm going to say a few words just on where we are on emissions in transport sector, and then just open it to the panel. Globally, depending on the data you see, 15 to 20% of global emissions come from the transport sector, a large part of which happens to be road vehicles. Around 75% of that is road vehicles. A large part is cars, buses, and around 30% of that is what happens with cargo, freight transport, etc. Around 12% comes from aviation, and that's growing. Actually, all of these are growing right now. And around 11% comes from shipping. And there's been a lot of movement over the last years, and I think there was a great panel discussion last year about how do we transform and decrease emissions in this critical sector. And ideas have included electrification, connectivity, shared mobility, rethinking urban transport, and then on hard-to-abate areas, thinking about biomass, biofuels, sustainable aviation fuels, etc. So we'll have a good discussion on where are we on this journey. I mean, this is a long-term complex transition, dependent, of course, on how fuel choices and energy transition happens, which we spoke about earlier today. And then I think we're talking at a pretty critical moment because across the world, there's a lot of debate on the pace of this transition and where are we on the journey. So without much ado, let me get us started with you, Drew, and with a couple of questions just building on your experience in this area. Number one, how do you think about what are the most effective pathways to decarbonize land transport? So where do you think we are today? What are the most effective pathways? And where do you think the biggest challenges will be?
Well, thank you for the question, and I'm delighted to be here. Again, my name is Drew Kojak. I'm the Executive Director of the International Council on Clean Transportation. We're a global research organization, and we work with governments like Indonesia to help them transition to clean fuels and vehicles, and sharing typically international best practices, which is what I'm going to try to do here today. To give you the global context, what we've found in our work all around the world is that whenever we look at a comparison of what we call the life cycle air pollution emissions from electric vehicles, so either battery electric or fuel cell vehicles, but also plug-in hybrid vehicles, for example, compared to conventional vehicles. So those are vehicles either powered on petroleum or diesel, gasoline, et cetera. What we find is even when you include the upstream emissions from power plants, the power sector, that generally there are substantial benefits today, even today, and as the grid gets cleaner, those benefits improve over time. And we did a specific study for Indonesia that looked at Indonesia's fleet of conventional vehicles and battery electric vehicles, and we looked at the grid as well. So we took the grid into account, and for vehicles purchased in 2023, the reductions are about 50%. You get half reduction in terms of greenhouse gas emissions on a life cycle basis over the full lifetime of the vehicle. And by 2030, as government projections of the grid are incorporated, you would get 2/3 of a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We don't know any other technologies that can detach us from fossil fuels, and so the benefits are quite substantial and grow as the grid is decarbonized. The other benefit is that these vehicles are also cheaper to operate. They have peak torque, which makes them fun to drive. And generally, the auto industry globally has recognized that electric vehicles are the future. The question is not if, but when and how fast. So that's the context, I would say. Global markets, the major markets, and I would count the US and Europe and China as the majors, have gone from about 3 to 5% EVs in 2019 to 40% in China, 20% in Europe, and 10% in the United States. So a staggering amount of growth over a relatively short period of time. And in the future, and these are enforceable regulations that have now been adopted, and I was part of the Biden administration in the White House helping the US transition in those regulations and get those done. So we're basically seeing about 50% EV market share required in both the US and Europe for light-duty vehicles, and Europe goes to 100% by 2035. And for heavy-duty vehicles, Europe is around 30% requirement in 2030. The US ranges from 25 to 60% in 2032, and then Europe goes up to 80% in 2040. So both the significant amount of increase that we've seen already to date and then future government requirements are going to transition the light-duty vehicle fleet from fossil to battery electric vehicles over the course of the next decade or two. What does that mean for India? I would say 4 things very, very quickly that are the recipe for how do you decarbonize road transport. Number 1 is set targets. Very important to tell the industry where you are going. When are you expecting to phase out internal combustion vehicles? What are the timelines and what are the milestones to get there? Super important. Many governments in doing it, very important. Number 2, consumer incentives. Indonesia has incentives right now in terms of tax benefits for electric vehicles, passenger cars, and you're already at 5% there. I would expand that to heavy duty, which is they don't have a tax incentive right now for electric. Number 3 would be supply side regulations. This is fuel economy standards, CO2 standards, or sales mandates. These are the drivers that really tell the industry where to invest, how fast to invest, what the pace is, because they're enforceable. And those are the standards that I was talking about earlier that the United States and Europe have adopted. Number 4 is infrastructure, critically important. That needs to be kept apace with the transition. There's a lot of concerns in different markets about range anxiety, and having available infrastructure is very important. The ICCT team here in Indonesia working very closely with the power company to try to build that infrastructure and support that. And then 5 would be incentives for domestic manufacturing. You want to make sure that the green transition doesn't leave your market behind. And so incentives for sustainable development and manufacturing. I know that Indonesia would like to become an EV global hub for batteries. That's a good, actually a terrific thing to produce for the global market, and so I would continue to encourage that.
Thank you, Drew. That's great. And maybe just one quick build in 1 minute. If you actually focus on the infrastructure part of your 5 enablers, there's a lot of discussion right now, even globally, on is the infrastructure keeping up with the pace of commitment some companies have made? And now if you read the global media, there are discussions around are some companies having to step back from their commitments because the infrastructure didn't keep up. Your perspectives on that, are we changing the destination, or is it just a pace? It's a complex transition. How do you think about that?
So great question, really appreciate it. You do hear reports fairly often that the pace of the growth of the EV transition is slowing. I'll just encourage you to look behind the numbers, because what they're talking about is not that they're not growing anymore, but the growth rate is slowing. And so you're still seeing tremendous amount of growth in EVs, but not as fast as once had been expected, or that some of the companies thought that they needed to plan for. That's really what's going on here. So I think companies, this was never going to be a smooth road. It's going to be a bumpy road. You're going to hear reports like that. Companies are going to have to adjust. That's the way it's going to be. This should not be the last time you'll hear that. I think in terms of what we hear from consumers, especially when you go from niche consumers to mainstream consumers, I think there's continuing concern about range anxiety and cost of the vehicles. And I think those are legitimate concerns. I can tell you that in the United States, one of the things that plagued us when I was in the White House, to non-Tesla chargers, if you show up, you will leave without charging 1/5 of the time. 20% of the time you show up at a non-Tesla charger, you're leaving either because it's broken, the credit card didn't work, etc. And that caused real consternation that we are trying to fix, both, I know, in the United States but abroad. So it's a great question, but I would take it with a grain of salt.
No, I love the optimism on it, and I share it. Maybe let me ask you, Bujaslan, because one of the things Drew talked about was the case for transitioning to e-vehicles and more sustainable ways of transport continues to improve as the energy mix changes. So if you think about it that way, what is the role you see of agribusiness in the whole transformation we are trying to do to low-carbon transport fuels? So what is your perspective on where we are on that?
Well,
I think they're going to switch it on.
Oh, it's on? Oh. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here today. It's really a pleasure to be here. So jumping straight to your question, I think the agri sector has a really key role to play in climate change mitigation. It can provide solution not only to decarbonize its own sector, but also that of the energy and transport sector, as you mentioned, right? Not just on land, but also in the sky and in the sea as well. Agri provides the essential raw materials needed for the production of low-carbon biofuels, and that includes sustainable aviation fuel, as well as for bio-based renewable energy generation that can then be used to power electric vehicles as well. So I think, frankly speaking, if I may say, some of the panelists here today will not be able to meet their decarbonization goal without the agriculture sector at the table. I think we must be a part of the conversation and some of the transition solution, even for road transport. Just turning to biofuel for a minute, I think global biofuel demand is quite significant already today at 150 million tons or so, and still growing 2 to 3% a year. But this only accounts for about 3 to 4% of total fuel consumption in the transport sector today. Even though on average, I think biofuel can reduce GHG emission by more than 50%, and sometimes even 90% depending on the type of feedstock used. So why is this? There are many limiting factors, right? I think production cost is one, feedstock supply availability is the second one, infrastructure readiness, as well as a consistent policy support from government. But I would say that Indonesia has shown what is possible with its very successful biodiesel 35% blending mandate, or the B35 program, right? That is 100% palm-based, generating 12 million ton of biodiesel volume, reducing 30 million ton of GHG emission. I think that's around 20% of the transport emission from Indonesia last year alone. So this can be very successful, right? It also saves 161 trillion of foreign exchange by importing less fossil fuel into Indonesia. So, but besides just biodiesel for land transport, and I think also probably the demand will kind of plateau in the future as people are moving into electric vehicle. Agri and palm oil can also play a broader role in sustainable aviation fuel and maybe possibly maritime fuel as well. Although these sectors are still in very early stages, I would say, compared to biodiesel, but the growth is really significant. So SAF, for example, production this year may be around 1 to 2 million tons, but it's projected to grow to 380 million ton or more by 2050 if the aviation sector were to meet its net zero emission target. So besides that, I think palm oil and its biomass can also be used for renewable power generation. Again, I would say that the potential here is very significant. Just as an example, in our operation alone at Siramas Agri, we can generate 17 million tons of biomass that's capable of powering 800 to 1 gigawatt of power capacity. That would result in 3.5 million ton of reduction of GHG emission, and that is already half of our scope 1 and 2 emission combined. So I think the agri sector really has the potential to contribute a lot to and play a very important role as sustainable raw material provider to enable the transport sector decarbonization. And with the right support of industry stakeholders, multi-sector collaboration, as well as supportive government policy, I really believe we can replicate the success that we have with the biodiesel program, also for sustainable aviation fuel and for bioenergy as well. And we can do it in a way that balances, sustainable, inclusive growth with climate change mitigation.
Wow, and that's the potential is amazing, and some of the numbers you quoted are quite impressive. And as you mentioned, we are early in this journey, and we'll hear a bit more about SAF from our next panelist. But let me just ask you one question. A lot of people talk about the trade-off when we talk about biofuels between food security and the fuel positive effect of that. How do you think about that, especially when it comes to land use, changes in that, and food security, deforestation? Compare that to actually the fuel benefits.
Right. Well, I think we can do both. And if we were to have any chance of doing it, I think palm is probably your best bet. Palm, I would say, is really a wonder crop. It's Indonesia's, one of Indonesia's greatest natural resources, I would say. It's the highest yielding vegetable oil crop. It can yield 5 to 10 times more oil per hectare compared to other vegetable oil. It also supports the livelihood of many, many people, 17 million in Indonesia alone, directly and indirectly. So I believe, with its efficiency and contribution, right, to inclusive growth, sustainable palm oil is really the best choice for meeting the world's vegetable oil needs, whether it is for food or fuel. And in order to meet the growing demand of both food and fuel in the future, we need to just focus on a few things as an industry. Number one, of course, is productivity improvement and yield intensification. And this can be done through seed innovation and R&D, best agricultural practices. But last but not least, we have to focus on supporting our smallholders through replanting. As you know, I think smallholders currently represent around 40% of total palm production area, but their yield is way below the industry average. So by helping them with replanting, an inclusive closed-loop model, we can really secure the needs for food and fuel in the future. And thirdly, I would say we need to adopt a more circular approach and not just focusing on the palm oil, but also its biomass, waste, and residue, all of which can be utilized for energy sources as well. So with all this effort, I think palm can secure both food and fuel needs, and I think it's already playing that role today.
Oh, thank you, Bu Jesselyn. Thank you. Clearly a view shared by many in the audience, and I love your point on both there's potential to increase yield and take the circular approach with palm. So I love that. Maybe let me bring this to you, Tony, as you take an aviation perspective on this. And I'll ask you both questions at the same time. Building on the discussion we just had on SAF, how do you think about just the journey on transport decarbonization more broadly in aviation? What are AirAsia's current initiatives? What are the challenges you see, and what change would you like to see going ahead?
Firstly, thank you for inviting me. I got to say, Indonesia does things really well. What an incredible audience. You always show up the rest of ASEAN. So congratulations to Indonesia.
A big hand for that. Well
I feel,
done.
yeah. And make sure everyone flies on AirAsia from now on. Okay. I feel a bit naked here. Everyone's got lots of notes and stuff. It's a very intellectual panel. But I'm glad Jeslin's next to me and her fan club on the front row there. Sinamas will be sponsoring all of AirAsia's SAF going forward for the next 5 years. So thank you, Pak Frankie, for supporting us going forward. There we go. Before we talk about SAF, just a couple of things. Obviously, aviation is always in the news on sustainability, but as you rightly said, it's a very small part of carbon emissions, but we all have to play our part. A couple of things before, I mean, the hot topic is sustainable aviation fuel, which of course, I'm thrilled to hear what Jesselyn said, because I'm a big advocate of palm oil being in that solution. But before that, governments and aviation authorities can play a large part in reducing fuel by better planning in the sky. If all of you have flown and all of you have gone around the airport 3 times before we land. And so we're encouraging airport regulators to replan the sky. We believe you can bring down at least 10% in terms of fuel burn by better air navigation systems. We're encouraging Indonesia to put in RMPR, which will reduce at least 3 minutes from each landing and takeoff. And so there's simple things that can be done. If you think of the number of minutes you waste before the plane takes off in queuing, all of these things we've been working very hard over the last 5 years. And governments are obviously supportive, but I think they need to be more diligent in sorting out efficiencies up in the sky, because there's a huge amount of inefficiencies in space planning. And even within ASEAN, going from one sky to another, from Singapore to Indonesia or Malaysia, there is so much differences. So while I encourage everyone is encouraged talking about SAF, I think it's very important to talk about what can be done now and increase the efficiency. And that can be said for road, that can be said for ships. There's a lot of wasted fuel sitting around in traffic jams, both in the air, sea, and sky. In terms of SAF, I'm a little bit of a skeptic. Obviously, unless we have reality solutions like palm oil. I know it's frowned upon in the West, and I frankly do not understand that. We have palm trees all over Southeast Asia. Whether it was right or wrong, it's there. The forests have been replaced with palm trees. They do decarbonize. They are a lung. They may not be as big a lung as the forest, but they are a lung. And so why the West is against palm oil beats me. SAF in its present state will not fulfill, if all of the supply comes together with cooking oil and some of the other methods, it would only have about 4% of total aviation fuel needs. And so I'm against the tokenism. I think it's pointless, AirAsia putting 1%. It may make Airbus feel good, but it doesn't actually do anything in terms of decarbonizing. And it increases the cost by about 86%. I'm here discussing about how we can reduce airfares. And so really, we need to look at supply. Obviously, it's the right way forward, one of the ways forward in terms of decarbonizing. But we've really got to look at the realities of price. We've really got to look at the realities of supply. And that's why palm oil is a good we should be encouraging that going forward. Palm oil waste, palm oil itself, and cooking oil and the other constituents. And it's a large part of our economy, as was rightly said by Jeslyn. So how do we decarbonize going forward? Technology, which we rely on Airbus and engine manufacturers. Presently, we will do whatever we can. Obviously, we put a lot of seats in our plane. For one SIA first class, you can fit 10 AirAsia passengers in. So we're much more efficient than the Singaporeans, okay? And at a much better price, by the way. Secondly, obviously, we're very focused on weight. We're very focused on the efficiencies I mentioned earlier. We will bring in a carbon credit system. I think the biggest thing airlines can do is educate the public on their own carbon emissions. So when you fly, you are causing some carbon emissions. And that I think we can do a good job in educating people and pricing it right. I encourage ASEAN governments to have projects here as well. Right now, when you look at Corsair, all the credits we do go somewhere else, to the rest of the world. We need to really invest in carbon credit projects in our part of the world. So that will be a large part. And then, of course, sustainable aviation fuel, which I think right now is pie in the sky. I'm thrilled what I heard, I really am. We are in total support of palm oil being one of the constituents of sustainable aviation fuel. So a mixture of fixing the sky, getting ready efficiency in airports. One thing that no one talks about is airports themselves burn a lot of fuel in vehicles moving around.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's buses, whether it's the tow trucks, the APUs, etc. And so I've been encouraging electrification of airport vehicles. There's a lot. And getting to and from airports need to be easier. You know, and governments have a tendency of building an airport 1 million miles away from the populations. And so people forget that to get to the airport, and if you don't build mass transport systems, you're going to cause a lot of extra carbon. So the things that aren't talked about, I just want to bring up here. Carbon credits is reality, but I think ASEAN needs to do more in having more carbon credit projects in our part of the world. And sustainable aviation fuel is not a reality. I think it makes no difference if we put 1 or 2%. We need products such as palm oil and palm oil waste to come in. And finally, technology, which I think Airbus and the others are doing a fantastic job in moving that forward. Each new plane that comes out, the carbon comes down quite substantially. The latest technology on engines bring us down about 15%. So I think a combination of those four will work. And the education part, I think, is very important.
That's great, Tony. I mean, you've certainly educated me because I'm taking a flight tomorrow. I'll change it to make sure I fly AirAsia now.
It's good to
the
see.
The 1:10 ratio was
I always thought
compelling.
McKinsey was smart,
Exactly.
so at least now I know I can confirm you are.
Your 1:10 ratio is very compelling, so at least I'm educated. So thank you for that. And by the way, I think on a separate note, but Jeslyn earlier talked about, I agree SAF is in early stages. I think the number you shared of going still, if you take current commitments from 1 to 2 million to 380 million, somewhere that supply has to work, that market has to work. And how do we do that using, whether it's palm oil or other biofuels or other ways to do it, would still remain a critical challenge. But I agree that's the technology early on, and I like your point of it's going to be a 1 to 2%. I personally think this idea of can we take out 20% by better fixing the sky, better aircraft design, which we'll come to in a minute with Anand, is a critical one. So thank you. Maybe before we get to Anand and talk more about aviation, let me just talk to Pioneer and get your views on, we just come back for a minute to road, given that that's still 75% of the transport emissions. What is the vision for, as you look at it from a Toyota Astra point of view, to drive transport decarbonization? What are the things you're doing right now? Where do you see this going?
Thank you, Bayanan. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm very happy to be here. So actually, talking about the decarbonization, Toyota globally has a very strong vision, actually, to achieve the carbon neutrality in 2050. And also, we have a certain milestone in between. And when we are talking about decarbonization, this is not only about the vehicles, but also the whole life cycle of the vehicles. So starting from manufacturing, vehicle itself, and also under the recycling. So actually that's all the commitment from the Toyota Global. And if we talking about only the transport, the decarbonization, basically Toyota has the strategy, which is called the multi-pathway. So Toyota basically through this strategy would like to provide all the technology, many technology that actually can reduce the carbon. So for example, actually the electrification. So Toyota also committed to have the BEV, plug-in hybrid, and also hybrid, and also even the hydrogen. And also on top of that, would like to have the efficient engine using the biofuel or also the CNG, for instance. So actually those are the commitment and also the strategy that Toyota would like to have. And actually why we would like to provide so many technologies? Why not only one technology, for instance? Because actually we see there's two main reasons. The first one is the country by country has a different mobility needs of the people. So some country actually have a high purchasing power. So actually maybe they can afford the more expensive technology. But other country maybe actually they have a different mobility behavior. So maybe they need a certain type of vehicles, maybe bigger one, smaller one. That's also what we see. And also last one is actually about the infrastructure readiness itself. So some countries have their better infrastructure to support the electrification, for instance. But other countries actually still a lot of the people using the mobility in the rural area. I think that's the first reason. And the second reason actually we also see the energy itself. So country by country has a different energy mix. And also they have a different, actually, the renewable resources of energy. And also if we are talking about the policy, also basically country by country has different policy in the energy. So actually seeing this, we see actually providing the multi-technology actually will be the best scenario to accelerate the transport decarbonization globally. So we believe actually with this many technology, for instance in Indonesia, people with the different mobility needs, they can choose. So actually which technology will be the most suitable for them. So by doing the mobility, they're also reducing the carbon. So as we keep saying this, no one left behind. So everyone can contribute. I think that's the first thing. And second thing, actually, using the many technology, actually somehow we will accelerate in shifting of the people mobility from actually using the high carbon emission vehicles, like the conventional ICE with the gasoline, shifting to the lower, the carbon emission vehicles in our multi-pathway strategy. So they can choose maybe the biofuel efficient engine, and also maybe they can use the hybrid, and also they can use the BEV, and also even maybe the fuel cell EV. So I think this vision and also the strategy from Toyota basically simply would like to reduce the carbon emission as fast as possible and also as much as possible.
Thank you, Panri. Let me ask you one question. I actually really like your point about the need to have different technology mixes so that it can be catered and customized to country needs. I just want to link that to what Drew was mentioning earlier. I think Drew mentioned 5 things which will be required. And one of the things he talked about was consumer incentives to make sure that people adopt some of these technologies faster. And also making sure it's not only the right thing for the environment, but also actually makes economic sense for consumers to buy it. As you take a Toyota view, and you, of course, were one of the leaders in hybrid technologies very early on, and maybe we can talk about this from an Indonesia point of view, but also globally, do you feel that that is working out from a consumer point of view? Do you feel there's enough support from governments to you in actually making sure that from a consumer point of view, at the end price of some of the more hybrid vehicles, et cetera, is actually at the right level, or do you think more can be done, or any ideas you have?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Pak Henan. So actually, that's actually one of the challenges. So actually, ideal situation will be the people do their mobility using the green technology of vehicles and also using the green energy. I think that's the ideal situation. So actually, looking at what are the challenges? Right now, actually, we see there's 3 challenges. The first one is the technology itself and also the ecosystem or the infrastructure. So how we can have the suitable technology for a very different needs of people mobility. I think that's the first one. That's why we don't say actually a hybrid is the most appropriate, or BEV, or even the biofuel. I think all of the technology is required actually for the country, for the people, for their mobility. So can you imagine, for instance, Indonesia? Indonesia market structure of the new car sales actually 62%. The new car sold actually in the price between 300 million and below. So the question is how to address to reduce the carbon for this segment of people. I think that's very important. So if only single technology, maybe not enough. So I think that's a question. And also the second one, actually the infrastructure, for instance, for the electrification. In Indonesia, actually the population of vehicles, mostly around 40% located in big cities and 60% located outside the big cities. So for the big cities, maybe the infrastructure is ready, but outside big cities, what should we do? So waiting only for the infrastructure maybe is one option, but also maybe taking the opportunity with the alternative technology like hybrid or biofuel, maybe that will be a kind of the answer for this situation. And the second challenge is basically the I think have been discussed just now in this panel. So actually the energy itself. So how we can have the energy with the sustainable supply and also affordable. I think that's very important. So for instance, in Indonesia, let's say we are rich in the agriculture, palm oil, or maybe, I don't know, bioethanol, also some possibility. But actually, we also in the technology part actually quite ready for that. But the question is whether actually we can have the sustainable supply for this. I think there's some issue already discussed. And also how to make it affordable for our people. I think that's also another challenge. And I think last challenge actually, I think also mentioned by Drew, I think. To solve this actually needs more than one stakeholders. So actually, if you're talking about decarbonization, there's so many stakeholders. The first one is the mobility provider, energy provider, and also the regulator or government. So actually, how we actually, all stakeholders can discuss, can also sit together to have a certain consensus for the roadmap. For instance, in Indonesia, what kind of the roadmap we would like to have together actually to reduce the carbon? I think there's also another challenge. I think it's very important to realize the decarbonization.
Yeah, as you said, and I think as was mentioned today morning in the opening speech, the collaboration across different players would be critical. You know, Tony had shook hands with Bujaslin on SAF, so you can, since you mentioned biofuel a few times, you can also shake hands with Sinarmas, ensuring you get some of the biofuels. Let me come to you, Anand. You have already been put on the stage by Tony as being responsible now for taking out 10-20% of the aviation emissions by better aircraft design. But maybe let's start there, therefore. So Airbus, what are some of the things you have already done on decarbonization? What are you planning in terms of aircraft design? How do you build on what Tony was mentioning?
Thanks a lot. Selamat siang. Good afternoon to you all. Just want to say I'm really, really happy to be here for a couple of reasons. One is it's a room that's full. It's a beautiful room. And even happier than that for me is this is the first time I've sat on a panel or a stage next to Tony and not gotten beaten up. So what will be even better, Tony,
if
you buy some...
It's not finished yet.
If you can buy some, you can do a deal with me also like the way you did with Sinarmas. That'll be the best thing.
But she's giving it to me for free.
So have we, Tony. But anyway, moving on. So, you know, I want to talk about a little bit about decarbonization, but I was really excited about what Tony was talking about, AirAsia. And I actually want to paint a picture because, again, Tony's been so nice to me, actually using AirAsia as an example. Tony already has a really modern fleet that's very, very, very fuel efficient. And picture this, the number of Airbus aircraft he has a backlog of an even more modern fleet that's coming. Some of these aircraft are 20-25% more fuel efficient than the aircraft he has today. He's already started taking deliveries just a few months ago. There's beautiful aircraft that are coming, and he's got hundreds of them coming in. So you look at that improvement of 20-25% over the fleet that's coming up right now, and it's already a great news story. On top of that, he's given you this picture of how they are ultra efficient in air traffic operations, which is called ATM, air traffic management. And that's about 10% on top of the 25%. On top of that, there's ground ops. You know, when an AirAsia plane, when you look at it taxiing on the runway, they use one engine, they use single taxi. So they're trying to cut the fuel burn even on operations like that on the ground. Very, very, very efficient on things like that. So you look at new technologies, new aircraft, you look at ground ops, you can already look at 20, 25, 30% reduction over the current environment. You top that with some future technologies. So Airbus is looking at multiple vectors. We're continuing to look at the next generation. We're looking at new engines, open fan, ultra bypass ratios. As an engineer, I'm going to geek out on all these words. But the bottom line is new wings, lighter materials, really state-of-the-art technologies we're looking at, which will come up with hopefully another generation of 15, 20, 25% of replacement. You look at the current, all the aircraft today in the world, 70% of them are on old technology. 30% are on new. And then, once those 30% get replaced, there's the next generation of technology we're working on, which will give another 25%. Now, we're taking it a little further also to very disruptive technologies, which everyone is very, very skeptical about. But if you look at our past track record, we've already decarbonized, since Airbus has started, the first aircraft till now, we reduced emissions per seat by 80%. 80%. And when you look at an AirAsia aircraft, the brand new XLRs that are going to come, that are going to fly from KL to Sydney, and you look at a similar wide-body aircraft, per seat, the carbon emissions on that aircraft is going to go down by 50%, just cut into half. By 2035, we're looking at disruptive technologies. We're looking at it, people may be poo-pooing it, skeptical about it, but new designs, delta wing designs, hydrogen. We're looking at multiple fuel sources because we have got to do it. Because if you want to get to zero, you have to start to look at other options. Last but not least, SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuels. And Tony is right. We can't get enough, we can't make enough, it's expensive. There's debates on feedstock. It's a problem. But I know, Tony, you're going to laugh, but you know, we want to solve it as Airbus. We want to solve it. We've been doing a lot of partnerships across the region. We're in Sarawak in Malaysia. We're looking at a couple of partnerships we'll talk about at the Bali Air Show in a couple of weeks. We've done multiple projects in Australia. We're doing also projects in Thailand. We're going to sign an agreement tomorrow on sustainable aviation. So we're doing a lot because we want to solve this problem. But long story short, we want to be a part of the solution, and we can't do that without customers like AirAsia, without regulators, without universities, without energy providers. So we need the ecosystem to come along, and we believe Airbus, AirAsia, Indonesia will go a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anand. That's very, by the way, your statistics on just, and it echoes the point Tony was mentioning, just on the next generation fleet efficiency as actually people renew the fleet. That's actually super critical to keep in mind, because we talk a lot about some of the newer technology ideas, and as you said, we should embrace them. But there are a lot of things we can do just in the short term by improving some of these things, which is great. I see a message. We have got a minute or two left, so I think this was a great discussion, an amazing panel. I would not attempt to try to summarize everything, but I at least took 4 things away, which I want to just play back. I think the first theme around this, let's act now on what we can do versus just continuing to talk, which I think a point many of you echoed, and I think, Tony, you captured. What is the 20% change we can make? Can we just do that by fixing the sky, as you said? Can we do that by fleet changes? Can we do that by just adopting the technologies which work now and scale them up? So I think we can talk the long-term gain, but let's actually make sure we fix what we can do now. I think that's a critical takeaway. A second one in my mind was the point about this would require multiple parties to come together and collaborate. I think Drew talked about it. I think Pai Henry, you talked about it. Super, super critical. This is not going to be one person doing it. Third, I really want to amplify, many of you talked about it, Bu Jesselyn, you talked about it quite a bit, the critical role Indonesia can play in this journey. I think if you just look at biofuel, the example you gave, palm oil, the way to actually think about it. But many of you talked about the ability of actually Indonesia to be a leader in adopting some of these things and what you're beginning to do already. I think super important to keep in mind. And then lastly, which I think is true not only for the transport sector, but on the whole journey on sustainability overall, is this idea of continuing to realize this will be a complex transition and we have to approach it with optimism. Not try to get pessimistic about it. Let's try to actually do the right things. Realize it will be complex, but the direction of travel is clear because this is critical. So once more, thank you to the wonderful panel. Thank you to the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again to all the moderators and also panelists for this session. And we invite you to please take a position up on stage for a photo session. And to the documentation team, please prepare yourselves to take a picture. I will help with the countdown. For the first picture, 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our moderator and also our panelists. You may now return to your seats. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart our afternoon session, we have just joined in together with a panel discussion focusing on driving the future of emission-free transport, which was moderated by Hemat Ahlawat, senior partner at McKinsey & Company. And as mentioned during the discussion, of course, we need an ecosystem of a transportation to ensure a green and also environmental friendly and also a more sustainable mode of transportation. And as mentioned also during the discussion, it is important for us to act now as soon as possible, and what we can do, we must do it immediately, because sustainability and also the environment does not wait for anyone. And of course, it requires also collaboration and participation from multiple parties, from all stakeholders. No matter what we are, no matter where we are, we have to be able to act and also take part in our roles respectively. And of course, there are also critical roles and also critical items which we need to put in mind in the journey towards sustainability, towards a more greener and more environmental friendly, and of course, a more sustainable future, especially in the discussion, is a more sustainable transportation ecosystem, where we hope in the future we can also drive the role and also the effort of emission-free transport. And of course, once again, we have to remind ourselves that this whole journey, this entire journey, we have to be truly optimistic and not be pessimistic. And we have to put in mind that, of course, sustainability is not a destination, but it is a journey. And we are all together in this journey towards a greener and more sustainable future for our generation and also the generations to come. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024 is a 2-day forum where, of course, our event will be filled with keynote sessions, panel discussions, and of course, thought-provoking items where we can together discuss and of course foster collaboration to ensure a more cleaner and more greener future on sustainability. And after this, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to request for you to still be present at the plenary hall of the Jakarta Convention Center, because we will still have lined up keynote sessions and other panel discussions for you to take part in. Especially because coming up next, we will still be discussing how we can all collaborate, taking our parts respectively in creating a sustainable future and of course a more cleaner and greener future. And as we will continue to our next agenda on the first day of ISF 2024, once again, we kindly request for you to take your respective seats once again, ladies and gentlemen, before we will continue to our next keynote session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request you to take a seat, for we will continue today's agenda with a keynote speech, which will be delivered by Ibu Enia Listiani Dewi, the Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ibu Enia Listiani Dewi onto the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, delegates, and participants, on behalf of our Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, I will deliver his keynote speech for today. I would like to extend the warmest greeting to all of you, express our compliment to global efforts for your continuous commitment towards a cleaner energy sector in Indonesia, and of course our national commitment to reduce the emission towards 2060 is becoming a very important point that we addressing, that our country is continuous movement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the long term vision, actually we move forward to achieve the net zero emission, and we want to reduce the emission by 93%. And this is to optimizing the renewable energy resources for energy supply and match the demand of our nation. On the roadmap of our planning, the energy planning, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources collaborate with relevant stakeholder, the multi-stakeholder, international or even domestic stakeholder, and the private sectors, and we have several milestones to achieve the energy towards net zero emission. In the roadmap, we have several strategy, including the implementation of the energy efficiency, the electrification of the energy demand, the moratorium of new coal-fired power plant, CFPP, and also we want to use another resources to make a coal phase down, and also develop the renewable energy, including biofuel, development of the new energy, including the hydrogen and ammonia, and as well as we want to implement the carbon capture storage and those utilization. Currently, in the total installed capacity of power generation is in Indonesia, now is around 91 gigawatt, and most of them are from coal, which is now new and renewable energy. It's around 13 gigawatt. So when we are talking about the net zero emission, there is a two big challenge. The first challenge is how to reduce the emission from the existing power plant. And this is through phasing down or phasing out the coal power plant. And the second challenge is how to bring more renewable energy to replace the existing fossil fuel, and of course to fulfill the demand, the growth by estimate it's around 4% per year. And to achieve those net zero emission, we have more than 367 gigawatt on our planning of renewable energy that should be installed until 2060. And the solar capacity will be around 115 gigawatts, the largest power generator it would be, then followed by the hydroelectric, it become 46 gigawatt. And we're addressing free carbon resources as ammonia is 41 gigawatt. And of course, we will want to increase the more on wind power. So we're addressing 37 gigawatt until in the next 2016. And to be noted at here, there is no additional coal power plant after 2030. So this is one of our commitment that make a big movement that we want to reduce the emission. So transforming an energy system dominated by renewable energy, particularly solar and wind, comes with challenges, especially in terms of grid stability. Of course, to effectively manage large share of VRE in the power sector, the source of flexibility need to be planned. So this means that our resource from power generation to transmission and distribution system need a storage and different level on the demand response. So the energy storage is very important to support the implementation of energy transition. The energy storage can increase the flexibility of power system and facilitate the decarbonization through renewable. And this is the challenge of our national grid that you may see in the east part of Indonesia, there is no grid there. So you can see that the battery combining in the off-grid system, which is we need the smart grid system, including battery. So there is a big challenge in each part of Indonesia, and we want to address more battery uses at here. And despite its huge prospect, the successful implementation of energy storage will depends on several factors, including high cost of battery, supporting the policy framework, domestic industry capability, and also the local value chain. So as well as we also concerned about the waste of the battery itself. So we use more battery in the our policy that we must use the electric vehicle. Then we must also addressing how to take care of the waste of the battery in the future. So, however, we are also aware that Indonesia has many potential to develop better energy storage, value chain, and we have abundance of mineral resources, as well as the rising demand should drive the market and of energy storage in the future. We are now have growing mining sector industry in Sulawesi Island. You can see that in the middle of the Indonesia. And there is a huge demand of the electricity out there. So I think we must move also to addressing a green mining sector, that the mining sector also use the renewable energy. So I think supporting the energy storage, as well as we address on our ecosystem of energy storage itself, we are focusing on the how we can put an added value in the mining sector. We have a nickel, we have another cobalt and so on, and we want to be a part of the global ecosystem in the supply chain of electric vehicle, including the battery. So, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, our journey toward a sustainable energy future through the energy transition has just begun. Challenges is in the front of us. but with the determination and cooperation, hopefully there is a huge cooperation could be raised over here, and I'm really confident we can overcome this one. And to addressing the last word that I want to say, that Indonesia invite many investment in our energy system. In the next year, in just 1 year, actually we need 40 billion US dollar to achieve our target of 23% of the energy mix in our system, in our grid. So we need more 8.2 gigawatt investment of renewable until the end of this next year. So this is a big challenge if we want to increase our renewable energy in our energy mix. So I believe a strong and solid cooperation can help speed up the energy transition and achieve net zero emission target. Thank you so much for your listening. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Thank you, Ibu Enia, for the insightful keynote speech delivered to us this afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the next agenda of ISF 2024, which is another panel session, and this time we will focus on transitioning to the power sector to zero emissions. The session will be moderated by Philip Cornell, Global Practice Lead for Energy and Sustainability at The Economist. Philip Cornell is the Global Practice Lead for Energy and Sustainability at Economist Impact. Prior to joining The Economist Group, Philip held senior advisory and management positions at the World Bank, Saudi Aramco, and the International Energy Agency, and also NATO. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Philip Cornell.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and good afternoon and welcome to this session on transitioning the power system to zero emissions. I'm Philip Cornell. As I mentioned, I'm the Global Practice Lead for Energy and Sustainability at Economist Impact, which is the research and advisory arm of The Economist. You may know us by the former name, the Economist Intelligence Unit. And it's really a privilege to be here at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum to be talking about these critical issues. To do that, I would like to welcome my esteemed panelists onto the stage. First, John Moore is CEO of Bloomberg New Energy Finance. John, if you could please come join me here. Wiluyo Kusiwarto is Director of Project Management and Renewable Energy at PT PLN. Chairman Wu Fei is the Chairman of Suntech. Dennis Shea is Vice President at Longi. Mr. Toru Yoshioka is President Director at Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. And Anderson Tanoto is Managing Director of RGE. Thank you so much, gentlemen. So today we're going to be talking about transitioning the power sector to zero emissions. Obviously, this is a very tough challenge with particular complexities in this region, in Indonesia, and in Southeast Asia. The region's rapid economic growth means that decarbonization needs to happen in the context of rapidly rising energy demand. But much of that demand is still met by coal, as we've heard already this morning, which remains a dominant source thanks to its affordability and availability. The reliance on fossil fuels, as well as the need for better grid and generation infrastructure, poses hurdles in the shift toward cleaner energy sources. The region's diverse economic landscape, including uneven access to energy, further complicates those issues and the efforts to implement net zero policies. Plus, there's the region's vast geography and the archipelagic nature, which makes the distribution of clean energy technologies more difficult. Yet there's also massive potential in the form of abundant renewable resources, from geothermal to solar and wind and hydropower, but also in the opportunity for distributed and clean energy technologies to address issues like access and energy security. So, how can we overcome the challenges to harness that potential? How can we address regulatory, financial, and technical barriers? And what are innovative energy companies doing to help achieve a net zero power sector? So I'm so pleased to have such an esteemed panel with me to answer these and other questions. John, maybe I can start off with you. Bloomberg New Energy Finance is obviously a leader in analysis and forecasting of the energy sector. Please, maybe you could paint us a little bit of a picture about what the current power sector trends are. What are the outlooks, for example, to 2060 when Indonesia has their net zero targets, and are we on the right track?
Okay, thank you, Philip. It's great to be here. Yeah, in terms of overall, I mean, what I just wanted to mention was clean power is such a key component of the whole transition, the whole all industry sector transition. So it's about 50% of decarbonization will come from clean power, and about another 25% will come from electrification. So that's just how central it is to the transition story. One of the things we do is we track investments. We've been doing it for 20 years, and the total investment now in clean technologies is $1.77 trillion, and that's up 17% in a year. So that's nearly $2 trillion growing at 17%. So there really is momentum globally behind these technologies. The renewable energy piece of that is $623 billion. So it's a big piece of it. In fact, it's only just matched by electrification of transport, which is pretty much the same numbers, slightly more. So those are the two big components, renewable energy and electrification of transport. And then the third area that's growing very, very quickly is storage. And that's $36 billion. And last year it was up 76%, which is pretty stunning. Again, in 1 year, up 76%. And then you have things like CCS and hydrogen, which are growing very rapidly. Hydrogen trebling and CCS doubling, but very much smaller numbers. So this is 10 or 11 billion each. So yes, they're moving fast, but from a very low base. So really, these are technologies that will be sort of future technologies. So phase one will be the sort of electrification, renewables, batteries. Phase two, things like CCS and hydrogen. In terms of overall generation, last year, fossil fuels is still 60% of generation, and clean power is 40%, so it's still 60-40 fossil fuels. But in terms of additions, new capacity additions, 94% of new capacity additions were for clean power. So only 6% was fossil fuels. So it's pretty clear, no matter where we start from, what the direction of travel really is here. So, so we're going to see a huge growth and a build out of these clean technologies. In terms of are we on track? We are not on track. So we're still, a lot of the right things are happening, but just too slowly. So acceleration is what's needed. COP28, one of the agreements was a need to treble renewables by 2030, and we believe that's a very important piece, which will mean the number 1.77 trillion is going to be trebled, basically. So you're going to be into the $5 trillion. That's really what needs to happen. That's a huge market opportunity for everybody involved in those businesses.
I mean, it's fascinating the rate at which those enabling technologies, whether it's storage or better grid capacity, are changing and how important they are to that larger electrification picture. Willy, I think that brings me to you. I mean, PLN accounts for something like 70% of Indonesia's generation capacity, and so has a big role to play given its size, its role as a utility, and its influence on the grid. Can you tell us a little bit about what PLN has done and is doing to drive the energy transition in the power sector in Indonesia?
Thank you, Philip. Be glad to be here. PLN is fully aware that the energy transition must be carried out of immediately response to the ongoing climate crisis, the effect of which are we already beginning to feel. Therefore, PLN is ready to lead the energy transition in Indonesia electric sector because we do really care about that. To support this, PLN has developed an energy mix roadmap for the electricity as part of our commitment to achieve the net zero emission by 2060. In drafting of this roadmap, PLN refers to the energy trilemma, of course, which is included the reliability, sustainability, and affordability. This means PLN is not only focused on producing green electricity, but also ensuring it is affordable for the public and highly reliable. PLN has planned to increase the capacity of renewable energy power plant in Indonesia and to halt the construction of an unabated coal-fired power plant, except for those already contracted by PLN, of course. We plan by 2060 there will be approximately 432 gigawatt of renewable energy power plants, requiring investment is around $700 million. It's big money, I think. For now, Indonesia already has a power infrastructure development plan document, which we call RUPTL 2021 and until 2030. This document marks the beginning of the energy transition in Indonesia electric sector, which is PLN mandated to add 20.9 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity by 2030. For additional information, 70.4 gigawatt of additional renewable energy are already implementation stage consists of, we already make a COD, commercial operation date, 1.2 gigawatt, we already done. The construction phase, the amount around 3.2 gigawatt. We also already make a procurement stage around 7.8 gigawatt and the financing stage around 5.2 gigawatt. It means PLN already do and PLN commit to achieve net zero emission 2060. Currently, we also make a cancellation of 13.3 new coal-fired power plant in our plan, in our new RUPTL. And also we already cancel 1.3 gigawatt of PPA for the coal power plant. And we already replacing 1.1 gigawatt of coal-fired power plant with the new renewable energy plant. So PLN also have a roadmap to achieve net zero emission in 2060 by we replacing 800 of coal-fired power plant with the gas power plant, and we have a program of biomass. We make a co-firing of our power plant. We have 52 total coal power plant, and we already made the biomass in there by 5% of biomass by coal power plant. Also, we have a program called the desalination, which is we make hybrid our diesel power plant that spread around Indonesia. We have around 5,000 unit of power plant, diesel power plant across Indonesia, and we make hybrid with the renewable energy, which is such as PV plus battery, and we make hybrid in that. So the total cumulative emission that we reduction by our program totally is around 3.7 million tons of CO2. Thank you, Phillips.
Yeah, I mean, remarkable numbers, right, in terms of how you would plan to expand these various technologies. You talked about a few of them. Obviously, these depend on viable costs and viable declines in costs in some of those technologies. At the end, you talked a little bit about PV. Obviously, we've seen very low costs of PV solar panels recently. So maybe I can move then to Chairman Wu Fei to tell us a little bit from the perspective of Suntech, one of the largest solar companies globally, about the trends of solar power expansion over the past decade and what we see today. And the chairman will be speaking in Chinese, so maybe if we can just give a moment for those of us to put on the headphones.
整个过去的10年，实际上中国的整个全球的这个组件的价格下降了95%， 这个10年可以分成2个阶段。就2020年之前，我们这个阶段呢，还是一个靠补贴的阶段，等于各个国家还在给予补贴。那么从2020年开始啊，中国就取消了补贴了，也就是说，2020年是我们定义就是光伏行业的叫市场化元年，就是进入市场化阶段了啊，不再需要补贴。那么在这个情况下，也就是说，过去的10年，光伏发电的组件成本下降了95%，里边，这个2020年因为第一次的市场化元年，加上中国提出了双碳战略啊，这个双碳战略就碳达峰和碳中和之后，整个光伏在过去的4年有一个巨大的爆发啊，我们可以看到这个数据，全球2019年是100吉瓦啊，2020年是120吉瓦。但是到了2021年就开始变成了170吉瓦，这个成长就将近50%了。那么到了2022年就变成了240吉瓦，又是将近50%。然后2023年是400吉瓦。实际上到我们昨天看到的彭博的最新的预测，今年2024年是592吉瓦，又是将近50%的成长。也就是说，从2020年市场化元年到今天，光伏行业这个爆发的成长非常大。那么由于这个市场的一个大爆发，带来了上游的短缺啊，最上游硅料这个环节，它的投产周期要18到24个月。那么这个上游的短缺就带来了2022年的暴利啊，在2022年这个行业就变成了暴利。所以说，市场经济的特点就是短缺暴利，暴利大家都会扩产。所以整个2023年产能远远的这个大概产能的扩张要200%以上，所以说变成了2023年的产能大爆发，所以我们走到了今天，2024年是行业洗牌啊，行业价格战。所以说，在过去的10年，这个光伏的发展速度从一个非市场化的一个行业，靠补贴的行业，以2020年为标志，进入了一个市场化的阶段。实际上，这个是完成了这个我们说很高兴的看到，叫光伏行业完成了基础设施建设，也就是今年的洗牌是光伏行业20多年以来的第一次的市场化洗牌。啊，原来的洗牌都是根据补贴多、补贴少，这是第一次的市场化洗牌。那么这一次洗牌之后，未来一方面技术会进一步的进步，啊，组件的成本在未来10年可能还会再下降50%，会大大的推动这个行业的发展。那么尚德作为一个23年历史的公司，那么过去的23年见证了这个光伏行业的发展。那么我们的目标就是，因为我们的组件啊，产品的使用寿命是20年到30年啊，质保25年，所以说我们的目标就是确保公司能够在未来的这个行业的发展过程中稳健的活下去，确保品质，能够确保我们为客户提供的产品能够确保25年的质保。这样的话呢，才能够跟随着光伏行业一轮又一轮的洗牌，持续的生存下去。谢谢。
Yeah, thanks very much. Clearly, government subsidies in China over the past 10 years have led us to where we are from a price perspective and in terms of the current overcapacity that we see in the market, and which is obviously affecting how companies specialize. Now they're looking towards sort of higher tech propositions. Maybe then I can move to Dennis Shea, the Vice President at LONGi. Dennis, LONGi is the largest solar PV company in the world, has seen remarkable growth over the past 10 years. How is LONGi meeting, what kind of initiatives is LONGi taking to meet the global demand for renewables, and how is it dealing with the current market scenario that Chairman Wu Fei is describing?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. LONGi is a solar technology company, and also, as just mentioned, is the largest solar panel manufacturing company in the world. You know, first of all, let me just try to make a promotion for solar. You know, do you know how much the module price dropped in the last 12 months? It's around 60%. Okay, so if you want to, it's very painful for us, okay, but it's very good for you guys if you want to deploy solar. It's the best season, best discount at this moment, okay? Yeah, but how it happens, okay, so I think it's everything about innovation. In the past, in energy sector, we always have a theory. We call that impossible trinity. You cannot, as an energy, you cannot own like green, sustainability, safety, economic. You cannot own all of that. However, solar make that happen, make it from impossible to possible. In past decade, company like LONGi, we take the leading of the innovation. So make solar, the cost lower down more than 95%. So today you see that solar is going to be the most economical energy in most corner of the world. Of course, solar is green and sustainable. And also, solar is pretty safe. And everyone can have solar because sunshine is pretty, let's say, equal to everyone. So I believe that that's solar make this happen. But how? Because the energy sector is different. It's another industry for renewable energy. In the past, when we talk about energy, it's more like a mining resource. But today, if we talk about renewable energy, solar, it's about technology. It's about industry by innovation, the product by manufacturing. Okay, so that's why. So we can make this kind of cost, LCOE down very fast. Okay, so as a leading solar company, we are also very proud of that. I think that's a major contribution for LONGi to the world. Today, we are continuing our innovation. So every year, we try to increase the efficiency of solar, and every year, like 1%. 1% means that another 10% LCOE down, roughly. Okay, so although we have the new challenge of solar, but our innovation will not stop. Thank you.
Yeah. So what's might be challenging for the solar industry is good news for the energy transition. And coupled with the kind of declines in storage costs that we heard about from John in previous panels this morning, it's really makes the solar proposition particularly attractive these days. Toru, maybe I can move to you. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries has been very involved in Indonesian market for quite some time, both on the traditional energy side, making turbines, but also, for example, around geothermal turbines and now into other areas. Can you tell us a little bit about what MHI has done to help drive the energy transition in Indonesia and how you see that changing in the future?
Okay, thank you. We are committed to Mission Net Zero, which is our goal to achieve the carbon neutrality through our entire value chain by 2040. Our priorities include 3 topics. Firstly, decarbonizing the existing infrastructure, and secondly, establishing the robust ammonia and hydrogen ecosystems, and thirdly, establishing the robust CO2 solutions ecosystems. Our 2024 medium-term business plan support this Mission Net Zero goals, while we are ensuring that we continue to provide realistic solutions that are tailored to the local communities' need. Indonesia's on-grid electricity demand is expected to increase by 4.7% annually and reach the 445 trillion watt-hour by 2030. To meet this big electricity demand, we have provided more than 18 gigawatts of the power generation systems in Indonesia. For example, we have supplied high-efficiency gas turbine combined cycle power systems in Indonesia. 500 megawatt Muara Karang power plant, for which our gas turbine combined cycle technology is applied, has already started operation in 2021 and keep the supplying the stable electricity to the important facility like Soekarno-Hatta International Airport or many residences in Jakarta. And we also have so many experience to supply the geothermal power plant in Indonesia. And now we are supporting the Pertamina geothermal energy for the construction of a 55 megawatt Lumit-Balai Unit 2 geothermal power plant in Palembang. And Indonesia has so many remote islands that are off-grid and rely on the diesel generator for the power supply. We are supporting them in the transition to apply for our triple hybrid power generation systems, named as E-blocks, or replacement to the gas engine, so that they can reduce the emissions while ensuring the stable electricity supply. In parallel, we are partnering with several stakeholders to explore how to leverage the cleaner fuel, like ammonia, hydrogen, and biomass, so that very important to achieve the net zero by Indonesia by 2060. For example, we are collaborating with Nusantara Power for the feasibility study of the ammonia co-firing and hydrogen co-firing at Muarakaran Power Plant, and also feasibility study for the biomass co-firing at Python coal-fired power plant. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And I think also MHI, what's interesting, you talked about a few of the generation technologies that you're engaged in, but also on the demand side, it seems you are quite active also in things like electrifying transport and rail, involved in industrial efficiency for some key areas. So both on supply and demand, I think we can see big impacts. Maybe I can go to Anderson. You know, Toru mentioned a little bit about biomass firing and some of the rises in their plans to for those kind of outlays. RGE has taken quite an interesting journey to get to power sector electrification, starting as a paper and palm oil company, and obviously now thinking about the circular economy aspects of that to get into biofuels and biofuel-fired power plants. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a little bit about how the private sector, how your company and the rest of the private sector can contribute to the power sector transition, particularly in those kinds of areas?
Thank you, John. Selamat siang. Good afternoon, everyone. It's interesting. In the traditional cellulose pulp industry, we're actually a net producer of biomass. For example, one of our largest factories in Riau province in Sumatra is 88% actually powered by biomass, so it's from renewable sources. What's fascinating is we want to go beyond just the 88%, we want to go closer to 90, 95%. And this journey started about 5 years ago by installing solar panels, actually. We realized that the solar panel cost was quite cheap. Back then, it was still about $1 million per megawatt. It's much cheaper now. And we decided to install it on retired landfills because these landfills are not being utilized, and we were putting them on subsurface areas. And at that point of time in 2021, 2022, coal prices went to record high. So there was this beautiful conflux of coal prices going high, solar panel price coming down, and it became an economic reason to invest in solar panel. It wasn't about going green, it was about saving money. The payback for the solar panel at that point of time, if I generate power from the solar panel of 1 megawatt, the payback was about 6.5 years. So that's the beauty of the market forces. Fast forward 5 years later, we've installed almost 26 megawatt of solar panels across all our landfill permits, and we're able to actually generate good returns, return on investment on these projects. So that's on the solar panel opportunity. So I do agree. I think with this kind of lower prices of solar panel, actually, as private sector, The time to seize the opportunity is actually now. Interestingly, in our palm oil CPO mills, there's also a huge opportunity to do biogas. These are biogas actually from effluent treatment plants, so these are regular effluent treatment plant. And what you're doing actually, when the effluent decomposes, you're releasing methane into the atmosphere. Everyone knows methane is 6 to 7 times worse for greenhouse gas emissions compared to even carbon dioxide. What you can do, however, is to capture the methane into a biogas plant and generate power. 2 to 3 megawatt of power. Now with newer technology and Japanese technology, you can generate 5, 6 megawatt of power from biogas. And again, it is purely economics. So the beauty of our industry, I think it's come to a tipping point where going green is not only to go green, but going green is to go after the green, which is money. And the opportunity, I think, moving ahead for us, maybe in a few hours' time we'll hear the announcement, RG is also moving into power generation from the solar perspective in a large way to seize the opportunity both from Indonesia and also in other countries in the region. Because what's fascinating in Indonesia is we have a lot of surface area. I mean, you just imagine how much agricultural land actually that can actually be potentially even utilized to generate power on the solar front. So what does it take for us to really achieve the transition in the next few years? I think it takes private sector to be bold and try it out. And try it out not because you want to be green, but you actually want to pay back and save money. That's one. Second, I think what it takes for us to really transition aggressively is the same thing that happened in solar panel, PV, to happen in battery. The challenge right now is battery cost is still extremely expensive. So I was asking the first question, why can't we go from 26 megawatt to 50 megawatt to 200 megawatt for our factories? The fact of the matter is, it cannot be a base load because the battery and energy storage is still very, very expensive. So what needs to happen in order for us to accelerate further is what has happened in the photovoltaic business to also occur in the battery side so that battery costs can continue to come down. The opportunities are immense, I think, from the private sector, and we're happy to be able to participate in it.
Great. Yeah, I mean, going directly back to John's point about some of those enabling technologies and how they're changing so quickly. And while I think RGE obviously is going into the solar space and all of the land that might be available is good, still when we talk about the biogas and biofuel market, as well as the rest of your business, there is still an element of that, a component, which is about sustainable forest management, which is something I think you also have been engaged in. Is that right?
For myself?
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, Indonesia is a huge land use area. I mean, we're the largest producer of palm oil, one of the largest producers of cellulose pulp. But what we can do is do it sustainably, right? For example, our used cooking oil and effluent is actually collected back as recycled oil to be sold as second-generation biodiesel feedstock to one of our largest customers, Neste, which does SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. So if you're going after the premium market, but you're not able to get the right practices on the ground, whether it's RSPO certification and traceability, that jeopardizes the whole business model. So as companies go through this transformation, it's very important to remind ourselves, but also execute on the ground, that if we really want our biodiesel to be sold internationally and globally at the right premium prices, we must get our actions on the ground right in terms of sustainability. That is traceability, certification, and what we champion, which is production protection, where you produce from a landscape, but you also conserve and protect a landscape.
Great. Thanks so much, Anderson. You know, we've been talking about technologies. So I want to go a little bit more into some of the technologies we're talking about decarbonizing the power sector. And again, maybe Toru, I can come back to you just because also MHI is engaged in so many. You mentioned some of them around geothermal, also solar, also various kinds of turbines in traditional energy. But Mitsubishi Heavy Industries has also been involved in carbon capture, which has been playing a large role, particularly in a place like Indonesia. Can you talk about some of the, let's say, the key technology when it comes to the Indonesian market that you see to accelerate the energy transition, let's say, over the next decade?
Okay. decarbonizing of Indonesia's energy systems requires a range of technical solutions, especially the coal dominates our country's electricity mix. A phased and a just approach is necessary to support its energy transition while ensuring the energy security. Renewable energy like solar and wind is very important, but the issue of the intermittency remains to be resolved. On the other hand, that alternative fuel can support its energy transition with stabilizing the grid. For example, our hydrogen-ready gas turbine can be used in the existing gas turbine combined cycle power plant in Indonesia, and the ammonia co-firing boiler can help decarbonize the existing coal-fired power plant in Indonesia. Also, Indonesia has a huge potential of the CO2 storage. It is very important to explore how to leverage this potential with decarbonizing this existing infrastructure through our advanced technology of carbon capture. Also, considering the expansion of export and import trade with overseas countries, exploring of the carbon neutral port also is important to be realized. Adding the decarbonizing infrastructure like bunkering for sustainable fuel vessel to the existing port provide opportunity for the scale, resource sharing, and efficiency for the industrial facility, most of which are located in the same area, and can help reduce their Scope 3 emission also. However, such a kind of solutions and approach at the early stage of the development and the deployment and need more support. Collaboration with the stakeholders across the sectors is very important to accelerate the such adoption of these solutions. For example, we have a technological capability to support its energy transition and working with many stakeholders to study financial and regulatory framework that are very necessary to accelerate the adoption of the such a kind of solutions, so that Indonesia can reduce the emission while continue to utilize the existing infrastructure to meet Indonesia's energy and economic growth.
Right. Thanks so much. Dennis, so Toru mentioned a couple of challenges that are out there. He talked about the need for grid flexibility. He talked a little bit about regulatory and legal structures that need to be in place. In fact, Anderson was also talking about the high cost of storage at the moment. Maybe you could talk, you mentioned how cheap solar is, and certainly solar panels are very cheap. But there's much more to the solar value chain, obviously, and to getting solar power than just the panels. So what do you see are maybe some of the challenges to making solar more economically viable and accessible, and what needs to change, particularly in Indonesia, to make the expansion of solar happen even faster?
Okay, thank you. I think, as I mentioned, that solar has been historically cheap, okay, at this moment. So, the price of the cost of the solar panel itself and LCOE of solar, from DC perspective, is not the problem. However, we have a new challenge. In different regions, the different challenges, okay? In a region like Europe, like in China, we already have a lot of solar and renewable energy has been deployed.
Sorry, Dennis, can you just maybe go a bit closer to the microphone? Thank you.
So, as mentioned, in Europe, in China, such kind of regions, we already have a lot of renewable energy has been deployed. So the challenge will be, okay, the intermittent of the solar renewable energy, okay, brings the challenge to the grid. Solar or renewable energy, if you want to make this as a base load, so how to, on the one hand, how to that fit to the grid better, together with the new or the low cost of this storage, different kind of storage. Okay, I think that's one challenge. The other challenge is that, I mean, in the past, I think all the consumers or energy consumers, they've been, get used to the traditional energy. But today, I believe that we have the new challenge. The consumers had started to embrace this kind of new system. Okay, more and more renewable energy. So I do see, today there are more and more industries start to, build up their consumption better, friendly to the renewable energy. Like in China, we bring more and more data center to Western China, where we have better and more, cheaper renewable energy. Okay, so also that's one challenge. But in some other region, like Indonesia, so as I know, historically you only deploy like less than 1 gigawatt of solar. So it's not the challenge for you. Okay, for Indonesia, you just simply put more solar panel at this moment. Easier job for you guys. But today, I heard some concerns from the country like Indonesia saying that, okay, I cannot get everything from China. It's you get concerned. I understand. That's why we have the local content policy. We are also part of that. LONGi is very committed to local market. So our strategy is to try to build the capacity locally. So now we are working with a very strong local partner. So we're going to be very first company, setting up a capacity locally and or satisfy, more than 6% this kind of local content, policy. So yeah, to support, Indonesia's energy transition and also to mitigate your concern that everything from China. Now you can have your own sunshine and using your panel made in your country to support your energy transition. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Chairman Wu Fei, we just heard from Dennis the movement towards more local production for solar panels and the solar industry. I know you've talked about a similar process, the need to move production partly out of China into local markets like Indonesia. Obviously, as Toru was mentioning, there are, let's say, policy and regulatory implications around that. How can, in your mind, government policy further enable the utilization of renewables in various sectors, including when it comes to production?
就目前的现状，实际上光伏行业在这应用方面，政府只要提一个目标，市场的力量是能够帮它实现的。一个是现在技术进步的速度非常快，包括电池的这个从 TOPCon 技术、BC 技术到抑制节技术，包括下一步的这个钙钛矿技术。 所以光伏的成本还在进一步的大幅下滑，也就是说，我们用光伏的电的成本，不仅仅是因为我们想要绿色、想要环保，而是因为它就是比火电或者其他的方式就便宜。所以说，这个从经济学的角度来说，光伏发电未来10年的成本还会进一步下降，所以它会自然会运用。所以说，从国家政府的角度来说呢，就是说怎么去解决这个基础设施。 比如说我的电网的安排、跨境的运输，实际上是要解决这个基础设施的搭建。光伏的成本它会快速下降，这是一个不可阻挡的事实。那么就是一个应用的范围，国家怎么来鼓励，这是一个我们要考虑的东西。那么从能源投资商的角度来说，它也有2个短期的风险。从长期来说，这个光伏的组件价格还会进一步下降，但是短期来说， 目前的组件价格可能是一个底部阶段，可能是个底部阶段，也就是短期来说可能有一个组件价格上涨的风险。但是另外有一个，如果我们在跨境的这个电力输送的过程中，还面临一个风险，就是我们未来5年到10年，因为我们光伏是一个20年，比如说我们去投标是一个20年的电力输送，这个20年的电力输送肯定会面临一个这个货币的一个贬值问题，或者是货币的升值问题，这是一个很大的风险未来会有一个巨大，在这2方面会有一个风险。
Yeah, yeah. Thanks very much. Yeah, and I think the point that you make also about interconnection is extremely important. Before I come to Willio, because we've been talking about government policy and what needs to happen in Indonesia, maybe I can just pivot right back to Anderson quickly, if that's all right. We're talking about trends and best practices that can help to facilitate the outlays of renewable energy, both from an investment perspective and in terms of putting it onto the grid. Can you talk a little bit about some of the trends and best practices that you have seen in other markets in which RGE is operating in that are, can offer some kinds of a roadmap?
I think the challenge with energy is I always say the energy trilemma, right? I think everyone's heard of it, but maybe just to recap, people want cheap energy, people want clean energy, and they want secure energy, geographically secure. The reality is you can't get all three. You pick two, and you gotta sacrifice one. Especially in an environment when we're in this transition process, right? So what do I think are some of the trends that support the transition of this trilemma? So if you want green energy and you want secure energy, the reality is you have to pay temporarily to really get us over this cusp, to encourage people to invest. You want cheap energy, but you want to secure, may not be clean, then maybe it's cheaper, other alternative forms, right? So I think what I see the best practices is really to create an incentive system where, especially in the next 5 years, to move the tipping point economically to ensure that we can really invest and secure. That's number one. Number two, honestly speaking, is a big part of it, is it's capital intensive. With a high interest rate environment of 8-9% nowadays, we need support on the financing side. Whether it's non-recourse financing, whether it's green financing, that allows you to bring the cost of capital further down, because a high-cost capital environment, again, discourages transition. Yeah. And last but not least, eventually, it needs to move to a free market. I see it in Brazil myself. In Brazil, when we sell about 200 megawatt of our power into the state grid, it's a free market. So it's a very efficient market where the hydropower plant, when there is less rain and the hydropower plant is actually under pressure and they're generating less power, green electricity prices shoot up. The reverse is true currently, where the hydropower plant is extremely full and the green electricity is very, very low. So I think eventually we need to move towards a free market mechanism where you can really encourage the supply and demand to be much more porous, and where the biggest supply is and where the biggest demand can work itself out. But initially, I always say you need incentive mechanism. Second, we need to fix the financing problem, make sure the rates are competitive. Last but not least, eventually we need to move towards a free market. Not yet, I don't think so. Indonesia is premature, but in the next, hopefully, decade or so, we move towards that direction.
So Willio, time for me to come to you. You've heard from all the rest of the panelists, lots of ideas about including an advocacy for some of the most free market approach. Obviously, this also creates price implications for customers, which is something that is an issue for PLN. And we've heard about sort of the role of regulation and policy that can sort of help on the financing side, as well as the regulation around outlays. Maybe you can what's your response to all this from the Indonesian perspective? What are some of the lessons learned and some of the bottlenecks that you've seen through Indonesia's process of transition currently?
Thank you, Philip. So, of course, developing of the energy transition in Indonesia is not easy as flipping a switch. But we are very optimistic we can do it. So, we have some issues to developing of energy transition in Indonesia. The first is Indonesia is a big archipelago countries. We have more than 70,000 islands, and should be electricity in there. So the issue is we have a mismatch between supply and demand, which is Java is a big island, and the demand in Java very big, but the capacity to support the electricity in Java is I think from the renewable energy is now become difficult. So we need transfer of green electricity from Sumatra to Java, from Kalimantan to Java. So it means we need to build the big transmission line to supply the green electricity from Sumatra to Java and Kalimantan to Java, or to Nusa Tenggara to Java. And we have a plan to develop this one, and we hope we already proposed to government with the new RUPTL start from this year 2024 to 2030. When we already concerned about the developing of the transmission line from the Sumatra to Java, Kalimantan to Java, and of course from Nusa Tenggara to Java, that Sumatra have a big potential of hydro, big potential of the geothermal. What Kalimantan have a big potential capacity of the hydro, and of course from the Nusa Tenggara we have a big potential for the geothermal and photovoltaic PV. So the first issue is how to develop, how to transfer the green electricity from Sumatra, Kalimantan, or Nusa Tenggara to Java. The second, of course, about the financial sustainability. We need the big money to developing the transition energy from black energy to green energy, of course. So we already make some collaboration. We already make some cooperation with other countries, from the investor, of course, local or international investor, with the developer, with the supplier, the vendor. We already make some discussion with them how to develop the energy transition in Indonesia smooth and as soon as possible. We need the low-cost financing, of course, such as green bond, and then we also need a collaboration with our vendor, from PV vendor, of course, geothermal vendor, of course, geothermal manufacturer, PV manufacturer, and we also invite them to build the manufacture in Indonesia. We already offer to investor, to manufacturer, to build the manufacturer in Indonesia, such as our subsidiaries, such as Indonesia Power, already have a cooperation with the big manufacturer from China to build the factory in there. Now in progress. We hope in the end of this year we can produce the module of photovoltaic. And the fact is, of course, regulatory support from the government. We know we have some regulation that not support to developing of a transition energy, but with the good communication with the Kemenkomarves, ASDM, Ministry of Energy Resource and Mineral, and of course with the Ministry of State-owned Company, we already make aggressive discussion to solve this issue. For example, local content. By leading of Ministry of Marine Affairs, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, what is make many discussion to solve this problem, and alhamdulillah, now we have a new regulation that can support the developing of transition energy, but also support the increasing of local content. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, maybe John, I can ask you sort of your comments on this. You know, we've heard from Waluyo, he talked about the importance of investment into the grid, and particularly the connections between Java and Sumatra. He talked a little bit about the financing side and international financing. Obviously, Indonesia has the JETP program, which is involved in including international financing, both for ramping up renewable energy, but also for phasing out coal energy. And I would also say, if I could take the liberty, that PLN also has had, let's say, some project delays around things like permitting and bureaucracy in relationship with the government. So it seems like at many levels, there's sort of this interaction between the public sector and policy side, as well as the project development. Can you maybe just give your thoughts there about what's happening in Indonesia, but particularly taking key learnings that we've seen from other examples around the world that you've analyzed to discuss a little bit about what are the enabling factors that we need?
Sure. Yep. Thank you. So this is complex system change. So we cover 33 different commodities and technologies, and you have to understand all of those to understand the energy transition. There's about 16 key industries. That's excluding agriculture and land use, so that's probably a few more. And there's 200 countries we have to decarbonize. So this is difficult. So where we've seen most progress, you need some kind of vision. You need some kind of buy-in, particularly for your geography. So as we talk, Indonesia has its special geography, special attributes, special resources. You need a plan that really plays to those strengths. The same way that companies play to their own strengths to win and succeed, countries need to do the same. So I think first off, it's not even a plan, it's a vision, and some targets will help send a signal to companies and to investors, because investors want to see signals, and it will also send a signal to the policymakers. And those all three need to be on the same page. So that's thing one, you get a vision and some targets. We've seen how that works. Then obviously policy, so a lot of this is policy driven. We've seen with things in the US like the IRA, how big a difference, transformational, how big a difference good policy can make. So, getting the policymakers involved and engaged with companies and finance is really important. We've seen things like auctions, reverse auctions, be tremendously successful and promote huge build out of clean technologies in quite short order. So, this is very responsive. And then I think two other things. One is, this is big system change. So it's not just about sort of generation or electric vehicles. It's a whole ecosystem. And actually, some of the biggest barriers have been, charging infrastructure or grid connections or these kinds of things. So thinking about this thing as a whole system and making sure that that things aren't oversimplified and that you're really connecting the dots is really important, because those can become huge barriers. Anderson mentioned, liberalized markets, free markets. We've seen that just be, that just helps things move more quickly. So, sort of in some ways, the less rules and the more economics plays, the quicker this thing moves. And then the final thing I'd mention is sort of innovation. So the sort of the cool and fun thing about this is innovation, this is new technology. You need people thinking about it as a business opportunity and something great to get into. And not a diligence, something that needs to be done, and compliance. So this is a huge business opportunity that will be grabbed by a number of businesses, and there'll be new leaders and new companies in the future that we do very, very well.
Well, let's maybe just talk a little bit about on that financing, both on the innovation side as well as just, let's say, leaving it to the free market and really to the free capital markets, right? We talked about the capital intensity of decarbonizing the power sector and of some of these technologies. Clearly, the high cost of capital that we see around the world is creating difficulties, particularly in places like the solar sector, where we've seen a lot of victims. I know in the US, some of the major darlings of 3 years ago in the energy transition have gone bust just recently. But for a lot of the factors that we've talked about, both with LONGi and with Suntech, and sometimes it seems like there is a role for policy or for either creating blended finance mechanisms that can help to drive innovation, or perhaps creating some kinds of opportunities for structuring deals that might not be directly available just from private market or private sector finance. How do we get over sort of the current difficulties that we're seeing, particularly on the cost of capital side, to advance the innovation and to advance outlays?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose for early stage technology, you really need support to bring the cost down. So really what we've seen in a number of different areas, solar is a great example. It's high cost, it's capital intensive, but actually as those industries get scaled with some steep learning curves, then the costs come right down. So then it's a business, people making money out of it, and the market takes over. So it's really looking at the different levels of maturity of these technologies, and that's really where you need the support, the government support, to get first of a kind, multiple projects moving, to get the sort of the cost curve moving, the knowledge up. And then you see costs come right down. So same with, the offshore wind industry was absolutely like that. It was just way too expensive, never going to happen. You couldn't, wind farms in the sea, that's, what a dumb idea that is. Well, the industry basically got together, they worked on it, they put some up, they got smart, they improved, and now, it's cost effective in many parts of the world. So it's really watching that sort of technology maturity curve and working out where best to put capital to accelerate that.
Yeah, and we're talking about the wind industry. There was a good dollop of public Danish money at some point that really pushed that forward. Anderson, I saw you shaking your head a little bit. Do you think that we can sort of affect the kind of technology development and innovation scaling for some of those technologies at the speed that might be necessary just by leaving it to free market capital markets?
So I was not shaking my head in terms of technology. I was shaking my head about blended finance.
Please.
Because we've talked about this blended finance concept for many, many years. But as a potential recipient of it for various projects, it's a very challenging thing. It's not blended finance. It's easier said than done, to be honest. So, but on the technology development, I think it's absolutely critical. I think the battery technology is one area where it's ripe for multiple innovations, and hopefully those innovations will continue to bring down the costs of the battery. Again, the only way for solar panel to move towards a base load is that we figure out how we want to store. Of course, there are many ways you can store, but battery is one of the best ways to store. And I believe that if you really want solar, if you see this morning's presentation, the potential for solar in Indonesia alone, if I'm not wrong, was 3,000 gigawatt, if I wasn't wrong, right? 3,000 gigawatt. Indonesia only uses about 80, 90 gigawatt annually per year. So you imagine it's almost 30x its potential. But all that cannot be realized if we don't crack the storage problem. There is already a solution, but economically it is still costly. It doesn't provide you the kind of power prices at 10, 11, 12 cents per kilowatt hour that maybe the traditional combined cycle gas turbine or coal does. And the reality is, if we want this transition to be truly sustainable, we want electricity, us citizens want electricity at the right price. And that's when it can be truly sustainable in terms of our transition journey. So.
Great. Well, I think that's a good place to leave it. It seems to me when we talk about decarbonizing the power sector and getting it to net zero, on one side, it's kind of the lowest hanging fruit, isn't it? We haven't even talked about decarbonizing some of the difficult, hard to abate industries, which some of you are very much involved in. But on the other side, as John mentions, this really is a system change. And as we try to basically turn over not just the generation capacities, but all of the enabling technologies around them, whether that is a grid that can handle the kind of intermittency that we need to see, that's interconnected both on a regional basis in a place like Indonesia, as well as on an international basis, as well as some of the other kinds of enabling environments that we need to create this, we see that there's a potential for a shifting over a system that can potentially create mismatches if it's not done correctly. And so there will be particularly with a free market guidance, there's the potential for some cost volatility, price volatility, and the question then is, how can we have the right policy and policy stability that can help to smooth some of those impacts, whether it's on consumers or to help to incentivize the scaling up of building out the kinds of technologies that we need to turn over the power system at scale and at the speed that we need to achieve some of our climate targets. So I'd like to thank my entire panel for joining me today. John Moore, Wiluyo Kuzuiwarto, Wu Fei, Dennis Shi, Toru Yoshioka, and Anderson Tanoto. Thanks very much for joining me today. And thank you for having us in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator, also our panelists. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. For we have just joined in our fourth panel discussion. And gentlemen, we once again invite you to please take a position on stage for a photo session as we wrap up the fourth panel session this afternoon on transitioning the power sector to zero emissions. And to all documentation team, once again, we invite you to please prepare yourselves to take a picture of this momentous occasion. I will help with the countdown. All right, gentlemen, are you ready? I will help with the countdown for the first picture. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a round of applause. Thank you for the wonderful, insightful discussions on transitioning the power sector to zero emissions. And once again, thank you, Philip, for moderating this session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024 becomes a platform for us to once again converse and find insights and share best practices in the road to sustainability. And what we have just took part in was a panel discussion, our fourth panel discussion on the first day of ISF 2024. Together, we have took part in the session focusing on transitioning the power sector to zero emissions. And as mentioned in the keynote speech as well earlier today, that Indonesia especially and all countries have the potential in developing and also in the road to sustainability. Indonesia itself has its potential, especially to develop energy storage with its abundant resources, natural resources, and also its manpower. And of course, the key to energy transition towards net zero 2060 is all these abundant resources and also collaboration between nations and also among stakeholders. And of course, the road to sustainability and transition is not easy. It is a challenge we must all face and tackle together and also play our respective roles. For example, in Indonesia, it was mentioned that one of the challenges is our geography as a nation, where Indonesia is the largest archipelago in the world, where, of course, there is also an issue of supply and demand, especially regarding to the dense islands in Indonesia, as mentioned in the island of Java. And another challenge we must face together as nations and as a global united front in the road to sustainability is financing, where it was mentioned that is needed a large amount of finance, which is of course sourced through finance and also investments and also collaborations between stakeholders. And we must also take into note the importance of planning and also the vision to signal the progress that we all have, that we all must show towards a greener and more cleaner energy and also to the road of sustainability for not only our generations, but also for the whole mankind. And we also must be able to spot and also grab the potential and, of course, the opportunities in developing innovations and technology to help us achieve sustainability. And once again, as mentioned from the opening remarks and also opening speech, that the key is collaboration and also dialogues and, of course, fostering stakeholders' collaboration through events and, of course, through partnership, which we will hope to see more in this year's Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, we must also remind you that we still have a lineup of agendas at today's ISF 2024. Therefore, once again, we invite you to please, once again, take your seat as we will prepare towards our next agenda for another keynote speech on the first day this afternoon at ISF 2024. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have just joined us this afternoon, we would like to once again present to you a video of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024.
Today, we would like to tell you a story about two best friends, but in a way, also about us. On the beautiful southern coast of Sulawesi, Indonesia, Susi and Nabil spend their day playing by the beach. Suddenly, they discover a wooden plank and a length of rope. It reminds them of something that they have been dreaming about for a long time. They start putting together these two items to build something new. They could almost see their dreams coming true. But it's not quite as they imagined just yet. They both scramble to get more materials. Nabil has a lot of materials to choose from in his home. These colorful decorations from his mother would look wonderful on their project. Meanwhile, Susi gets creative, getting supplies from her father, a local fisherman, and recycling hidden gems in her home. Even when bringing different things to the table, Nabil with all his things and Susi with her creations, they know that every single thing they gathered will complement each other and help make their dreams come true. And there it is, a beautiful swing overlooking the ocean. They ride the swing with a lot of fun. It proves that working together ultimately leads to a result that can be enjoyed together as well. Susi and Nabil also know that the swing exists because of some contributions from others. They invite these people to join them and enjoy the swing, proving that every contribution will eventually bear fruit. This is how the story is also about us, a story of people collaborating together for a greater good. And the collaboration can start here in Indonesia, as we are blessed with the rich resources to boost global collaboration in sustainability. Many of our islands are rich in energy transition materials, the core of cleaner industries. Our strategic position in both the Ring of Fire and the Equator allows us to harness the power of nature for renewable energy production. Indonesia is also home to millions of young minds ready to drive innovation towards a greener future. Rich natural resources, consistent renewable energy, and reliable human capital are key elements that can come together, weaved into an entire ecosystem of sustainable industries. Indonesia is determined to be one of the pioneering countries in the global effort to create a sustainable future. An effort that not only impacts many, but stands the test of time. Just as the swing began for one or two people and evolved to become a playground for the community. As a nation, we believe that their story represents the impact each of us can have on the world. We are inviting you to build a sustainable future with us, to leave a legacy and enjoy the home that we care for together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the video of ISF Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, ISF was first established last year in 2023, and now it is in its second year. If we look back on last year's Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, it was emerged as a notable success, drawing a substantial turnout of over 2,000 participants last year from over 40 countries. The forum in 2023 spanned as 2 days as part of a pre-event to the ASEAN Summit 2023, featured 24 plenary and thematic sessions supported by 12 domestic and international sponsors and 13 knowledge partners. The impactful event in its first year, last year in 2023, resulted in the signing of 8 Memoranda of Understanding, or MOUs, and marked the inauguration of Indonesia's inaugural state-owned enterprise Sustainability Academy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this year, once again, we are facing unprecedented risk and the threat of irreversible damages due to the soaring levels of greenhouse emissions. And as a nation, Indonesia believes we have the potential to champion the global climate efforts. And of course, this needs the support and also collaboration from all stakeholders, from all nations, because this is a global, concerted, collective effort. And through Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, which has entered its second year, we hope to continue to deepen the conversation, especially around 5 key levers and also the key financial and non-financial drivers needed to achieve sustainable growth. To achieve sustainable growth, it is believed that the 5 levers needed, among them are energy transition, green industry, biodiversity and nature conservation, sustainable living, and also blue economy. And we hope that through this 2-day forum that once again is being held, Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, we hope we can deepen and also, once again, collaborate together, exchange ideas, insights, and also share best practices to the effort of one common goal, which is achieve a more greener, a more cleaner, and also sustainable future for all. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you. For those of you who have just arrived at the plenary hall, we kindly request you to please take a seat, because after this session, we still have a number of interesting and also thought-provoking sessions. Among them are keynote speeches and also panel discussions. I would like to also remind you that the program will be conducted and is conducted in 2 languages, both in English and Bahasa Indonesia. And once again, there is an interpretation device available for you to use, which you can collect near the entrance door. And ISF 2024, ladies and gentlemen, once again is hosted by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, together with Indonesia's Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or Kadin. And this 2-day event and 2-day forum, not only we will be holding discussions and also keynote speeches here in the plenary hall, but there will also be a number of side events and other stages and booths for you to attend and also, of course, collaborate, discuss, and share insights. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we request for you to please kindly take a seat and fill in the front rows first as we prepare to continue our next agenda on the first day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. And ladies and gentlemen, looking back at the success of last year, this year, ISF, or Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, continues to seek collaboration and also to scale its impact internationally, of course, as a platform for sustainable growth and also climate dialogue and collaborations this year in 2024. And of course, we hope that from this forum and from the dialogues and also the collaborations which we will witness together this year over the 2-day event and 2-day forum, we hope that together we can tackle pressing issues that we all face, especially how our countries can accelerate decarbonization, especially by reducing greenhouse energy gas emissions to reach net zero pathways. And of course, we hope that we can also find out ways to provide quality green energy for industries to power green economies. And of course, there are other challenging issues, especially in terms of how we all can together protect and of course restore the ecosystems and resources that we have to ensure a livable planet for current and also future generations and for humanity. Because as mentioned in the opening speech, this cannot wait and we have to start now and we have to start from ourselves. And as also discussed in the panel session, which we have just took part in this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, there is also the question and also the challenge that we must answer and also collaborate on together is how can we all accelerate and provide especially the financing, technological, and also human capital so that the countries can have the same and justly opportunities to decarbonize. So ladies and gentlemen, with all of those challenges that we face and the pressing needs and the urgency of this subject, we must together once again see this as not only a destination, a sustainability destination, but a journey which we are in together. And of course, with the challenges, we hope that it can also provide opportunities for us all to be able to grab and also find out the solutions through collaborations. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have just entered the plenary hall, please do take a seat because we are preparing to continue our program. For our next session will be a keynote speech presented on the first day of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you to Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. Can I have another round of applause as we will continue our agenda for today's forum? And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a keynote speech on transformative solutions for urban air quality and waste management, which will be delivered by His Excellency, Mr. Teo Chee Hean, the Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for National Security of Singapore. Please give a round of applause.
My good friend, Kemenko Luhut Panjaitan, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for inviting me to speak at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. I would first like to congratulate Kemenkomarves and Kadin Indonesia for hosting this significant event. The world is currently on a pathway to 2.1 to 2.8 degrees Celsius of global warming by 2100. This is too much. Increasingly, through floods and heat waves, all of us are seeing how climate change can profoundly disrupt lives and livelihoods. Combating climate change will require the collective and consistent action of all stakeholders. Asia must be at the forefront of change. We have more than half of the world's population and are one of the key engines of global economic growth. Today's ISF gathers many stakeholders who are committed to advancing ASEAN's net zero ambitions. There is much that we can do and do together. So let me suggest 3 key practical sustainability pathways towards a net zero ASEAN. The first sustainability pathway is building up green energy infrastructure. ASEAN is blessed with significant renewable energy potential. Indonesia itself has abundant solar, wind, hydropower, and geothermal energy resources. We can work together to realize this potential through our vision of an ASEAN power grid. Regional grids can better match supply with demand. Countries that can produce more renewable energy than they need can export the excess. An ASEAN grid will also allow seasonal variations in green energy output to be balanced out across the region. The revenue created will improve the bankability of renewable energy projects, which will in turn accelerate the deployment of more of such projects and support the phasing out of fossil fuels. It is a virtuous cycle. Within ASEAN today, we have several bilateral interconnections over land. But much of ASEAN is archipelagic, especially Indonesia. We need stronger transmission systems to underpin our regional energy transition and to build climate resilience. If we want a truly interconnected regional grid in ASEAN, we must work together to develop subsea cables. And this will allow electricity to be traded along multiple routes and in multiple directions. Indonesia and Singapore are collaborating to advance the development of a regional power grid. At the inaugural ISF last year, Indonesia and Singapore jointly announced conditional approvals for 5 projects to import 2 gigawatts of low-carbon electricity from Indonesia to Singapore. And this year, we will advance these projects to the next step of development by issuing them conditional licenses. We will also issue We will also be issuing new conditional approvals to 2 more projects to import an additional 1.4 gigawatts of low carbon electricity from Indonesia to support our future energy needs. Singapore's Second Minister for Trade and Industry, Dr. Tan See Leng, will elaborate on this a little later. When these projects are realized, they will catalyze Indonesia's green economy by supporting investments for manufacturing, solar photovoltaics, and battery energy storage systems. These projects will also be one of the first building blocks for an expanded ASEAN power grid. Let's work together to strengthen both domestic grids and cross-border energy infrastructure over land and under the sea. And this will create new pathways and new possibilities and a stronger, more climate resilient and integrated ASEAN. For all of us know that there is no transition without transmission. The second sustainability pathway is the scaling up of new green technologies by mainstreaming them and lowering the costs. Carbon capture and storage, or CCS, has an important role to play in allowing us to achieve our net zero targets. There is growing international recognition that CCS technology can safely and permanently store carbon within the ground to decarbonize our emissions. We will need to devote resources to develop the technology to bring the costs of implementation down and make it a viable part of ASEAN's decarbonization path. Governments will also need to establish legal frameworks to encourage the use of CCS. Indonesia and Singapore are also collaborating closely on CCS. In January 2024, Indonesia became the first Southeast Asian country to develop cross-border CCS-related legislation. 1 month later, in February 2024, Singapore signed a letter of intent with Indonesia to collaborate on CCS. We hope to continue working with Indonesia and other partners in the region to catalyze the deployment of cross-border CCS projects in ASEAN. The third sustainability pathway is financing for decarbonization projects. Large-scale investments in renewables cannot be financed solely by the public sector nor solely by the private sector. Blended financing initiatives can help de-risk projects, improve project bankability, and draw in more commercial capital. One way that Singapore is supporting blended financing is through Singapore's Financing Asia's Transition Pathway Partnerships, or FAST-P. FAST-P aims to mobilize up to $5 billion from public and private sector partners to de-risk and finance currently marginally bankable green and transition projects in Asia. This will complement the existing suite of initiatives aimed at financing climate-related projects in the region. The size of the climate challenge is daunting and time is not on our side. But there are clear pathways to success. There are many opportunities for Indonesia and Singapore and our region to work together and with other ASEAN member states to create a sustainable ASEAN for the future together. And through today's ISF, I hope that we will be able to turn more of these opportunities into reality. I thank all of you for your attention, and I wish all of you all the best in our sustainability journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Teo Chi Hien. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the insightful keynote speech, and of course, on how we can all capture the opportunity and turn them into realities. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned before, that the key word for this two-day forum is collaborations. Therefore, next, we will witness together the signing and also the realization of Memorandum of Understandings. And we will begin with the first session, which is the announcement on cross-border electricity interconnection. Therefore, to begin this session, we'd like to invite onto the stage to deliver the remarks His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investments.
Pak Teo, Senior Ministers, my very good friend, and Minister Tan, ladies and gentlemen. I remember a year ago, in March 2023, we witnessed the signing of the Indonesia-Singapore Renewable Energy Cooperation. I think we prepare only, I don't know how many months, very quick, because my friend Pak Teo remind me about this, What should we, see the progress of this discussion, because we've been discussed this quite some times. This partnership is very strategic for both nations. It also represents significant step toward in our shared commitment to a sustainable future. For Singapore, this cooperation will secure a supply clean electricity power by solar PV and battery energy storage system manufactured in Indonesia. For Indonesia, this mark is a pivotal shift in our energy export landscape. We have a lot of silica in this country. So the raw material for solar panel. So we build the industry of solar panel because we have to export green energy to Singapore. So I think benefit both country. That's, I think, they're very important. But at the same time, we learn something. We encourage young people of Indonesia to be part of the solar panel industry. Having long been an exporter of coal and natural gas, this collaboration is the first step in our transition from fossil fuel exporter to renewable energy exporter. This will also accelerate the development of our green industry and solar PV and BVSS, creating, let me repeat, creating green jobs for our people. And today, I'm delighted that we will witness yet another critical milestone in this cooperation. The significance of this cooperation extends beyond our borders. It facilitates the development of the renewable energy projects, cross-border electricity trading, and green manufacturing industries in Indonesia. I trust this cooperation will proceed according to the proper government and business procedures, staying true its original goals. Furthermore, I hope we can continue to foster investment and collaboration between Singapore and Indonesia. And I would like also to report to the friends here, our collaboration with Singapore, I think, is very, very good. Yesterday, I had a very good lunch with Pak Theo and Pak Tan in my office. We agreed to move forward. So I just discussed also with Pak Tan about the CCS, carbon capture storage. This is going to be long-term project, at least maybe 20, 30, 40 years project. This is also $billion project, because you cannot claim zero emission without CCS. So I believe Indonesia can be a good partner of Singapore. So again, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up this trust to support each other. And of course, yesterday we agreed also to see the ASEAN grid, so we can collaborate also with the other member of ASEAN. So Singapore and Indonesia can play the very vital role in this. So not only make money, but we contribute something to the climate change. With doing this, as again, ladies and gentlemen, this kind of forum is very important, that Indonesia can show to the international that we can play also our share in order to bring the zero emission as soon as possible. The global target 2050, but Indonesia said 2060, but we try to do also 2050. And I believe the young people of Indonesia, Pak Theo, they want to see the green energy, and also the less and less carbon emission in this country. People sometimes, especially from the developed country, they thought we don't care about this. We care, Pak, very much. If you talk to the young people of Indonesia, they care very much on the climate change and air quality and others. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this story about between Singapore and Indonesia, building a shared and sustainable growth in the near future. And I believe that our two countries are going to be much, much closer in the near future. And you have the technology, still ahead of Indonesia in some area. We have a lot of resources. Let's work together to capitalize this potential to the benefit of the people of Indonesia and the people of Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Bapak Luhut. And we request Pak Luhut to please take a seat on stage. For next, ladies and gentlemen, we will together listen remarks which will be delivered by His Excellency, Mr. Tan Sri Leng, the Minister for Manpower and Second Minister for Trade and Industry of Singapore. Please give a round of applause.
His Excellency Bapak Luhut Panjaitan, Indonesia Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investments, Senior Minister Teo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to congratulate once again the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime and Investment Affairs for hosting such a successful conference and for bringing so many important stakeholders together. And this is the second Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. And I think that in the successive ones, given the compounding rate of the guests and the membership, I think you're going to run out of space very soon in this convention center. Now, this forum, ladies and gentlemen, reflects Indonesia's leadership and commitment to catalyze regional cooperation on sustainability and climate change solutions. When the forum was held last year, Singapore and Indonesia signed an MOU to support the development of commercial projects and interconnections for cross-border electricity trading. Singapore's Energy Market Authority, or EMA, also granted conditional approvals to 5 companies for the import of 2 gigawatts of low-carbon electricity from Indonesia to Singapore. Now, over the past year, these 5 companies, namely Pacific Medco Solar Energy, Adaro Solar International, EDP Renewables APAC, Vanda RE, and Keppel Energy continued to make concrete progress towards a final investment decision. These companies, ladies and gentlemen, conducted marine surveys and feasibility studies to obtain greater certainty about the commercial and the technical conditions required for their projects to succeed. I'm happy to announce that this year, EMA will issue conditional licenses to these 5 companies. Congratulations. This is not a small feat, because this actually recognized that these projects are in an advanced developmental stage. The conditional licenses also signify that these projects have substantially demonstrated their ability to meet the stringent requirements of both Indonesia and Singapore. And this is particularly pertinent and important because we want cross-border electricity trading to be win-win propositions for all parties. Now, building on the progress of these 5 projects, I'm also pleased to announce that EMA will be granting additional conditional approvals to 2 more projects from the Total Energies RGE and Shell Vina Energy Consortia, respectively. This is actually getting through to the final goal, the goalpost. This is, let me tell you that the hard work behind everyone, and also with the sterling, continuous, unwavering support of Pak Rahmat seated there, and of course, Bapak Luhut and many members of his coordinating ministry. Terima kasih banyak, Bapak. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, when ready, these 2 projects will export a combined 1.4 gigawatts additional of low-carbon electricity from Indonesia to Singapore. Now, I also want to call out and provide a shout-out, because this amount of progress within the span of this 1 year would not have been possible. And I want to list out all the names. And forgive me if I've omitted any, Pak Rahmat, maybe you should guide me. You should be up here, together with me, reading out the list, Pak Luhut. So, these are the multiple Indonesian stakeholders: Kemenkomarves, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Timnas, the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, the Ministry of Investments, and PLN. Thank you very much to all of them. On behalf of all of us, I thank you for your support. We look forward to continuing with these strong working relationships. And as Bapak Luhut exhorted, we are now moving on to the next paradigm, CCS, together looking at even perhaps SMTO's FAST-P and the blended finance platforms. Now, regional electricity imports are a key part of Singapore's decarbonization energy as we progress towards our national climate target to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. As all of you can see from today's announcements, there is strong interest from credible parties to supply low-carbon electricity to Singapore. Earlier, Singapore announced that we would work towards 4 gigawatts of imports by 2035. Now, we will seek to increase our imports to around 6 gigawatts by 2035. And ladies and gentlemen, we are prepared to do even more, especially if we can work together with our neighbors to develop the ASEAN power grid. I will share more of our plans at the upcoming Singapore International Energy Week at the last week of October in Singapore. I hope Bapak Luhut and Bapak Ratmat, you would not mind me making a pitch to invite everyone to attend our Singapore International Energy Week at the end of October. Now, as Senior Minister Teo shared earlier, cross-border electricity trade will benefit both Indonesia and Singapore. Besides producing electricity for export to Singapore, these projects will facilitate the setting up of plants manufacturing solar PV and battery energy storage systems in Indonesia. The revenue from exporting electricity to Singapore can also be used to catalyze more renewable energy projects to accelerate Indonesia's decarbonization journey. These projects reflect a shared commitment and a shared common vision by both Indonesia and Singapore to collectively address climate change. And we hope that this will be the mother of all doors to open the thousands of doors to deeper collaboration. I look forward to further milestones in our electricity import projects. Ladies and gentlemen, there is still much work to be done before the first electrons flow. But this is a significant step, and let's keep this positive momentum going. As the saying goes, if you want to go far, we must go together. There's only so much each country can do by itself to decarbonize. But collectively, we can do so much more. And Singapore will remain committed to working with Indonesia and other partners to support one another's journey towards net zero. Once again, let us continue to develop new opportunities for innovation, cooperation, collaboration, and partnership. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak. Thank you, Your Excellency. And we invite you to please stay on stage along with Bapak Luhut. And next, we'd like to invite onto the stage His Excellency, Mr. Teo Chee Hean, and also Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, and Mr. Kwok Fook Seng, Singapore's ambassador to the Republic of Indonesia, to please once again come up on stage. And to present the conditional licenses to companies, I would like to also invite onto the stage Mr. Puah Kok Kyong. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to also invite to the stage representatives from the 5 companies: Pacific Medco Solar Energy, Adaro Solar International, EDP Renewables, Vanda RE, and Keppel Energy. Please, once again, give a round of applause. And please do take your positions on stage as we will together witness the presentation of the conditional licenses to the companies up on stage. And as we now witness together, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Puah Kok Kyong is now presenting the conditional licenses to the companies. Once again, please give a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this signing, the value of this project, I just, Pak Tan whispered, Pak Rahman whispered to me around $20 billion US. So we are not talking about CCS. CCS also going to be a big project and also long-term project. Let's work together. And also I love very much, Pak Tan mentioned about the Global Blended Finance Alliance G20 Bali. This is, I think, the project, the outcome of G20 Bali. So we're going to have our own secretariat, the international organization of Global Blended Finance Alliance G20 Bali in Bali, the international organization. Thank you.
Incredible. And of course, this is a great teamwork and collaboration. And ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to please take a picture on the stage. to the documentation team to please prepare the photo session of the presentation of the conditional licenses to the 5 companies presented. Ready? I will count down in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. I'd like to say thank you to the companies and to all the representatives of the companies. You may now return to your seats. And next, we will continue to the presentation of the conditional licenses to Singa Renewables Consortium of Total Energies and RGE, and also representatives from Shell Vena Energy Consortium to please come up on stage. And once again, we would like to invite Mr. Puah Kok Kyong to present the conditional licenses to the 2 companies, accompanied by His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, His Excellency Mr. Tan Si Leng, and His Excellency Mr. Teo Chi Hien, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, and also His Excellency Mr. Kwok Fook Seng. Once again, please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, we request for you to please take your positions on stage for another photo session after we have presented the conditional licenses. And once again, to all the documentation team, I will start with the countdown. Oh, wait. All right, everyone ready? 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. You may now return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause once again for the first stepping stone, or the first step towards the pathway of collaboration, which we have just witnessed this afternoon. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will now soon witness another collaboration, for there will be another session of Memoranda of Understanding signing here at the first day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And of course, as mentioned by His Excellency in the remarks, that indeed working together is the key, for if we want to go far, we must go together. And as we together here witness, will be the first step towards the road to sustainability. And of course, the collaboration between the stakeholders will be reflected, will be presented through our projects, and these MOUs, which we will be witnessing together this afternoon, will be the first step, especially to catalyze the efforts of sustainability. And the MOU signed at ISF 2024 is, of course, one of the hopes or the outcomes that we wish to see from the Forum of Indonesia International Sustainability. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we request for you to please remain seated, for we will soon continue our next agenda, which we together will once again witness a signing session of Memoranda of Understanding. on the first day of ISF 2024. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will have a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, signing between Pupuk Indonesia and Aqua on head of key terms for green hydrogen purchase agreement. Therefore, we'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. Rahmat Pribadi, the President Director of PT Pupuk Indonesia, onto the stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will witness together an MOU signing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will witness together an MOU signing between Pupuk Indonesia and Aqua. Therefore, once again, I'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. Rahmat Pribadi, the President Director of PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero. Aqua Power representatives, Mr. Salman Barai, VP Southeast Asia of Aqua Power, Mr. Rahmat Dewanto, the Director of Gas and Fuel, PT PLN Energi Primer Indonesia, and Mr. Bernados Sudarmanta, Direktur Pengembangan Bisnis dan Niaga PT PLN Indonesia Power. I would like to also invite onto the stage to witness the signing, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, Coordinating Ministry. Once again, I'd like to invite onto the stage to witness the signing, Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, the Deputy Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, Coordinating Ministry. And now, gentlemen, please do prepare yourself as we will begin the signing process of the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause, for we are now witnessing the MOU signing between Pupuk Indonesia and Aqua on head of key terms for green hydrogen purchase agreement. As now all the documents have been signed, we invite you to please take a picture. Please, once again, gentlemen, take a picture for the documentation team, and I will help with the countdown. And 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, gentlemen. You may now return to your seats. Once again, gentlemen, you may now return to your seat, but Mr. Rahmat Pribadi, we request for you to please stay on stage, for we will continue with our next MOU signing session. And ladies and gentlemen, our next MOU signing session will be between Pertamina and Pupuk Indonesia on SOE Energy and Joint Development Studies, potential of carbon capture storage, carbon capture utilization and storage. Therefore, we kindly invite onto the stage Mrs. Nico Widiawati, the President Director and CEO of PT Pertamina. And therefore, we invite Mr. Rahmat Pribadi and also Mrs. Nico Widiawati to approach the table and also to prepare yourself to sign the documents. You may now sign the documents of MOU between Pertamina and Pupuk Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as the MOU between Pertamina and Pupuk Indonesia on SOE Energy and Joint Development Studies, potential of carbon capture storage, carbon capture utilization and storage, has been signed. And now we will start with our first photo session. In 3, 2, 1. And next, to also join in the photo session, we'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. Salyadi Saputra, the Director of Strategy, Portfolio, and New Ventures of PT Pertamina Persero, to come on stage. Once again, we would like to invite the Director of Strategy, Portfolio, and New Ventures of PT Pertamina Persero, Mr. Salyadi Saputra, to come up on stage to join in the photo session of the MOU signing. All right, I will help with the countdown in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give another round of applause, and you may now return to your seats. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our next MOU session. And ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our next MOU signing. Therefore, we kindly request Mrs. Nico Widiawati, the President Director and CEO of PT Pertamina Persero, to please remain on stage. And next, we will continue with our next signing session, which is an MOU between JSA-CCS Pertamina Group and POSCO International Joint Study Agreement, feasibility study on carbon capture, transportation, and storage with offshore ONWJ as storage area. Therefore, I'd like to invite to join up on stage Mr. Khalid Said Salim, the President Director of PT Pertamina Hulu Energi. Once again, we have requested PT Pertamina Hulu Energi President Director, Mr. Khalid Said Salim, which is represented by Director of Finance and Investment, Mr. Danif Uttoyo Danu Saputro. And next, we'd like to also invite onto the stage PT Pertamina Hulu Energi Offshore Northwest Java Director, Mr. Wisnu Hindadari, represented by General Manager, Mr. Muzwir Wiratama. And next, we'd like to also invite onto the stage PT Perusahaan Gas Negara Tbk President Director, Mr. Arif Setiawan Handoko, represented by Director of Strategy and Business Development, Ms. Rosa Permatasari. And next, I'd like to also invite on stage PT Pertamina Power Indonesia Chief Executive Officer, Mr. John Anis. And next, I'd like to also invite onto the stage PT Pertamina International Shipping Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Yoki Firnandi. And next, we'd like to also invite the President and CEO of POSCO International Corporation, Mr. Lee Ki-in. And now we invite you to please approach the table and also the documents, which will be signed, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to please approach the table and also prepare yourself to sign the documents or MOUs, which are prepared on the table on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as the MOU between JSA CCS Pertamina Group and POSCO International, a joint study agreement, feasibility study on carbon capture, transportation, and storage with offshore ONWJ as storage area, is now being signed, witnessed by Mrs. Nika Widiawati, the President, Director, and CEO of PT Pertamina Persero. And now we will continue with the photo session. Please do show your documents to the camera. The documentation team, please do prepare yourself, and I will begin the countdown. In 3, 2, 1. And now we will take another photo opportunity. In 3, 2, 1. Or please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and you may now return to your seats. And once again, congratulations on the signing of the MOU. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly request you to please remain seated, for we will continue with our next agenda, which is another session of collaboration with a Memorandum of Understanding signing session. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, is a joint statement between Kadin Indonesia and Bloomberg NEF on Carbon Center of Excellence. Therefore, we'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. John Moore, the CEO of Bloomberg NEF, Ms. Sinta Kamdani, the Coordinating Vice Chairman of Maritime, Investment, and Foreign Affairs of Kadin Indonesia, to also join up on stage. And this signing will be witnessed by Mr. Arsyad Rashid, the Chairman of Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Therefore, I'd like to kindly invite Mr. Rashid to please come up on stage. And next, we'd like to also invite Mr. Darsono Hartono, the Chairman of Kadin Net Zero Hub, to also come up on stage. And next, we'd like to also invite Mr. Steven Marcelino, Deputy Chair for International Affairs, Kadin Net Zero Hub. I'd like to also invite onto the stage to witness the signing, Mr. Ali Izadi, Head of Asia Pacific of Bloomberg NEF, Ms. Angela Lois Iskandar, Southeast Asia Relationship Manager, Bloomberg NEF, And also we'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. Benedict Wee, Account Manager, Bloomberg NEF. And before we begin the signing, we would like to invite Mr. John Moore, the CEO of Bloomberg NEF, to please give your speech and also remarks prior to the signing of the documents.
Hi, it's been a real pleasure to work with Kadin and our partners in Indonesia, so Kadin, and also look to expand the knowledge hub. So capacity building is a key part of the energy transition, and the carbon markets are a growing piece of that. And the purpose of the knowledge hub is really to share best practice, stories, policies, etc., to help everybody get engaged in the carbon market. So it's been our pleasure to support the site so far, and we look forward to expanding, as I say, in other geographies in ASEAN and maybe other places like Brazil around the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. And next, we'd like to invite Ibu Sinta Kamdani to also deliver a speech ahead of the signing.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think this has been a good opportunity for us at Kadin Indonesia, Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to work together with Bloomberg NEF. Actually, our wedding was happened during the B20 presidency in 2022. That's where the wedding happened. And then we start having one baby, and then goes to the next baby. And we have now the Carbon Center of Excellence as the legacy of B20 Indonesia that now continues on to Brazil for B20 Brazil this year. So we appreciate all the efforts that's been done together, and we hope this collaboration will make more babies in the future and enhance also more cooperation with many our members' companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sinta. Therefore, next we'd like to invite Mr. John Moore and Ibu Sinta Kamdani to please approach the table to prepare to sign the documents. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as the joint statement between Kadin Indonesia and Bloomberg NEF on Carbon Center of Excellence has now been signed this afternoon at the first day on Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And now we will continue with the photo session. Documentation team, to please prepare yourselves. And I will help with the countdown in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Please give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now you may return to your seats. Once again, congratulations and thank you on the signing of the joint statement. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will together listen to a keynote speech by Mr. Arshad Rashid. Therefore, Mr. Arshad Rashid, we request for you to please stay on stage. Because, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please kindly return to your respective seats because our next session, our next agenda at the Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2024 will be a keynote speech delivered by Mr. Arshad Rashid. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. Arshad Rashid, the Chairperson of Indonesia's Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or Kadin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Very good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. As Chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or Kadin Indonesia, allow me to first express my sincere appreciation and congratulations to His Excellency Bapak Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment, for the success of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024 And Kadin is very proud in co-hosting this forum with you. And especially also to Pak Rahmat, who is actually his deputy. Please, applause for them. In just its second year, ISF has become more than the annual event. It has become a critical platform and beacon in the region, driving concrete climate actions and strengthening sustainability efforts across our region and beyond. As President Joko Widodo highlighted in his address, IISF has become a focal point of knowledge, capital, and resources of sustainability, championing the role and perspective of developing countries in global climate discussions. We share the same spirit of a greater public-private partnership through ISF, leveraging this platform to be the Davos of sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, last year, under Indonesia's chairmanship, we positioned ASEAN as the epicenter of growth. Amidst global headwinds and geopolitical risks, ASEAN unique modalities continue to make it a vibrant beacon for global economic growth. As we confront the realities of climate change, extreme weather events, and natural resource depletion, it is evident that we cannot take this for granted. Fueled by its vast economic potentials and demographic strengths, ASEAN is poised for continued growth. Yet, this growth must be reimagined to meet the challenges ahead. Our future economic development will require us to pursue low-carbon growth, aligning with our international climate commitments, to achieve carbon neutrality. Much of the growth we have today has been anchored in our natural resources endowment and access to affordable but carbon-heavy energy resources, all of which are key enablers for our economic growth. Looking ahead, some may view that our transition to low-carbon future will also equate to a low economic growth, as we are forced to find a balance between environmental responsibility and economic development. From a business perspective, this is not an either or options. It's not about choosing one over the other. It is not. From a business perspective, pursuing both pathways is a necessity and will require us to tap into one of ASEAN's supposed to be the most fundamental strength, achieving high growth but also green growth, and that's the challenge. ASEAN's vast renewable energy potentials and rich natural resource endowment, especially in critical minerals, could generate new economic growth drivers, leading the way in the creation of a new green and low carbon industries. From electric vehicles to battery ecosystems, powered by green energy from solar to hydrogen, ASEAN has the potential to become a leader in these industries. And connectivity here is the key, whether it's energy connectivity or supply chain connectivity. At the same time, ASEAN with its diverse and rich biodiversity, including peatlands, rainforests, mangrove, provide the region with substantial natural carbon sink potentials. This unique asset presents ASEAN with the opportunity to complement its economic growth with environmental stewardship, harnessing these natural resources through the creation of high-integrity carbon market. Achieving this vision will require significant investment in capital and green talent, as well as policy support
and coordination with the public sectors. We recognize that while the call to decarbonize and achieve net zero is universal, not all companies, especially MSME or micro, small, medium enterprises, are prepared and well equipped to do so. This is why we launched what we call the ASEAN Net Zero Hub, which serves as a platform to facilitate the sharing knowledge and best practices among stakeholders in reducing greenhouse gas emission and achieving net zero. What's more, we recognize that there is a strong business case for carbon markets in our region. The economic and geographic makeup of ASEAN allows for a complementary market where there is both strong demand and supply for carbon credits, which is very unique in other part, unlike any other part of the region. We have launched the ASEAN Alliance on Carbon Market, or AACM, as the first private sector-led initiative to advocate for the development of a cross-border carbon market in Southeast Asia. To this end, I welcome the recent statement by Kadin and Bloomberg-NEF on the Carbon Center for Excellence to advocate and elevate the utilizations of carbon markets, and not only at the regional level, but also at the international levels. What we just witnessed is actually a new connectivity where Sinta started in Bali at the point of time during the B20. We missed it in India. Now we're going to connect back in Brazil. This is where the connectivity of our region, which is maybe perhaps the second largest biodiversity, with the largest biodiversity of Brazil and South America. We are well aware that decarbonization and achieving net zero for ASEAN must also be accompanied by inclusive and sustainable economic growth, something that ASEAN and indeed no other country can do alone. That is why I believe ASEAN should also join regional and international efforts to work together towards these common goals. Let's take the example of energy security and energy transition, a topic that came out in many of the discussions I attended. With countries doubling down on ASEAN as the epic center of growth, we have seen a number of initiatives targeting this very sector. On the demand side, the ASEAN Zero Emission Community, established by Japan, aims to provide solutions to promote decarbonization while maintaining energy security and economic growth. So it's both energy security and energy transition. In this regard, ASEAN Business Advisory Councils co-created the initiative of ASEC Advocacy Group in 2023, which was established to raise the aspiration of business sectors and experts for a more just, inclusive, and applicable energy transition in Asia. Another example is the Just Energy Transition Partnership, or JETP, a goal initiative that enables international partners to mobilize climate finance to further accelerate the early phase out of coal and address the supply side of our energy, which must transition rapidly to achieve this net zero, the net zero goal that we have, and many other platforms too. Just to have some numbers, ASEC Japan is actually committing $1 trillion to ASEAN, to Asia, in doing the Asia Zero Emission Community. To conclude, the transition to a low carbon future offers us a once-in-a-generation opportunities to leapfrog and achieve equitable and inclusive economic development. As we move forward, we must also not lose sight and address the current challenges we have today, such as air pollution, which are closely linked and exacerbated by climate change. The next session will also delve into these intertwined issues and explore solutions for both. It will require a long-term and sustained effort from all stakeholders, not one-off investment or commitments. Let the ISF be the accelerator for these critical efforts. And this is where Indonesia would like to participate and be part of this global change and be part of the solution for climate change. With that, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, thank you, Mr. Arshad Rashid. Please give a round of applause once again. Thank you for delivering a keynote speech on this afternoon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will continue our agenda. We will still have another panel discussion, a session where we, of course, together will collaborate and share ideas and insight at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. And we hope, once again, that from this discussion, we can also foster more collaboration, partnerships, and, of course, the cooperation between all parties, all nations, in the concerted effort to achieve sustainability. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to also inform you that our next session will be on pioneering solutions for urban air pollution. And after the panel session, we will still have other agendas here at ISF 2024, where we will once again witness a collaboration or the first stepping stone on the pathway of collaboration with other MOU signing sessions this afternoon. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly request you to please remain seated. And for those of you who have just entered the plenary hall, to once again kindly take a seat, for we will begin our next panel discussion, or our fifth panel discussion at Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024 in just a moment. And in addition to the plenary sessions that is held here at the plenary hall of the Jakarta Convention Center, ISF 2024 also have a number of other agendas, which of course we can all explore. You can visit the booth and also the side events here at ISF 2024. And all of this is, of course, our efforts and also the way we take our roles, our crucial roles in achieving and also transitioning to a greener and also cleaner technology and also energy. For as mentioned, that we must work together, go together, so we can go far in achieving a sustainability and of course the journey of sustainability, which is challenges and also the opportunities that we will face and also capture together. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please do remain seated as we will soon begin our fifth panel session on the first day of ISF 2024, where we will continue our conversation regarding pressing issues which we all face today. And of course, the next issue which we all have been discussing and also feeling the past several months is regarding urban air pollution. Therefore, during our next session, we will have a deeper conversation to tackle the issue, especially how we will focus on pioneering solutions for urban air pollution. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to introduce and also welcome our moderator, Tanushri Ganguly, the Director of Air Quality Life Index. Tanushri is the Director of Air Quality Life Index at the Energy Policy Institute at the University of Chicago. Prior to joining Air Quality Life Index, Tanushri led the Clean Air Program, the Council on Energy, Environment, and Water, and supported multiple states and municipalities in charting pathways towards meeting their clean air ambitions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Tanushri Ganguly. Please give a round of applause.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this is the last panel discussion of day one. And from what I can see, we still have a semi-full house, which bears testament to the fact that we've seen an incredible day one at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. So a huge round of applause for everyone who stayed around since morning and for those who've tuned in for this discussion. It's been truly rewarding to listen and learn about everything that's happening globally and in particular in Indonesia to mainstream the sustainability agenda. And now on to a personal privilege, which is sharing this stage with some really power-packed panelists. So I'd request the panelists to join me on the stage as I introduce them. First, we have Mr. Ray Luo, who is the Director of Global Energy Transition at Bloomberg Philanthropies. I'd like Mr. Ray Luo to join us on the stage. Then we have Ms. Dechen Sering, who's the Regional Director of UNEP in Asia and the Pacific, and also the Ad Interim Director of the Climate Change Division at UNEP. Then we have Ms. Liang Wenyue, who's the Director of General Environment Management Division at the Beijing Municipal Ecology and Environment Bureau. Then we have Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, whose name we have heard way too many times already, so he should be on the stage now, who is the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Transport at the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment. And finally, we have Mr. Iyad Kirbek, who is the Director of Air Quality at C40. A huge round of applause for our wonderful panelists here on the stage. All right, with sort of permission from the panelists, I'd like to indulge us in a very short exercise, in a 20-second exercise, all right? So the exercise is taking 20 seconds to think about what you would like to accomplish if you had 2 additional years of life to live. All right? I repeat the question. Take 20 seconds to think through what would you like to accomplish if you had 2 more years to live. I hope everyone's thinking. All right. In the interest of time, I will sort of cut short that introspection process. While I cannot be taking sort of responses from the audience, I can certainly sort of reach out to my panelists here and see if somebody would like to address. What would you accomplish if you had 2 more years to live?
I probably want to spend more time with my family.
Well, the idea behind this question was to help us imagine a future where people can live longer and healthier lives. And as you would have guessed, a major lever to make this happen is the blessing of clean air. And that's the agenda. All right, so we have a bit of a technical malfunction. Cool, I think I'm back on. All right, so what I was saying is that what it would take us to live longer and healthier lives is the blessing of clean air. And that's the agenda for our discussion today. Air pollution is the greatest threat to human life expectancy. In some parts of the world, the risk of air pollution is greater than tobacco, childhood and maternal malnutrition, or even access to unsafe water. Air pollution is not just a sustainability and a public health problem. It's equally an economic problem, particularly in the emerging economies of the world. And finally, air pollution is also exacerbating existing inequalities in our world. It's been found that people living in the most polluted parts of the world breathe air which is 6 times more polluted than people living in the cleanest parts of the world. So that's the sort of stark disparity that we see when it comes to exposure to air pollution. But this panel is not about reflecting on the grim reality of air pollution. It's about collaboratively thinking through transformative solutions that can actually dent air pollution. And as evidence has shown from around the world, air pollution is no longer a wicked, unsolvable problem. It's very much a solvable problem with the right intent and with forceful and deliberate policy implementation. And on that note, I'd now like to turn to my panelists to enlighten us more on what we can do about this pesky problem. All right, so I'll first turn to Mr. Ray Luo. I know that I said that this panel is not about belaboring on the grim reality of air pollution, but just to kind of set context for the panel, would you be able to reflect a little bit on what is the scale of air pollution, particularly in urban centers across the world, and what are some of the most worrisome signs that you see that we as a community trying to solve for the problem be mindful of?
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much. Really excited to be here. First of all, just want to express our appreciation of the co-host of government in Indonesia to invite us to this exciting international sustainability forum. So back to actually your first question, before jumping to the global clean air quality. So if I have the luxury of the last 2 days or last 2 months of my life, or I definitely want to do more marathon. That's something I think also related to the air quality, clean air. Definitely you cannot wear a mask to run a marathon, or even less than marathon, but it's a long run. I still remember before people see people wear a mask, running, it's a kind of a protest. I think there's also show a lot of the social consciousness of air pollution that related to your everyday. Nobody can walk on street with a high air pollutant environment. So as Mother you already said, the air pollution, it become the second leading risk of death before, like ahead of tobacco and the food. I think that's the looming data we see every day. And also just come back with the earlier few hours, we see a lot of uplifting collaboration between countries and companies. I do think for air pollution, regardless of this current status, there's a lot of opportunity to solve that. So I think just put that as a first point. And I think I want to still start from the more positive side in terms of the household air pollution. I think that's where we see a lot of decrease due to the clean cooking and also the access to healthcare in that space. But because of this Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the urban development is increasing, that we see air pollution is also correspondingly increasing, and also premature deaths and the impact to the children's health is increasing. I don't want to throw number there. I think that's also boggling people's day job every day. So I just want to stop here. Air pollution is still prevailing in a lot of emerging economies. So that's where we are here today to talk about the challenges, but also importantly, how we can solve that together.
Okay, terrific. So we have a couple of challenges and we have a few solutions there sort of in the response. So we are not just talking about air pollution as a problem, right? From what I heard from Mr. Ray, it's about energy inequity, it's about access to healthcare, it's about sort of forging the right collaborations for initiating action. So all of those are very valid thoughts there. With that, I would like to move to Dechen. And Dechen, I'd like to hear from you. You know, you've looked at sort of cleaner action, the way it has happened across the world, and you've heard to Ray as well right now. So could you perhaps reflect, on some of the strategies that have worked globally towards addressing air pollution?
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all colleagues. If you think about air pollution, I mean, my colleagues just talked about it. We're talking about 8.1 million premature deaths. And in this region, if you look at some of the most polluted cities, it's in the Asia-Pacific region. And we start to look at which are the regions that have really been successful. And you really look at Europe, where we have the Convention on Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution. And the reason why a regional instrument becomes really important is because of the transboundary nature of air pollution. UNEP did, we found the biggest gap in air pollution in terms of the regulatory frameworks. So in 2021, we did an assessment of 193 countries, and we found that, especially in our region, in some countries you have, the right to clean air enshrined in a constitution. In some you have it in an act. In some you have an active city government or a provincial government that works on air pollution, but it's completely uneven. About 23 years, UNEP Secretariat, the Asset Deposition Monitoring Network, ENET, which Indonesia is a part of, addressed acid rain. And none of us are talking about acid rain, so we were able to tackle acid rain. But we've expanded the scope to include air pollution. And what we've been doing is we've been doing monitoring. We have an air pollution network center in Niigata in Japan, and we actually do capacity building, monitoring, because it's really important. If you look at the 2021 WHO air quality guidelines, none of our countries are on track to stay compliant with the guidelines. But we need some sort of regional instrument where we're willing to share data, we're willing to share information, we're able to have this in national law. There's a lot of really good work, there's a lot of really good networks, a lot of really good civil society organizations, a lot of cities, but it's really uneven. So through the UN Environment Assembly, there's been a lot of calls in order to strengthen regional cooperation, and through the UN ESCAP, the Economic Social Commission for Air Pollution, there's a regional action program on air pollution, and really it's to bring the efforts together. So you're talking about the data, the monitoring, the legal frameworks, the investments, and really being able to take more concerted action, because it affects the most vulnerable amongst us, but it affects youth. 85% of them, it affects, their employment opportunities, their productivity, and this really becomes a critical issue for the region. So thank you, Tanushri.
All right, terrific response. We have a multitude of solutions essentially for addressing air pollution. So there is a strong local government, the region for transboundary agreements, and then there is the case for enhanced monitoring, but not just monitoring, also data transparency and open data. And then we've also spoken about capacity building within sort of institutions that deal with air pollution. So there is, a multitude of solutions. Sorry, I also missed the importance of legislative frameworks and standards. And even we are finding, in some of our analysis that 50% of the countries today still don't have air pollution standards. So there is no benchmark against which clean air can actually be evaluated. So that's sort of, getting a sense of everything that should be and can be done for addressing air pollution. Now, I would like to turn to Ms. Liang, to tell us about the one country which has, in the recent past, very successfully tackled its air pollution. Some estimates suggest that within a span of a decade, China has managed to control its PM pollution, particulate matter pollution, by over 40%. That's incredible. That's remarkable. So we'd just love to learn from you as to how did China crack the code? What is it that China did? And what are the kind of lessons that other countries can draw?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, thank you. It's a great honor for me to come here, join you, and share the matters and the achievements of Beijing in air pollution control in recent years. As an international metropolis, Beijing was facing the air pollution problem with the rapid economic and social development. This is a common problem for the megacities to solve in order to achieve sustainable development. In recent years, we have mainly adopted the following actions against air pollution. We started with scientific analysis and conducted 3 rounds of PM 2.5 source apportionment, finding that the main source of PM 2.5, including motor vehicles, coal burning, industrial production, fugitive dust, and domestic sources. And based on the source analysis, we have taken the different precise measures to control air pollution. First, in terms of coal burning pollution control, Beijing has retrofitted 28,000 megawatts of coal-fired boilers. More than 1.3 million households have shifted to electricity or natural gas. Second, in terms of vehicle pollution control, Beijing has implemented the China 6 emission standards and fuel standards ahead of schedule, controlled high-emission vehicles and off-road mobile machinery, and promoted the application of electric vehicles or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Third, in terms of industrial pollution control, Beijing has updated the catalog. Over 3,000 general manufacturing and polluting enterprises were closed. First, to guarantee the effectiveness of these measures, Beijing has implemented comprehensive governance. For example, the strengthened regulation, strict local standards, and financial support subsidies. And we also built an integrated air quality monitoring network from ground to sky, as well as a high-density sensor monitoring network covering townships and streets. Okay, with years of unremitting efforts, we have realized economic growth together with environmental protection. In 2023, Beijing's annual average concentration of PM 2.5 was 32 microgram per cubic meter, a drop of 2/3 from 89.5 in 2013. Okay.
Okay, terrific. So that's a huge number. I think that's something we should just take a moment and, internalize. 2/3 in less than a decade. That's the kind of pollution reduction that has happened in Beijing. So that's sort of remarkable. But again, a multitude of solutions have been offered here. But the three that, again, sort of stick out are, scientific analysis, but to answer a specific question, not just, scientific analysis to belabor on the problem, but to answer a specific question. The second piece around massive domestic energy transition, and this is a particular solution which is relevant for countries in Asia and Africa. And finally, we come back to the point on regulations and standards. Standards don't necessarily mean ambient air quality standards, but standards also apply to emissions from stationary and mobile sources. So those are some really interesting ideas there. Mr. Rahmat, I know you're sitting next to Ms. Liang, but I'm going to skip. I'm going to move to Mr. Iyad first, and then I'm going to come back to you. So, Iyad, you've heard from Ray, you've heard from Dechen, you've heard from Liang, and we've looked at solutions in different contexts. But one of the things that we hear very often within the echo chamber of air quality is that there are multiple solutions on paper, but given the different economic and social contexts in which cities and countries operate, it's difficult to implement them. And given your work within C40, could you maybe reflect, on how these solutions need to be curtailed to suit different kinds of social and economic contexts?
Yeah, thank you. So I work with C40 cities. We're a network of mayors, 100 cities that are working together to address climate change and create healthier and more sustainable cities. And I maybe wanted to quickly start by saying how thrilled I am that this panel is part of this major sustainability summit. So really thank you to Mr. Rahman and the organizers who have really put air pollution on the agenda of a major sustainability forum, really acknowledging the importance of public health and improving air quality in the climate transition, and really the importance of people in that transition. You asked earlier about what we would do with 2 years of extra life. I think it's also important to unpack that a little bit, that the 2 years of extra life also means avoiding deaths that are happening in children due to air pollution. The recent State of Global Air, I think, estimated 700,000 deaths in children under 5 years old. I mean, that's a really striking number that drives me to wake up in the morning and do the work that we do to really avoid these deaths that are happening right at the beginning of life. And so our vision at C40 is that all people, no matter where they live, can breathe clean air and have access to healthier and more productive lives. And cities really play an important role in that transition. So I want to focus more on the role of cities rather than national governments, where cities have a role both in addressing emissions within their borders, but working with local communities and collaborating with other levels of government to implement important solutions. And so some of the elements to successful strategies that we've seen across our network of 100 cities include things like robust and regular collection of air quality data and communicating to the public. So both data on levels of air pollution, but also the sources that are contributing to the health effects within cities, and really creating a common understanding across both government and the public on what are the sources and what are the solutions to that. And we've seen a range of action within our cities, from places like London and Beijing that have deployed thousands of sensors in their cities to understand the temporal and spatial patterns of air pollution within their cities, and what are the sources and the vulnerable communities within those cities, and how do they tailor policy to address those issues. To other places we're working, like Rio de Janeiro and here in Jakarta, to measure air pollution using new technologies and to be able to evaluate different types of policies and how they're improving air quality. The second piece that I want to mention is really thinking about inclusive policy making to address the most important sources of pollution. We have a clean air declaration at C40 that 50 cities, including Jakarta, where we're at now, have signed, that have committed to putting standards on air pollution or setting targets on air pollution and implementing priority air quality policies. And we've seen across C40 over the past several years a 7% decline in annual average PM 2.5 levels, really driven by the improvements that are happening in Chinese cities, US cities, and some European cities. But we know that that improvement isn't even across all countries and all regions. Many places air pollution has been stagnant, and in some places it's been going up. So in terms of some of the trends we're seeing in this declaration, what are the types of policies that cities are putting in place? The first are things like low emission zones, so charging vehicles and putting restrictions on vehicles that are polluting in certain parts of the cities. Places like London have their ultra low emission zone, which now covers the entire city, that charges vehicles that are dirtier than a Euro 6 from entering the city. And that city has already seen a 50% decline in NOx levels within central London and a 22% decline in NOx levels in outer London. Places like Jakarta, Bogota, other places are now considering these types of measures to implement, particularly in the global south. In Bogota, for example, they've implemented what's called a Zuma program, which is really a people-centered approach to creating low-emission zones and working with local communities to implement sustainable transportation options within that city and improving quality of life as a means to getting at low emissions. The second piece is around residential combustion, and we heard really the great example from Beijing, where over 1 million boilers, coal boilers, have been transitioned over the past several years, which has contributed to the air quality improvements there. Places like Warsaw, for example, have invested in transitioning coal boilers and investing in energy efficiency in those cities, in those buildings, to ensure that not only are you cleaning up the air, but you're helping with the cost of living crisis. And then the last piece I wanted to mention is really integrating pollution reduction strategies with other strategies within the city. We've been working with many cities and thinking about how do the climate action plan in those cities align with their air quality management plan, and how can you look for synergies between climate action and air pollution action to improve air quality while meeting your climate goals. And other examples around green jobs. We had a project in Bogota, for example, that trained women to drive the electric buses. So increasing jobs, increasing gender inclusion, and promoting green jobs in the city among a population as part of the transition. So the last thing I'll mention is collaboration. So we do a lot of work around bringing cities together to learn from each other and knowledge share, just as we're doing today. And I find that that's a very important mechanism in driving action within cities. So while many cities are earlier in their air pollution journey, often the problems that they're trying to deal with, other cities have already dealt with before. And so we do a lot of that work as well.
Excellent. So again, we have, a slightly exclusive set of solutions coming in. So there is, strengthening local government. There is data communication, sort of to build a unified understanding of air pollution. There is inclusive policy making, and then there is embedding air pollution targets within the larger policy ecosystem. All right. With that, I will now move to you, Mr. Ahmad. You've heard from everyone on the panel. What's happening globally, what's happening in China, what's happening, in cities in the global south, what's worked, what's not worked. So we'd now like to hear from you as to, how is Indonesia demonstrating leadership in addressing air pollution?
To be honest, I'm actually quite happy just to listen to other people. And I have ulterior motive to sit in this forum. It's a privilege as a host, right? Because I want to learn from all of you. We are not the leader on air pollution. We are currently facing the problem that probably Beijing has 20 years ago, right? Jakarta air quality is not very good today, as you can see. I've been having cough and for 3 months now. So this is also professional and personal mission. However, the reason why we put this topic in the panel, because I think all of these solutions are quite interesting. Last year, Pak Luhut, my boss, asked me to look into this air quality issue. And one of the few things that is quite clear to us is that, because I was doing climate energy transition, and it seems to me that energy transition and air quality is two sides of the same coin. It comes from the same source, which is burning. Right? If you burn, you create CO2 and you create air pollution. So if you solve this, maybe one of these issues, then you can solve it. One of the issues about data. I think now Jakarta have quite a lot of data. People put like in these low-cost sensors. We have reference points. I don't think we don't have the data now in Jakarta. What is missing, I think, need to be improved, is where is the source coming from, right? Because getting the data is relatively cheap, but getting the source apportionment study could be quite pricey, right? And of course, among these issues, there are unscientific, maybe political things like, oh, I don't like coal, so let me say it's coal-fired power plants. I don't like this and that, right? So some of these people with interest groups tell the stories that maybe distort the reality. So for Indonesia, for Jakarta at least, for Jakarta, we have looked into the source. And of course, we keep updating the data. And the source, basically major source, by far, is actually tailpipe emission. And then the second is actually open burning. Because in Jakarta, there is no coal-fired power plants. There is one outside, there's a couple outside of Jakarta, but the wind only come during rainy season. And of course, during rainy season, the air is actually quite clean. So tailpipe emission, open burning. These two is actually a very societal problem. We look at the tailpipe emission. I guess the solution is clear. You need to take out these emissive cars and motorbikes out of the road. But that will be quite challenging because people probably won't like it. It's not popular, right? So for Indonesia, what we try to do is we try to incentivize the four-wheelers and two-wheelers EVs. We give quite significant discount or incentive for people. But of course, it's going to take a long time for that to reach significant population. If we put like all these low emission, ultra low emission zones, we have to be quite careful because what are the alternative for people? The other thing, and this is something that we wish to be able to complete before the end of our administration, is that the standards. Indonesia today have an emission standard of Euro 4. The industrial vehicle standard, at least four-wheelers, of Euro 4. But today, we actually produce less, not Euro 4 fuel. It's actually quite below that. So we need to improve the quality of the fuel that we provide for our people. We need to support our national oil company because cleaner fuel costs money. And this is a commodity that is so political that we need to be quite careful. How can we increase the quality and also make sure that it doesn't increase the burden of our state budget, our fiscal, right? Because we subsidize this commodity. So hopefully, I was hoping I can introduce that solution, but apparently not yet. So hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we can do that. So I think it comes through, the thought is maybe reduce the subsidy for maybe the higher income people, and then use the proceed into fixing the fuel quality. Of course, open burning, again, is about people's behavior. We do have the regulation. You should not burn waste, but nobody likes to tell people, like, hey, you stop doing what you have been doing for the past 20 years. And therefore, coming back to the original point, knowing where the source are is quite important. And that is the reason why we want to learn from all of you to hear, and then also to share it with the Indonesian people. Because if the government just tell people, oh, don't do this, don't do that, they will be like, yeah, government just make my life harder. But if we have a scientific data, and then we tell them like, hey, it should require a societal effort, everybody have to chip in, then we have a chance to be successful.
All right, so we have a very interesting and a very different sort of take on introducing air pollution solutions. So we always think of implementation challenges, but here there is the challenge of political pushback, and I think even in the London sort of ultra low emission zone example, we do see pushback from certain sort of factions of the society. We have the problem of misinformation, right? Misinformation and misrepresentation, and sort of, the white elephant, which is behaviors and orienting behaviors towards the environmental agenda. And these are problems, which the world is struggling to fix in a way. So what we'll do is, for the next round of discussion, we'll try to keep it a little tighter in the interest of time, but we will try and address these specific problems that you've highlighted, which is around sort of how to fight misinformation, what has been done sort of across the world, perhaps on sort of introducing behavior change. And again, sort of if there is political pushback against certain solutions, how have cities responded to it? So we'd like to hear from everyone else on the panel around this. I'll probably start with Dechen first. And if you have a quick response, this sort of, sorry, I'm just taking a bit of a detour, but this sort of point on political pushback that hits so hard because, I mean, in Delhi, the city where I come from, every winter there is a restriction on the cars that can operate on the streets. It's a hugely unpopular decision, but it is sort of imposed on people, and there have been political ramifications. So, Dechen, over to you to just tell us, this sort of political, social misinformation challenge. How have cities bridged that?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think maybe you've heard about the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei. So maybe we did an analysis of the Seoul metropolitan region, Seoul, Incheon, Gyeonggi, and over the last 15 years, and in 2021, They've reduced emissions with a baseline of 2001. And it was really interesting to see what they did. So there was a really robust legal framework, the quality data, but it was the investment, $9 billion over 15 years. And I think that's the part that's really daunting. But they did a lot of other things. They did a lot of public information campaigns, you know, and they took air pollution as a public health emergency. So on low air pollution burden days, schools would close. So you really socialized it in a way that people understood how it impacted them. And also then you made the connection of, you know, you had a child who had asthma, who has, you know, who has illnesses, and you say, what kind of car do you drive? So really you looked at some of it. I think what's really important about air pollution is to do communication campaigns, and 7th September is the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. And this year we're really focusing on investing in air pollution because of all the pollution problems. It's one of the most underfunded.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Deshan. With that, I'll move to you, Mr. Ray. And, you know, it's a very layered problem, right? There is energy inequity, there is access to healthcare, there is misinformation, there is political pushback. So where do you see the role of, you know, global philanthropy in sort of trying to address, not all, but at least some of these challenges?
Thanks. Thanks for, hi. Thank you so much. I think this is always the same question we're thinking of ourselves. Where the philanthropy can play a role. We are very humble and also at the same time has a privilege to work across sectors, experts, government, civil societies. I think that's give us an overview where we can play connected tissue on the global level, national and subnational level. And second, where Bloomberg Philanthropy, we does a lot of work really coming from our founder, Michael Bloomberg, as a mayor of New York, and also the founder of Bloomberg Company, where emphasize a lot of data. So a lot of our support to local partners, cities, is really emphasize the data and the open information. Really try to increase that in the way to support more mindful and policy making process. I think that's, we feel this is back to misinformation. It's not only about air pollution. I think it's across the board, everything. Sometimes you need to take time to really, you know, people will debate, but at least there's a consistent providing information and allow a third party to verify and analyzing it and share it. I think that's a healthy way of dealing with information, but also in the way to communicate to more public and also policymaker. And back to earlier point, Deshan, you mentioned about sort of global, you know, air quality is a huge issue globally to public health and also related to climate change. But at the same time, the investment level is still very low. So our partner Clean Air Fund, they published reports last year, received only 1% of international funding that went to the air quality related support. I think that's where we see different players, public, private, philanthropy, they're doing a part, but overall we need more new players coming to the space to address air quality, but not only air quality, but actually related to public health, climate change, and as a way to tie that into the economic development as a new way of growth, high quality growth. I think that's where we need national government, subnational government, international organizations, and the cities network and experts within city network working together. And we are also be very honored to be part of that effort. So I think that's overall, that's where, back to you, quick question, every day we're thinking where we can play our role. So that's where I try to contribute to these issues.
No, I think that's a terrific way to frame it, right? You know, just look at the connectedness of the problem. It's not just investing in air pollution, but it's investing in climate solutions. It's investing in public health. It's investing in reducing inequalities by sort of, you know, killing two birds with one stone, sort of a way. Sorry, morbid example, but that's the kind of phrasing that came to my mind. Anyway, thank you so much, Mr. Ray. With that, I'll move to Liang. And the question that I have for you is, you know, you've talked about sort of multiple solutions that worked in the case of China. But if you were to give one suggestion, right, and it's also because we have very limited time left, but if you were to give one solution to countries and cities across the world that are struggling with air pollution, what would that one solution be and why?
Okay. I think that the important measures that we adopted because of the air pollutant and the carbon dioxide share the same root sources and process. So the measures, control of them are highly constantly. Coordinated control of pollution and carbon emissions can deliver win-win results. We proved that Beijing keeps promoting clean and efficient use of energy. Coal consumption was reduced to less than 1 million tons per year. Second, Beijing accelerates a green and low-carbon transport system. The proportion of green travel in central urban areas reached 73.4%. The number of new energy vehicles in Beijing increased to 770,000. And third, Beijing has increased policy support and encouraged pilots and demonstrations.
Got it, terrific. So essentially you're saying is that cities should not look at climate change and air pollution as two separate problems, but to think of them as one problem, because oftentimes the sources which contribute to air pollution are also the sources that contribute to climate change. So that's a very good way to think about it, not to think of an exclusive problem, but to think of as a combined problem. I'll have Mr. Rahmat have the last word. So I will again skip you and move to Iyad. And Iyad, the question for you again is that you've heard the kind of challenges that Indonesia or Jakarta is facing. My question for you is, based on your experience, how do you think C40 can address some of those challenges? And sort of particularly speaking to the misinformation bit, right? I mean, if there is a way to show that solutions really are translating into action, into reduction, which is sort of evaluating policies in a certain way. So where do you see the role of data and C40 in sort of providing that kind of evidence?
Yeah, thank you. Son? On one question, and I thought your experience in Indonesia actually resonates in many places. We've done polling in cities, both in the global north and global south, that have found that really a majority of people, when you poll them, want their government to prioritize clean air. And actually, interestingly, most people will recognize air pollution as being harmful to their health. But then when you ask them about the sources of air pollution and what can be done, then you see a big mismatch between what many people think are clean air solutions versus what actually needs to be done to clean the air. So I think there's a gap there that can be filled with data and, as Mr. Rahman mentioned, source apportionment and good information on what are the sources of air pollution and what do you actually need to do to tackle the problem. And I think that's what Beijing has been so good at doing, is really going after the important sources, looking at it in a regional context, coupled with a local context, to address the sources that matter. And then the second piece, what I'll quickly say on the political question, one of the things we try to do within C40 is to try to build that momentum amongst mayors. If one mayor fails in putting in a clean air solution, other mayors won't follow. And so we need first champions to put in those solutions and then build momentum amongst many mayors so that it becomes a normal thing to do amongst mayors to put in these clean air solutions and try to build the political support both locally and globally for clean air action.
Terrific. All right. And I will let Mr. Ahmad have the last word. But you know, unlike other panels where we've sort of arrived at a solution at the end, I'd like you to leave the audience and the rest of us here with one question actually. And the question would be that what is one problem pertaining to air pollution that needs to be solved for in Indonesia? Because I think that question will be a good takeaway for the people here to think of solutions and come back to you and help you address that problem.
So you want me to ask that question?
Yes.
So, yeah, I guess we heard about all the potential solutions that is relevant on some of these things that we face in Jakarta. So, again, we in the government of Indonesia are facing this problem today on air pollution, and for audience, we are quite happy to, you know, we ask for your help. What can we do to improve? Yeah? Obviously, for Indonesia, there's a few things that we can start. Electrification or basically low emission transport is very, very critical. And if it's not low emission, at least it's cleaner fuel, right? As a start, and obviously, hopefully, I guess the question also is that what is the best way for us to communicate with everybody here in the city so that we can get that understanding and therefore political support for Indonesia?
All right, so that's a very pertinent question. So what is it that we need to do to build trust in these low emission options, which might not necessarily be public friendly, but at the end of the day have sort of long-term benefits for the general public? All right, it's been a very exciting discussion. It's going to be a challenge for me to summarize everything that we've discussed, but you know, I will try to sort of spin it around in a simple framework. So the first big takeaway is follow the science, you know, as we saw in the case of China, that you have to follow the science. The second piece is communicate clearly with evidence. So you need data not just to create sort of awareness about the issue, but also data to say that solutions actually work. And third, sort of taking from IAD, which is inclusive sort of decision making, right? Sort of weighing in people's opinions into what solutions may or may not work. And finally, and most importantly, sort of getting citizens engaged on this very important issue that plagues every one of us and sort of reduces our life expectancy. So it's been a terrific conversation, I hope. We started on the note that, you know, about the vision of clean air, and every time I look at, you know, the display here with, you know, the wind vanes and, you know, the single motorcycle and the single bus, I always feel that it would be wonderful to live in a place like that. And hopefully through ISF and subsequent editions of ISF, we will be able to build a future like that for us. Thank you so much. It's a wrap from our side on this panel.
Thank you very much, Tanushree Ganguly, for moderating the session. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now we invite to all panelists and also moderator to please kindly take a position on stage for a photo session to wrap up our 5th panel session, our panel discussion on the first day of ISF 2024. All right, I will help with the countdown in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you once again. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and you now may return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, ISF 2024, This afternoon, once again, in just a moment, we will together witness more collaborations, more joint and also MOU signing sessions, which will take place today at the plenary hall of the Jakarta Convention Center on the first day of ISF 2024. And of course, ISF, our Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, has become a platform for all of us, all parties, all nations to come together to once again take part in discussions, dialogues, to foster collaboration, and also to deepen our conversation and our understanding on the challenges and also opportunities to achieve sustainability. From the panel discussions, and of course, we will also have listened to keynote speeches and also remarks in which we all hope that this, of course, can become wisdom and also a new spirit for us to work together to achieve sustainability. And we together have just took part in our 5th panel discussion this afternoon regarding pioneering solutions for urban air pollution. And this, of course, is one of the key issues or one of the key challenges which we all face and which we all feel, and which is also close to our personal lives. And as mentioned before, issues of sustainability, the issues of the environment, is an issue that affects each and every one of us. It is a humanitarian issue, which of course needs to be addressed immediately for the urgency. And of course, us as human beings of the generation of this planet must work together and also take in responsibility. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, berikutnya kita akan bersama-sama saksikan penandatanganan nota kesepahaman antara Kamar Dagang dan Industri Indonesia dengan tim kerja pendukung Satuan Tugas Pelaksana Transisi Energi Nasional Sektor Ketenagalistrikan tentang percepatan transisi energi dan pengembangan ekonomi rendah karbon sektor ketenagalistrikan. Oleh karena itu, dengan hormat kami mohon untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung Bapak Edo Mahendra selaku Ketua Tim Kerja Pendukung Satuan Tugas Pelaksana Transisi Energi Nasional Sektor Ketenagalistrikan. Berikan tepuk tangan meriah Bapak dan Ibu, Bapak Edo Mahendra. Dan selanjutnya kami juga turut mengundang Ibu Sinta Kamdani selaku Wakil Ketua Umum Koordinator Bidang Kemaritiman, Investasi dan Luar Negeri Kadin untuk dapat turut bergabung di atas panggung. Dan kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu untuk bersiap terlebih dahulu di atas panggung, dan selanjutnya kami undang untuk dapat turut menyaksikan penandatanganan Bapak Rahmat Kaimudin selaku Deputi Bidang Koordinasi Infrastruktur dan Transportasi Kemenkomarves untuk dapat naik ke atas panggung. Dan selanjutnya kami mengundang Bapak Antoni Utomo selaku Ketua Pokja Transisi Energi Kadin untuk turut naik ke atas panggung untuk menyaksikan penandatanganan. Dan kami persilakan kepada Bapak Edo Mahendra dan juga Ibu Sinta Kamdani untuk dapat menandatangani dokumen nota kesepahaman antara Kamar Dagang dan Industri Indonesia dengan tim kerja pendukung Satuan Tugas Pelaksana Transisi Energi Nasional Sektor Ketenagalistrikan tentang percepatan transisi energi dan pengembangan ekonomi rendah karbon sektor ketenagalistrikan. Baik, boleh berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian atas penandatanganan nota kesepahaman dokumen ini. Dan kami silakan untuk berfoto bersama. Saya akan bantu countdown atau saya akan hitung mundur. 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi. 3, 2, 1. Baik, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu, dan sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat atas ditandatanganinya nota kesepahaman pada sore hari ini. Nah, kami persilakan untuk dapat kembali ke tempat duduk. Dan Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, kami mohon untuk tetap berada di ruangan dan juga menempati tempat duduk karena kita akan lanjutkan dengan sesi penandatanganan nota kesepahaman atau MOU berikutnya pada hari pertama ISF 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we once again request you to please remain seated as we will continue to witness signing of MOUs on the first day of ISF 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we will together witness the signing of point recommendations on climate economy equilibrium handover by Pijar Foundation. Therefore, we like to request Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin to please remain on stage. And next, we'd like to invite onto the stage Vero Feriska, the CEO and co-founder of Pijar Foundation. And next, we would like to also invite onto the stage Kazadira Fediva Tamzil, Director of Public Policy, Pijar Foundation, and also Anthony Dirmawan. And next, we'd like to also invite the Fellows community onto the stage. And to begin the session, we'd like to pass on the microphone to Ms. Kazadira Fediva Tamzil.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is our great honor and pleasure to unveil and share with you a 12-point collaborative action plan to forge a climate economy equilibrium. We are Pijar Foundation, a nonprofit organization which seeks to carve collaborative ecosystems and pathways for our future talent and planet for not just Indonesia, but for Asia and for the world. In the spirit of collaboration and inclusion, Pijar Foundation does not stand here alone. We stand here with our partners, our community members, our networks, the Global Future Fellows community, a robust network of over 100 leaders from diverse sectors representing government, private corporations, state-owned enterprises, community organizations, philanthropic organizations, and academia, who are not just committed to talk about sustainability, but to actually take actions to forge a climate economy equilibrium. 2022, we have been on a collective journey to identify alternative economic models and initiatives that can speak climate economy equilibrium. And today, we invite all of you to be a part of that journey so that it is not just our journey, all of our journey here today. This collaborative action plan comprises of 4 critical pillars, 3 of which are enabling environments related to talent and innovation, market and finance, and then also policies and regulations. And then we have 1 thematic pillar on decarbonization acceleration. You are welcome to scan the QR code in this screen to download the information about the collaborative action plan, and we invite all of you to send in your comments, your thoughts, and so that together we can work on this collaborative action plan and make it a reality. Today, we are honored that we can formally hand this over to Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin from the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, whose unwavering support has made the collaborative action plan possible. We thank you, Pak Rahmat, for your support, and we would like to formally hand this over to you so that together we can forge a climate economy equilibrium.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. And once again, we will take another photo session. And I will help with the countdown for the documentation team. In 3, 2, 1. And once again, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, and please give another round of applause on the point recommendations on climate economy equilibrium, which is handover by Pijar Foundation to Bapak Rahmat Kaimudin. Once again, thank you, and we now will continue to our next session. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, you may return to your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to our next MOU signing session, which is the joint study on the development of PLN hydrogen ecosystem roadmap. Therefore, we'd like to invite onto the stage Bapak Hartanto Wibowo, the Director of Corporate Planning and Business Development of PT PLN Persero, to please come up onto the stage. And next, we'd like to also invite the President Director of HDF Energy Indonesia, Mr. Matthew Jez, to also come up on stage. And next, we'd like to also invite Mr. Hendra Iswahyudi, the Director of Energy Conservation, the Directorate of General of New Renewable and Energy Conservation, to please also come up on stage. And to witness this session, we'd like to invite Mr. Michael Oldenburg, Head of the Economic Department from the France Embassy, and Ms. Karin Lamang, Sustainable Development Advisor of the Economic Department from the French Embassy, to please also come up on stage. And next, we will invite Bapak Hartanto, Mr. Jez, and also Bapak Hendra to please approach the documents on the table, and you may now sign the documents. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a round of applause as together we witness the signing session of joint study on the development of PLN hydrogen ecosystem roadmap between PLN and HDF Energy Indonesia. And now, as the documents have been signed, we invite for a photo session for the documentation team to please prepare yourself, and we'd like to also invite the witnesses on stage to also join in the session. And I will help with the countdown in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations on the signing of the joint study on the development of PLN hydrogen ecosystem roadmap. And once again, you may now return to your seats. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we have ended our MOU signing sessions, we have also ended and concluded our first day of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. We thank each and every one of you for your valuable contributions and also for your attendance. And we would like to also remind each and every one of you that we still have another exciting lineup of agendas and also dialogues tomorrow on the second day of ISF 2024. We will begin the registration tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. And once again, you may come to the Jakarta Convention Center at 7 a.m. as our gates will be open by then. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to join in for another day of discussion and also insightful sessions tomorrow at the ISF, or Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. We look forward to seeing you again, and we wish you a wonderful day ahead. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.